Mic check 1, 2. It is the NEXA GUT National Primary School Games 2026. Day 2. Session 1. It will be a lovely day at Dr. Kirani James Athletic Stadium. An action-packed day for you. We're going to start with actions on the field. We're going to start with the medal presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for a medal presentation. And you would see some actions on the field. The shot put. So we're getting ready for a medal presentation. And assisting us with the distribution of the medals, Ms. Branch. And she is the brand manager of NEXA Credit Union. So we're going to start with a few events. Medal presentation for event number 22. Cricket ball show on the 9. Your bronze medalist, Eunice Patterson, Carry Company Matnik. In second position, Zayed Joseph, Carry Company Matnik. And your gold medalist goes to Jemiah Alexander, St. George branch. A distance of 22.83 meters. We move to event number 51, the 400-meter dash under 15. In third position, Arian Francis, St. George's. Your silver medalist, Kidaya Sylvester, St. Andrew branch. And your winner, your gold medalist goes to Shanik Murray, St. John's. A winning time, 1 minute, 9.15 seconds. Medal presentation for event number 52, boys, 400-meter dash, under 15. In third position, Vinton Edgar, St. Andrew branch. Your silver medalist, Kaden Frederick, St. Patrick. And your winner, Tashan Wildman, St. Mark's. In the winning time, 1 minute, 2.74 seconds. We move to event number 19, the boys javelin show under 13. Bronze medalist, Wade Alexander, St. Patrick. Your silver medalist, Joshua Felix, St. David's. And your gold medalist, Shavon Warren, St. Andrew branch, with a distance of 28 meters. Your winners. Event number 57, girls 4x50, relay, under 7. In third position, Karikou and Pity Martinic. Your silver medalist, St. George. And your winner of the 4x50 under 7 girls, Team St. Andrew. We move to event number 58, the 4x50. Under 7 boys. Your bronze medalist, Team St. Patrick. Your silver medalist, Team St. George. And your winner, your gold medalist, give it up for Team St. David's. Medal presentation for event number 63. Girls 4x100 meter dash. In third position, St. David's. Your silver medalist, Team St. Andrew. And your gold medalist goes to Team St. Patrick. A winning time of 54.33 seconds. We move to event number 64, 4x100 meter relay, under 13. Your bronze medalist, Team St. George. Your silver medalist, Team St. David's. And your gold medalist, give it up for Team St. Andrew. 51.64 seconds. We move to the girls high jump under 13. Your bronze medalist, Daniel Antoine St. Patrick. Your silver medalist, Unique Augustine St. Andrew. And your gold medalist, give it up for Jamie Smith St. George, with a height of 1.35 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the medal presentation. We must say thanks to Ms. Branch, the brand manager of NEXA Credit Union. It is day 2, session 1, NEXA Duty National Primary School Games.
Kick things up a gear with a NEXA Credit Union Cruise Control Vehicle Loan and begin your journey with your ideal ride. Go wherever and whenever you like with the extra space to carry everything you need. Arrive refreshed and ready for the day in comfort. Hit the road together on family adventures to make unforgettable memories. Feel the wind at your back. Upgrade your lifestyle easily with a cruise control vehicle loan for new or used vehicles. Join NEXA Credit Union now and get your vehicle loan. Terms and conditions apply. Visit us today. Call 440-1354 or our website at www.nexacreditunion.com. or email us at loans@nexacreditunion.com and hit the road with NEXA Credit Union. NEXA Credit Union, with you wherever your road leads.
All right, well, day 1 done and dusted. Day 2, here we come. It's the NEXA GUT Primary School Games, and we are here at the Sir Kirani James Athletic Stadium to bring you all the coverage in this day 2. Certainly day 1 record-breaking day. I'm here with Samantha Worm, Basil Caliste, aka Bunstein, and we, along with Leslie and Bernard, are going to bring you all the action as it happens on day 2. Welcome, everyone.
Well, good morning, and thank you for having us here today. Of course, as per usual, I'm excited to be here with every one of you, those of you who are looking at us live online. I'm happy to be bringing you the action as it happens live here at the stadium. Now, John mentioned yesterday that we had a record-breaking day, and indeed it was a record-breaking day. We had records broken in the high jump by Zayden Hostin, and of course we had the under-7 girls, Calissa Phillip, doing her thing in the track in the 80-meter event. And of course, we cannot forget Damari Paul, who did his thing in the 150-meter event. Basil, it's going to be another interesting day down here at the National Stadium. How excited are you to see the things unfolding?
Well, good morning to all our viewers. Good morning to everyone. This is Championship Thursday, and it's the day when someone or one of the teams will be crowned as a champion of the NEXA GUT National Primary School Sports for 2026. So far, it has been an exciting day. I looked at all the events unfold yesterday, and I was so thrilled with the performances from the under-7s right up to the under-15s, and I knew that the stage is set for an exciting day of athletics, track and field right here today.
Well, we are on the way. As you can see on your screen, the shot put open boys, that's the first event carded for today in the field, and they're already out doing their thing. You can also look forward to the cricket ball throw on the 11 boys, sorry, and that will also take place. The girls high jump on the 15 along with the girls long jump on the 13. So that will be the first set of field events. And then we will look at the track events, a number of 80-meter races, 80-meter on the 9, on the 7s, and of course the all-important 100-meter on the 13, one of the bigger highlights of the NEXA Games.
Of course, that is the races where the secondary school coaches are looking particularly at, because of course, you know, this is the scouting ground for students going into secondary school, and of course the anticipation that builds towards intercall later this month. But I'm glad you mentioned the field events that will be happening this morning, because yesterday we had a very interesting day of field activities. Young Jamie Smith, who is taking part in so many multiple disciplines. She was very, very outstanding in the high jump, and of course she took the gold medal in that event. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, young Hostin, who of course broke the record. So the field events, they seem very promising this year, and the athletes seem to be very interested in getting involved in field events. And I think for that, commendations must be given out to the coaches and so in the schools across the island.
I think with the exploits of Anderson Peters, many of our boys and girls are showing some interest in the field events now, realizing that there is some prominence for athletes participating in the field events. And we are going to give you full coverage of the field events here today on day 2 of the NEXA GUT National Primary School Games 2026.
So the weather looks fine. We had some early morning showers, I would make it some showers of blessing. And certainly we hope that the boys and girls will put on the sort of display that will make day 2 the spectacle that we expect it to be.
I see the stadium is filling. That is nice. I just walked, when we came in, I could see people coming in with their coolers and stuff. So it's going to be a family day. If you look in front of us on the screen, you see umbrellas are out and so already. So they come prepared for if it rains or if it's sunny. So we want to see the National Stadium filled today. And of course, if you cannot, then we are here to keep you company for the day.
And to our listeners or to our viewers, just before we get started with the action on the track or on the field, let me just give you an update as to the final point standing that we had at the end of day 1. St. Mark, they're currently on 53.5 points, that they're in 7th position. In 6th position is Carriacou on 81 points. St. John in 5th on 115.5 points. In the 4th position is St. David on 155.5 points. St. Patrick in 3rd position, currently on 190 points. In the 2nd position, St. George, 204 points. And out front, St. Andrew, 277.5 points.
So there you had it, the point setup, St. Andrew. They continue their dominance of the NEXA GUT Primary School Games. They're way out front. St. George is the closest rival, and they are some 73 points adrift. And so it makes a lot of work for St. George. And between St. George and St. Patrick, it's only 14 points. St. David in 4th. They have quite a bit of work to do. But what we've seen from day 1, for me, is really encouraging. You look at all the parishes making points in marks, winning that 400 event, and not just winning, but winning outstandingly. He ran from lane 8, and he did his thing, got the gold medal. I know St. Mark's people will be very, very proud of his efforts.
I believe so too, and I know that, you know, it's a small parish, and we always think, oh, they may not have a big pool as, let's say, even St. Patrick. They may not have a bigger pool as St. Andrew or St. George, but it's good to see them showing their dominance and showing their faces in events like this today. Now, I'm going to be the middle one on this panel where everybody say, well, you know, St. Andrew seemed to have taken it already. But I'm one of those who believe that we still have a whole day to go. And we just never know what can happen. I believe that teams want it as bad as they really, really, really want it. So let's see if a team can dig very deep and cause an upset here today. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm saying we're all going to look on and see what happens today. But I believe even though St. Andrew is way ahead, they simply cannot let their guard down because there are other parishes waiting to take that position from them. Gladly so. So we're going to wait. We're going to keep you there. We're going to watch each race as it unfolds. And we're going to see which school, which parish is going to take that trophy home this year.
Well, I want to somewhat agree with you to some extent. It all started at 0 yesterday, and at the end of the first day's competition, we had just around a 73 points gap between first and second place. Who says that there can't be a flip of the situation today? So we have to look forward to exciting competition. All the teams are in there to give off their very best, and as they say, let's hope that the best team win at the end of the day.
Well, I love your optimism. I'm not going to discredit it in any way, but I live at Grand Bacalet, which is close to hope. So let's hope that it can happen. But it's going to be action, 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 and we are excited to bring it. Come on down to the National Stadium. Come and support your parish as we get ready. I know there is a lot of support for athletics going forward, the intercall games to come. And again, there is an era of excitement concerning these games. But let's see what today will bring and how we close today. And I know definitely we keep talking about the fact that this is the birthing ground for many of the intercall champions. And so we're going to be looking forward to see who will be the next big athlete and what school they will end up.
Well, you know, the big athletes, we kind of know where they're going to end up anyway. But like I said, I'm the voice of optimism here today. So let's take you to the field, the shot put event.
The shot put event is on. And that's the boys shot put open. And that will be an event that...
Event number 14. It looks like event number 14.
Yes, it does. And in this event, we have Kyron Weeks of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. We also have Malachi Edwards, St. David's. Otis Fraser, St. Mark. Tyrone Alexander, St. George. Nixon Lawrence, St. David. Jamal Aberdeen, St. Andrew. Dejon Hopkins, St. John. Bernard Carriage, St. George. LeBron Gawi, St. Andrew. Reyes Jouet, Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Mazia Roberts, St. John. Giovanni Julian, St. Mark. Zayden Hostin.
So the record in this event is 9.27 meters, currently held by Timon Thomas.
So currently your leader is 7.35 meters. See if we can get a 7.38 is the lead. That attempt, the 8.16.
Ladies and gentlemen, leading the field heading into day number 2, 277.5 points, Team St. Andrew, your defending champions.
Attempt the 8.95. So it seems like the lead has just changed. The bottom of your screen, you would realize that some of the athletes for the track are out. So we're going to have some track events shortly. As we said, we will begin with the 80 meter on the 9. Athlete there from St. George.
That's Bernard Carriage.
Day number 2, the final day, NEXA G15 National Primary School Championships.
So your athletes are lined up and ready to go on the track. I'm going to begin with the girls 80 meter on the 9. Record in this event stands at 12.10 seconds, and that's by Anna Marie Charles, and that was set in 2017.
It's been standing for quite some time, so let's see what the young ladies have in store today. Maybe this will be one of the records broken.
Well, it will be a good way to start day 2 with having a record being broken. Certainly wait and see what these girls have to offer. Well, let's see. All teams are represented. So lane 1 will be. Here they go. It's a clean start. Let's see how they go. St. George, Azariah George looking good. Here comes St. Andrew in lane 8. Avery Cape from St. Andrew. She seemed to have taken this one. Cape. So Cape taking this one.
Right, so Avery Cape took the first heat this morning, running in a time of 12.12 seconds. The second place went to Akezia George of St. George in a time of 12.41 seconds. The third place was taken by Renel Gilbert of St. Patrick in a time of 12.50. We remind you that this is Heat 1 of the girls' 60-meter dash on the 7. Well, on the 9.
So that was the completion of Heat 1 of the first track event for today, the girls 80-meter dash on the 9. And we're getting ready for Heat number 2. It's Destiny George of St. David in lane 2, Kaylee Abraham, St. George in lane 3, lane 4, Jarena Mack of St. Patrick, Autumn Antoine of St. Mark in 5, in 6 from Carriacou, Genia Romeo. 12.12, the winning time from the first heat, as we get ready for heat number 2. And they're off, and right in the middle of your track from St. Mark, making the early run there is Autumn Antoine of St. Mark, but it's St. George Abraham, that's Keely Abraham of St. George, your winner. And on the outside in second position from St. Andrew, Shalanda Charles.
So Keely Abraham just won this heat with a time of 12.37. The second place was taken by Shalanda Charles of St. Andrew, 12.58 seconds. And Janaya Mark, of course, takes the third position with a time of 12.67.
Certainly a good run there by Abraham. And so she's on her way to the finals. Means every Cape will certainly go in as the fastest in the finals. What is more interesting is that Cape ran a good race. She came from behind. She didn't get the best of starts. She ran 12.12. The record stands at 12.10. Can we see it diminish today?
It's quite possible.
The field, of course, has to be made up of 8 athletes, so we have 2 athletes who will have to wait to see if they qualify on fastest times.
So we are getting ready for the boys on the 9s. And certainly some big names here. One of our standout athletes will go in the first heat.
I believe you're speaking about Damari Paul.
Certainly I'm speaking of Damari Paul. So let's get the lane assignments.
Took silver in this event last year. He's already upgraded to gold in the 150. We'll see what he does here in the 80. Alfonso Davis from St. David's goes in 3. Quentin Collier of Carriacou and Petit Martinique goes in 6. And Zayden Paul, finalist from the 150. He goes in lane number 7. That's your field. Heat number 1 of 2. Under 9 boys, 80-meter dash.
So there you had it, your lane assignments, and certainly the favorite here will be Damari Paul. Really good, young, outstanding athlete from St. Andrew. The record for this event stands at 11.78 seconds. And it's set by Christophe Caliste. So you see Christophe doing great things in the triple jump and long jump, but he also did his thing on the track at the NEXA GUT Primary School Games.
Collier, Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And Paul, St. John.
So they're on the starters orders. Let's see how they go. Paul looking to make his move now. He has some competition on his inside, but he begins to separate himself. Look at him go. Damari Paul pulling away from the field and taking the first heat.
Your PDF reader version is...
So Damari Paul has started off the day with a bang, taking the first heat in this event, the 80-meter dash under 9. And he clocked a time 11.84 seconds. Alphonsus Douglas of St. David took the second position, 12.19, and Noah Charles of St. George, the third position, 12.22. And this is just Heat 1 of 2 in this event.
Yeah, certainly a good run there from the Mary Paul. And just testing the waters to see how the body felt. He competed yesterday. And so today, it's a brand new day.
Seems like he had a good rest, and he's up and ready to go.
Up and ready to go indeed. And he still has the long jump to compete in. He's also an excellent long jumper.
So, of course, yesterday we spoke about the multidiscipline
NEXA Credit Union.
athletes.
Grenada Union of Teachers, National Primary School Games. We're getting ready for Heat 2. And the boys, 80-meter dash, under 9. Lane assignments. Lane 1, Joel George, St. John's. Lane 2, Tyler Bain, St. David's. Lane 3, Amiel Paul, St. Andrew. Lane 4, Jermaine Alexander, St. George. Lane 5, Miles Cornwell, St. Max. Lane 6,
I don't know how
Kenroy John, St. Patrick's. And now to lane number 7, Caden York, Curry Company Martinic.
So we getting ready. It is.
So here we get ready for Heat 2 in the boys on a 9, 80-meter dash. And
Up
there
and
we
now
go.
they go, the clean start. It's St. George, look at it, but St. David on the outside.
It's St. David in lane 2. It's St. David. Here comes St. George. St. Andrew battling for third position with St. Patrick and Carriacou. But your winner, St. David. Tyler Bain, 11.70 seconds, much faster than Damari did in the first hit.
Yes, it is. Right? He ran this race with purpose. He was out. He had to work his way, you know, and then he got through. He had a little competition early in the game, but then eventually he just broke away and he made it across the line first. Of course, the second position was taken by the athlete from St. George, Jermaine Alexander, in a time of 11.98 seconds, and Amiel Paul took the third position, 12.41.
I see a broad smile on Clyde's face. Clyde, what is that all about?
I don't know. I think he probably knows somebody.
No, now when you look at the record is 11.78. You look at the wind speed of plus 4.1. Tyler Bain just ran 11.70. Had that wind been under plus 2, that would have been the record broken.
Oh, so that got you excited.
That got me excited. We were looking for the records to tumble today. And so certainly Bain with an illegal wind speed cannot be attributed to the record. But let's see what the final will bring.
Yeah, that's a tease for the final, definitely.
So that was the completion of the 80-meter. And we do have a couple more track events to come. Of course, we have the shot put taking place, the shot put boys open, along with the girls high jump on the 15. These are two of the events. Shortly we will have the start of the long jump on the 13 girls. So quite a lot happening thus far on day 2. And we got a teaser of what could possibly be a record-breaking afternoon this afternoon in the boys 100-meter dash.
Well, I am strapped in and ready to see what will unfold this afternoon. You know, today being the second day, there's a different kind of energy and vibe that comes on day 2 of any of these events. And I know that they are going to, even the patrons are on a different type of excitement. So they're going to give all that they have today. And if you are thinking about missing this event today, you are making a really bad decision. On the screen is Carriage from St. George. He's attempting his throw again in the shot put.
And he's currently, let's see what his distance will be. Sitting in 11th position. Athlete there from St. Andrew. It's a very good throw. Closer to the 10-meter mark. It just maybe about 9 meters, or maybe thereabout.
8 point something.
It look closer to 8
Yeah.
meters than 9. Looks like LeBron Gawi.
Yep. So we were corrected. And
8.23.
8.23. Currently in 4th position.
These young men are strong.
Athlete there from Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Decent throw there.
That's Race Jewett, athlete number 42 from Carriacou.
Not as far as the previous athlete. A legal throw, but not as far as the athlete from St. Andrew.
So we're getting ready. And they're lining up on the track. They're getting ready for their event. Again, a full field.
On your screen is young Calissa Phillip. Very serious young lady. She's under 7 and such a serious face. She is determined to leave her mark on the games this year.
Jenny Mitchell, St. George. Lane 3, Royalty Boswin, St. John's. Lane 4, Marika Boswin, Carriacou Petit Martinique. Lane 5, Zenaya Noel, St. Patrick's. Lane 6, Kyver Edwards, St. Mark's. Right of lane number 7, Jodel David, St. Andrew.
So that's your starting lineup for the 80-meter under 7 girls. The record here, 13.52, set in 2017 by Janiah Welch, sorry. Let's see what Phillip can do here. The expectation is that she's going to take this one. Let's see, they're off. Here they go. Phillip early into her running. She's not letting up. She's extending her gap. She's extending her lead. She's focused. She's determined. Just look at her go. Calissa Phillip, as you said, Sam, serious, focused. She's not playing around. 13.03. Again, the wind speed not enough to place her as the new record holder, but certainly a good run. Let's hope the wind can die down a bit later, and so that she can be attributed with that record. 13.03.
Young Phillip just knew that it has to be a straight line. She didn't look left, she didn't look right, she just knew, I am heading towards the finish line. As I said earlier, a very serious young lady, and she delivered in the heat. Let's see what she will bring in the final this afternoon.
So congratulations to Jodel David. She came in 2nd from St. Andrew, and Jenny Mitchell from St. George in 3rd. So these are your 3 automatic qualifiers along with Phillip. Edwards, Noel, Bostwin will have to wait to see what happens.
So we're getting ready for the second heat in the girls 80-meter dash for under 7s. 13.03, a remarkable time for Calissa Phillip in heat number 1. Even though the wind speed wasn't legal, but it says that the speed is in the legs. and it's quite possible that we could see something very impressive in the finals this afternoon.
Well, the high jump is on. And that's the high jump on the 15 girls. Bar set at 1.20 meters for the under 15 girls. Attempt there from Alexis from St. David. That's the first rung of the high jump on the 15s.
Lane 1, Alina Joseph, St. Andrew. Lane 2, Javier Telesford, St. Patrick. Lane 3, Shanae Thomas, St. David's. Lane 4, Brielle Gilbert, St. George. Lane 5, Tashik Clovey, St. Mark. Lane 6, Jador Matthew, St. John. Right of lane number 7, Clement Benjamin, Carrick-Company-Matnick.
So these are the competitors for heat number 2 of the girls 80-meter dash under 7. We see Alina Joseph. She was 3rd in the 60-meter dash yesterday. And the rest of the girls are back. Let's see if we can have a flip of the script from yesterday. They're off. And in lane 1 already, Joseph seemed to be in control of this one. St. John is making a smart run in the middle of the track. The St. Patrick is there, but it's Joseph putting some distance between herself and the chasing pack. Let's see what time she got.
Alina Joseph of St. Andrew took this heat in a time of 13.28 seconds. Javier Telesford, of course, cemented the second position from St. Patrick with a time of 14.23 seconds. And Brielle Gilbert from St. George just nipped it near to the finish line with a time of 14.40 seconds. So, gentlemen, what do you think about this afternoon, considering if you now look at these 2 heats, can we compare the numbers that we're seeing, and do we honestly believe that there is a chance that this record could go this afternoon?
I certainly believe so. I certainly believe so. Wind speed, please be nice to us this afternoon. We need to see something fantastic in the girls 80-meter dash for under 7.
Well, 13.28, so she again is under record time. So I do believe that once the wind is legal, we will see that record demolished.
That would be nice. Some team will have bragging rights this afternoon.
So back to the high jump. Athlete from St. David's there, clearing the bar.
No, Langine, St. John. Lane 3, Tyrell Thompson, Carrick-Company-Matnick. Lane 6, Kilani Thomas, St. Patrick's. Lane 7, Kyrie Nayak, St. Andrew. Right over lane number 8, Hayden Fortune, St. David's.
That's an interesting headpiece.
Yeah, he has his name written on his head.
Yeah, he's a ninja. He's ready to go.
Very much so.
And Massimo, who would have branded himself, there he goes. He's strong and he's walking across. He just took the top position in a time of 13.40 seconds. Pretty strong run. Discipline, his arms are moving, legs are moving. He's definitely carrying himself across the finish line. They're having a look at each other. St. David and Carriacou would have taken the second and third positions, respectively, 13.75 and 13.80. Tyrell Thompson of Carriacou and Pity Martinique.
Good run there from Massimo. He was focused. Young Fortune was the athlete that kept checking his position, checking his location to see where he stacks up.
To a redhead, St. George. Lane 2 from St. Andrew, Akel Romain. Lane 3, St. David, Simani Hippolyte. Lane 3, St. John, and they are up.
So they're off for the running. It's St. Patrick with his Grenada headband in the lead. But St. George and St. Andrew making a strong run on the inside there. But St. Patrick takes this one. Heat number 2 of the boys, 80-meter dash for under 7s. The headband seemed to be a thing of these young athletes.
Yeah, certainly the headbands help to give them that presence and lets everyone know, hey, I'm coming, I'm ready.
So Aidan John of St. Patrick winning in a time of 12.88 seconds. Akel Rumin of St. Andrew, 13.13 seconds. Joshua Redhead, St. George, 13.28. Your automatic qualifiers for Heat 2 of the boys 80-meter dash under 7.
And we have some results for you from the boys shot put open event. Otis Fraser from St. Mark took the third position, 8.29 meters. The second position went to Dixon Lawrence of St. David, 8.80 meters. And taking the top position, the gold medal, Jamal Andrew of St. Andrew, 9.04 meters. The record in the event was 9.27, held by Timon Thomas of St. George in 2024.
So another gold medal for St. Andrew, which means that the points are stacking up. The distance between themselves and the chasing pack is widening.
8.80 meters. Team St. David, Nixon Lawrence. And ladies and gentlemen, winning the boys shot put open. A put of 9.04 meters. Team St. Andrew, Jamal Aberdeen.
So there you had it, the results of the boys shot put open. Again, congratulations to St. Andrew. The high jump continues. Also have the long jump taking place. That's the long jump under 13 girls. So we're getting ready for the under 13 girls 100-meter dash prelims.
St. George, lane 1, Carissa St. Clair, lane 2, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Shamika Francois, lane 3, St. David, Kemaya Joseph, lane 4, St. Patrick, Janelle Kanai, lane 5, St. John, Zahara Lee, from St. Mark, lane 6, Zaya James, St. Andrew, lane 7, Renaya Ranger.
In this, in this event, we're looking at the athlete in lane 4. She's on the screen right now, Kanai, and she's been outstanding yesterday. She had a little mishap early in one of the races, but she continues to perform. So let's see what she will bring here today. Certainly, I believe going in as one of the favorites in this race.
Yeah, she certainly is one of the favorites, and I think everyone will recall the name Kanai, Janelle Kanai from the under 11 grouping last year. She was really dominant, broke a number of records, and so she's moved up to under 13s. And let's see how she goes today. She had a slight injury scare yesterday, but she came back and came back well. Let's hope that all is well and we can see her in full glory on this track here today. It's the under 13 girls. ...100-meter dash. They're under starters orders. The record stands at 13:06. Let's see, clean start. Kanai out early with her running. She's been pushed there by St. David, St. Mark, and also St. George. Kanai now taking her position as the leader in that event. So she's crossed the line first. She looks focused, determined. She's ready. 13.10 for Kanai.
Well, as we said, she was one of the favorites coming into this race, and of course she showed up and she delivered with a time of 13.10 seconds. Carissa St. Clair from St. George took the second position, 13.61, split distance behind Kimaya Joseph of St. David, 13.86. This is the girls' 100-meter dash under 13. We move now to Heat 2 of that event.
In 1, Jimmy Smith. Carrico and Peter Martin, lane 2. Kalia Lendo. Lane 3, St. John, Alia Francis. Lane 4, St. Andrew, Viva Panchu. Lane 5, St. Patrick, Angel Adams. Lane 6, St. Mark, Kelly Williams. Lane 7, St. David, Kelowna Fletcher.
So we're looking at the starters for the girls 100-meter dash under 13. Let's see the top 3 that will join the likes of Janelle Kanai into the final. Just a bit of nerves there.
Or excitement.
Or both. So we're getting ready for heat number 2.
Tend to get that excited when you're looking at the starter. They just need to remind them, look down the stretch. Keep your eyes focused on the end result.
So the entire team just got a warning card. They just got the yellow card, so they've been warned. Nobody's going to be put out of the race. They just have to be on their P's and Q's.
So as they refocus, once again, the girls 100-meter dash for under 13s. Preliminary heat number 2. And here they go. It's a blanket start. No one seems to be moving away. St. George is stepping out, and here comes Carriacou. St. Andrew is moving up, and St. George takes this one. St. Andrew with a slight lead from the rest of the field may find herself in second place.
So Jamie Smith from St. George booked her place in the final this afternoon with a time of 13.41. Amiana multiple disciplines, and she's back here with us this morning delivering in the girls under 13 100-meter dash.
Good run there. Your top 3 qualifiers, Leah Francis, Ariana Cornwall, and of course Jamie Smith, the winner. These 3 automatically in. Lendo and the others will have to wait to see how they stack up against the fastest losers from the first heat.
So the spectators are packing into the stadium. It's pretty early. The call is for you. The invitation is out for you out there to join us at the stadium.
We've seen some familiar faces. Those from yesterday, they made sure that they're back today. Some of them occupying the same seats. You know, like they stamp their name on it. I'm coming back for this seat, and they're back here again today with
It's their
us.
favorite spot. They just like the view from that position, so they keep coming back time and time and time again.
All right, so we're going to have a switch of commentators. So we'll be back with you in a bit.
So we do have the boys on the 13s coming up next. And that, of course, you'll have 2 heats in this one. Record time stands at 12.49 seconds. Ken Dunworm in 2023, so recently broken, not too far. We're in 2026. And so far, the under 13 boys that have been on display, one can always call the name Jadal Andrew. He will be running in heat number 2. On your screen is the cricket ball throw. Cricket ball throw for under 11s.
Well, it's a good opportunity a good time to say good morning. Clyde, it has been a very active morning thus far.
Certainly been active on the track. We seem to have a pretty strong wind, which is keeping us from celebrating some broken records.
Yeah, but it's also keeping the rains away, Smitty. So in one sense, it's a negative, and in another sense, it's a positive. We would prefer to have no rains today. And if it means making a small sacrifice in terms of timing to have no rain, we'll take that.
Well, I want to say good morning, Bernard. Good morning, Clyde. Good morning to all of the viewers as we welcome you back to day 2 of the NEXA National Primary School Games. The youngsters are really giving off a good performance from what I've seen yesterday and today. And you mentioned the wind and the wind speed, maybe working against them for now in terms of the times, but I believe later on in the afternoon the wind may subside and we can see their true potential and how they stack up against the records as well.
Yeah, well, you're really hoping that the wind will get a bit calm enough that it is legal.
St. Patrick's, Zuriel Lions. Lane 2, St. David, Kieran Hostin. Lane 3, St. John, Zuberry Marshall. Lane 4, St. Andrew, Siobhan Warren. Lane 5, St. Mark, Kanavi Sylvester. Lane 6, St. George, Kishan Cobb. Lane 7, Kariku and Peter Martinic, Akim Kwaminen.
So that was your lineup for the under 13 boys as they get ready for qualifying. It's the top 3 plus the next 2 fastest losers.
We got 2 heats here. Record for this.
have athlete out of St. Mark there, just a little too eager. Really wants to get moving. So the field will receive the yellow card. So they'll get an opportunity to go again. Here we go. Under 13 boys, 100. This is qualifying for the big one later. And here we go, clean break. Let's see who starts the running. St. David's pulls up. St. Andrew, St. Patrick rather, taking the opportunity. And here comes St. Andrew, here comes St. George. They're finishing and finishing fast. We await the official result there. It could be St. Andrew, it could be St. George. I think we're going right to the line.
It's pretty close here, right to the line, and very early at 20 meters or so, St. Davis pulled up, and that's Kieran hosting, and to the end, it's St. George. Keishan Cobb, the winner there. Keishan Cobb, the winner, 13.29 seconds, and a very close one from Shavon Warren from St. Andrew, 13.32, as the times would indicate. It was one of those close races. Akin Kwamina in the third position, 13.39. So first three automatic qualifiers.
Well, Kishon Cobb was fifth in the 200 meters yesterday, and Shavon Warren, who was also in contention, was seventh. So these two again would feature maybe in the finals later on this evening. And Cobb will have his work cut out for him from what we're seeing. We still have Jadal Andrew.
Mark Kai Kador. Lane 6, Chevy Jeffrey. Lane 7, St. John, Tyrone Alexis.
Well, Clyde, Jadal Andrew is there. He has been dominating the sprints in the under 13 category. And yesterday he won the 200 meters. And here he's going to be qualifying through to the 100 meters. So we expect him to do well in this race.
Yes, certainly we expect him to do well. He's the national champion at under 13s. Has certainly been a bright spark at the under 13 category. So here we go.
So they're up and running. Let's see who takes the early lead in this one. Jadal Andrew in lane 1 has good competition in lane 2 from Roman Lessie of St. Davis, but it's Jadal Andrew who leans into the tape here to qualify into the finals. A good run by Lessie out of St. David, and the top two here. And then we had Kai Kador from St. Mark picking up the third spot as the automatic qualifiers.
Well, he is always just so calm, cool, and collected, Jadal Andrew.
There we see Andrew there, easily to the line. Not much of a competition. And a good time to 12.81 seconds. So it's Andrew in first position, Lessie the second automatic qualifying spot, and Kador at 13.04 in third position.
Well, that was a much faster heat than the previous one, because if you look at the time for Ronan Lessie, 13.0 seconds was actually faster than Kishan Cobb at 13.29.
Yes, certainly this is a faster heat. I think you tend to find this when you have an athlete of the quality of Andrew. Yeah, the others try their best to get as close to him as possible. So certainly it's heating up.
It's a good run there from Andrew, and he has been performing well all yesterday and today. The record in this event was set in 2023, 12.49.
So we're seeing the spectators, they're coming in. I anticipate it's going to get a bit loud later.
Well, I can tell you, Clyde is already very loud. It's going to get louder. And earlier on today, we saw the people selling the horns on the outside, and here we see a lot of the kids have their horns, and they're making a lot of noise. As a matter of fact, the director was trying to communicate with some of the cameramen, and they just couldn't hear what he was saying over the communication devices. And we believe later on, maybe when some of the parents come from work, they will join the spectators here, and then the atmosphere would pick up one more time again.
Yeah, we're encouraging you, don't stay at home. Come on down to the National Stadium. Come, let's see the future in action.
On your screen, the long jump in action, long jumpers in action.
So you're not missing anything yet. We have the under 11 cricket ball throw happening. We still have some competitors in the high jump under 15s. The bar still at 1.20 meters. Athlete from St. Andrew there able to get a mark in. Long jump also taking place.
And there's a long jump for girls on the 13. Some 13 athletes are registered here.
It's Alexis from St. David with another jump, the high jump.
So what we noticed, Clyde, is that at this age level here, the high jumpers, most of them are not using the flop technique. You see all of the scissors jump and some other variations, you know, just to get over the bar. And I guess when they get to maybe the secondary school level, that's when their craft is sharpened a lot more, and we see more technical upgrades to their ability to do the high jump.
Yeah, certainly as they get to the secondary school, I think they're more exposed to it. Most of the schools will have to journey to one of the major playing fields to really get the practice into the high jump.
Letitia Julian, Curry Company Martinic. Lane 2, Tia Livingston, St. David's. Lane 3, Adessa Frank, St. George. Lane 4, Janet Julian, St. John's. Lane 5, Alia Williams. Lane 6, Faye Augustine. And lane 7, Jemiah McQueen, St. Mark.
Well, that's the lineup for the 200 under 11 girls. That's heat 1 of 2. So the athletes will stand again. One of the athletes just maybe a bit out of position.
Well, Faye Augustine of St. Andrew, their lane 6 is one you can look out for in this event.
Talia Sampson established the record in this event in 2017, 29.10 seconds.
Well, let's see if anyone can get close to that record time.
Once again, they are botting the start, or delaying the start. Get all the little niggles out of the way.
So Faye Augustine, she was actually 4th in the 300 meters yesterday. And she's here now competing in the 200 meters.
So competitors from Carriacou, lane 1, lane 2 from St. David, lane 3, St. George, lane 4, St. John's, that's lane 4, St. John's, lane 5, athlete there from St. Patrick, lane 6 from St. Andrew, and in lane 7, St. Mark.
And this time they're cleaning off. Let's see. Early run-ins. Seems to be St. Patrick, St. John also there, St. George. They're still nicely bunched together, but St. George comes off the curve in first position and she's looking to speed away. St. Andrew, that's Faye Augustine. She's pushing, she's motoring. Andrew is going to cross the line first, followed by St. John and St. Mark in third position. 29.68 for Augustine. A good determined run from her.
And the winners died down considerably, so much so that there's no recording on the win gauge. So Faye Augustine is the winner there, 29.68 seconds, followed by Julian, that's Janie Julian, 31.19. As you can see here, coming up the curve, it was already in the lead. This was Augustine in the lead here. And a little bit of a competition, not much from anybody else. And with 30 meters to go, it was an easy run to the finish line. There she is, slowing down 10 or so meters from the line considerably and taking this one rather easily. That's Faye Augustine from St. Andrew, 29.68, a good time.
Well, I mentioned she was fourth in the 300 meters, so she does have some pedigree and winning very comfortable the first of the two heats.
St. George, tonight 30. Lane 3. Azuria Cornwall, St. George. Lane 4. Nadira Filbert, St. Mark. Lane 5. Chelsea Thomas, St. David's. Lane 6. Shavia Peters, Carrie Company Martinic. Lane 7. Tanaya Gibbs, St. Andrew. Your lane assignments for Heat 2.
Well, there you have it, the lane assignments. I can tell you a lot of the running will come from lane 7 and lane 5 in Tanaya Gibbs and of St. Andrew and Chelsea Thomas of St. David. Tanaya Gibbs won the 300 meters yesterday. She was a standout athlete yesterday. And in second was Chelsea Thomas from St. David. So, Clyde, I believe the real running will come from those two lanes, 5 and 7.
I want to agree with you there. These girls have been running well, competing at the national championships. I think at that event, Thomas took third, while Gibbs went on to win.
Well, they're on the starters' orders. We have Fortune, Dottin, Cornwall, Filbert, Thomas, Peters, and Gibbs. They're up and running, a nice clean start. 200 meters under 11 girls. And Gibbs looking good already on the outside. And she runs the turn with a nice lead over the rest of the field. That's Tanaya Gibbs of St. Andrew. She would get a little challenge from St. David's in Chelsea Thomas, but Tanaya Gibbs a runaway winner here. And she would qualify very easily into the finals with maybe a 10-meter gap over the rest of the field. A strong run indeed by Tanaya Gibbs of St. Andrew.
Yeah, continuing to show her dominance, Gibbs at the under 11 category. Looks rather rehearsed.
Now we can see here in the replay that Gibbs, very early, right on the bend, she was already in the lead by some 5 or 6 meters. And not much of a competition coming from lane number 1, the athlete there from St. Patrick. At in the end, it was Gibbs, St. Patrick second, and St. David's in third position. That's Azoria Cornwall. Not Azoria Cornwall.
So we're going to give you the time of heat number 2 of the athletes, but we expect it's going to be a nice showdown between maybe Tanya Gibbs, and we also saw Faye Augustine with a good time of 29.68. They seem to be 2 of the top athletes in this category, but I'm sure the likes of Chelsea Thomas, and we just saw Zoria Cornwall as well, putting up a good run. Janae Julian from St. John will be one to look out for in the finals as well.
Well, up next on the track will be 200 meters for boys. Under 11. We're still waiting on the times for the last heat and see how it compared with the heat number 1 with the top finisher with 29.68.
We're getting ready for event number 42. The boys international. So good afternoon to good morning. To Mr. Willie Downtown.
So 200 meters for boys under 11. The record in this event was established in 2017. I won Tariq McSween 28.19. Let's see if there's going to be any challenge to that record today.
Well, this race does have some pedigree in it, I can tell you.
Yeah, slight holding here as the athletes rearranging the lanes to have it done correctly.
So Jace Mitchell, who is running out of lane 1, he was actually 4th in the 300 meters yesterday. He will be one to look out for in this heat.
So whilst we await the readiness of all athletes in this heat, what we can tell you is there's some 7 athletes registered for heat number 1 and 6 heat number 2. There's the top 3 finishers in each heat, and then the 2 best times. They will make up the 8 for the finals later today. In the foreground, the throwing of the cricket ball continues.
I think what's holding up this race is the officials are still trying to put together the time as well for the previous event. Still not yet posted.
Sitting in position number 2, 46.47 meters. Ronald Andrew, also of Team St. Patrick. So St. Patrick 1-2 in the under 11 boys cricket ball throw, and we're heading into the final round.
Well, looking at the weather forecast for today, it's predicted to be partly cloudy on this side of the island, with occasional light to moderate afternoon and overnight showers. So let's hope the afternoon showers that's forecasted here stays away, and we have a dry continuation of these games.
Clyde, these athletes have really been worked for the last week and a half, even 2 weeks. Some of them had their parish meets. They were here for national championships on the weekend, and they're back here again at the NEXA primary school games. Quite a lot of work for them in a short period of time.
Yeah, it's certainly quite a bit of work, and I noticed young Hostin, he pulled up in the 100 meters. Yesterday we had Kanai pulling up also. Panchu from St. Andrew, we know she has some little niggle. So they've been really working hard, and so I think the coaches need to just manage what happens with them from here on in.
Well, Panchu's injury has rendered her out of the rest of the meet. She will not be competing any further. What is good for them, though, is that they have youth on their side. These young people, they recover very quickly. The metabolic rate is very high, too, so they tend to recover much faster than maybe the older athletes. And so youth on their side, they can still come back day after day and give off very good performances.
Yes, certainly with youth on your side, a lot is possible, and that's why I think NEXA Credit Union, they have seen it fit to ensure that they bring you the National Primary School Games where, you know, they can begin to stamp their names into the history books.
Well, I do understand the confusion, Clyde. Just recently we were calling the name of another institution on the weekend. But today is the NEXA Credit Union GUT National Primary School Games. And we're delighted to bring it to you wherever you are. We know many of you make it a date to tune in and to log in to the broadcast. And so we're delighted to bring it to you. So in this regard, we want to shout out all of you who are viewing on YouTube, on Facebook, on the various social media platforms. We see where your support has been thrown. We see a lot of blue hearts, a lot of yellow hearts, a lot of green hearts, red hearts. Continue to support these athletes where you are, and for those who are here at the stadium, they do just the same.
There you had it coming over the stadium microphone, the winner of the under 13 long jump, Jamie Smith. And she continues to show how outstanding she is as a multi-event athlete.
Well, Jamie Smith has been doing exceptionally well. She won the high jump, she won the discus, she won the javelin, she won the 100 meters, and now she has just won the long jump. So a superb athlete, both on track and on the field, and a candidate for the Victrix Luderum, of course.
Certainly putting her name well above many of the others in terms of scoring. She's she's almost everywhere at the National Stadium.
That's the age when you sample and try until you get your pet event. So the athletes are normally encouraged to try as many as possible, and they would land in the most comfortable event.
Well, looking at the distances and the times, I certainly think she could be a good candidate for the heptathlon. And, you know, we can begin to maybe get her to focus there. She has a lot of the qualities that is necessary to make a good athlete.
Well, looking at the overall picture of these games, Clyde and Bernard, indeed, we heard in one of the promotional pieces from the President General of the GUT, when he beamed in terms of the impact and the results that these games have produced over the years, and he went back maybe as far as Kirani James and others who have been featured in these games and who have done well and go on to represent Grenada on the national circuit. So this is indeed a breeding ground or a launch pad for a lot of these young athletes coming through the ranks.
Yeah, it certainly is the breeding ground. And we want to say thank you to NEXA Credit Union for, you know, seeing the initiative and partnering with the GUT to ensure that we give these children this opportunity.
Well, the athletes for the 200 meters are back on the track, and I believe anytime soon we would see the start of the 200 meters. They're going through their final paces with the starters. That's the 200 meters under 11 boys. Seems as though Heat 2 has been run off now before Heat 1.
250 dash.
Or is it a combination of both? Because I see St. George's now moved to lane 7. Initially, we would have had Joseph Alexander of St. Andrew in lane 7. So Jace Mitchell is in 1, Rajani Wellington in 2, Jaron Romain St. John in 3, Niall McQuilkin, Carriacou and P.T. Martinic in 4, Tyrrell Charles of St. Mark in 5, Holden Batiste of St. David in 6. And there seems to be a little change in lane 7, originally scheduled to have here Joseph Alexander of St. Andrew, but we see an athlete there from St. George, or there in lane 7.
And that's 344 Khalil Howell. He's in lane 7.
And he was down to run in heat number 2.
Well, Howell is no slouch on the track, and he's one that we would want to look out for in this event.
Well, there are 8 athletes out there. The final is 8 athletes. So there will be a heat number 2.
So these athletes have been held for quite some time on the track. As we see the youngster here from St. David, well composed. That's Holden Batiste. That's another change, I think it is as well.
Andrew. Lane 2.
So that's Carriacou.
Jenny Wellington. St.
McQuilkin.
Patrick.
It's Niall McQuilkin it was, yes.
Lane 3. Jaron Romain. St. John. Lane 4. Niall McQuilkin. Carriacou Petit Martinic. Lane 5. Tyrell Charles. St. Mark. Lane 6. Holden Batiste. St. David's. And lane 7. Joseph Alexander. St. George.
So again, we want to make the slight correction. In lane 7 is actually Khalil Howell of St. George. We will switch in the allocation of the lanes. They seem to be ready now. The boys 200 meter dash on the 11, heat 1 of 2.
So it's the first of 2 heats here for our long class. Wave number 2.
You know, Bernard, keeping these athletes there for this length of time, it can really play on them sometimes, their nerves, they want to get it over and done with. They warm up for a particular time, they're getting cold, and we see that happening from time and time, how long they keep these athletes out there, and I'm not sure what the issue is, but...
Oh, very much so, irrespective of the age group. Just to be in a holding pattern after you would have organized yourself mentally to run as soon as you get out onto the track. To have a wait of any duration must have some sort of a psychological impact. Nonetheless, it's all part of the whole broader and wider scheme of things. So hopefully, event number 42, this 200 meters on the 11 boys will get going. This slight hiccup continues, and we are still in a holding pattern.
So as we hit the start of our next event, please, that's on the under 15 girls high jump. We recently concluded at the southern end of the field. Position number 3.
A height of 1.20 meters from Team St. David's, Keziah Jones. Position number 2, Team St. George's, 1.20 meters, Ariane Francis. And ladies and gentlemen, winning the under 15 girls high jump, Team St. Patrick, Alyssa David, 1.25 meters.
So just in case you didn't catch it, there from the house announcer, it's given us the results of the under 15 girls high jump. And we get back to that, they are down onto the max now. We should get this 200 meters going.
So there, we have Mitchell, Wellington, Romaine, McQuilkin, Charles. They're up and running. 200 meters under 11 boys. Let's see who makes up the early starter. Looking good already is Jace Mitchell on the inside. So too is Howell on the outside for St. George. Howell on the outside with a slender lead. Running really wide indeed. But here comes Jace Mitchell on the inside. Mitchell on the inside is in the lead now. And Howell is in second. St. Patrick in third. But it's Jace Mitchell is getting a run for his money here. But he dips into the tip now. A slight lead over Howell of St. George.
Well, after a lengthy wait, it was all over and done with in 28.45 seconds. That's Jace Mitchell, the winner there, holding Batiste from St. David. Ray Johnny Williams. So we're going to take this from the top again. It's Jace Mitchell winning this one there. And in the end, it's a very close race. Very, very close indeed. The first and second position, very close, 28.45 and 28.56. The third place finisher from St. Patrick, 29.44.
So that would be Howell in second position.
Well, we're hoping it's Howell because based on the number on his uniform, he's registered as 344. We still see the results been posted as Joseph Alexander. So we'll clarify that momentarily. But one thing we cannot dispute, the overall winner here was Jace Mitchell of St. Andrew, 28.45.
So just a slight hiccup here. Nothing that wouldn't be clarified shortly. But that was the results from the 200 meters for boys under 11. Just to update you on the results for the under 15 girls high jump. Your winner, Alyssa David, and she continued to perform quite well over these 2 days from St. Patrick, 1.25 meters. She was the winner. Ariana Francis from St. George, second position, 1.20 meters, as is the same height from Keziah Jones from St. David's. You have 3 medalists. Gold, silver, and bronze. David, Francis, and Jones. The girls under 15 high jump.
So we do have some big guns coming up in the next heat. We will see the likes of Zidane Lewis, Caleb Paulson, Nickwan Belfon.
So the correction has been made. The second place finisher, heat number 1, was indeed Kelly Howell from St. George, 28.55 behind 28.45 Jace Mitchell. And in third position remains, as was Wellington from St. Patrick in 29.44. So all's well that ends well. Heat number 2 is up next.
Again, these athletes have been held for quite some time in the holding position on the track.
So in the meantime, I can give you the results in case you missed it. The girls under 13 long jump. Smith of St. George, 4.54 meters. She's in the gold medal position. Latoya Williams, St. Patrick, 4.31. Another St. Patrick athlete here, 4.32. U30, that's Janelle Kanai in third position. So it's Amy Smith, gold, Latoya Williams, silver, and Jenny Kanai, bronze.
St. George, Winston Church, U11 Heat.
So we're getting ready for Heat 2 on the 11 boys qualifying. Lewis, Alexander, Poulsen, Belfont, Phillip, Richards, and Church. That's your starters.
It's a little nervous twitch there.
Church wants to get out early. He's one of the favorites for this event. Saw him win the 300 meters yesterday, and so he will look to get out early.
Caution for the field.
Here we go, taking it again. Clean start this time. Let's see, early running. It comes from Karikou in the middle of the track. Church is going well. But Karikou is putting some pressure on him. Karikou coming off the curve. And he's going to be in the first position. Church will have to run hard. And here goes Karikou, that's Poulsen. Caleb Poulsen will take this one, will he? Yes, he does. Winston Church, St. George will come in second position. 28.77 from Poulsen.
Well, Clyde, Church has his work cut out for him going into the finals. Poulsen may be a virtual unknown to him, but eating up some good track in the middle of the field, running out of lane 3. Poulsen did a very good job here, maintaining his composure and keeping his eye on the finish line. Church struggling a little bit on the outside, running back somewhat towards the end, but it was just too late in this preliminary. But they both gave off all in this preliminary going into the finals.
Yes, certainly gave off their all. So Caleb Poulsen will be one of the finalists. Winston Church, Joseph Alexander, St. Andrew, that's your automatic qualifiers. Zidane, Lewis, Belfont, Phillip, and Richards will have to wait. Well, Richards has been disqualified, so the next 3 will have to wait to see how the time stacks up for the finals later.
So the next event in the track is the 200 meters for under 13 girls. So the under 13 girls, they're up next.
Your lane assignment for the girls 200 meters dash under 15. Lane 1, St. Patrick, Alisa David. Lane 2, St. David, Hope Alexis. Lane 3, St. George, DeAndre McIntosh. Lane 4, St. John, Shanique Murray. Lane 5, Karikou and Peter Martinick, Carol Joseph. And lane 6, St. Andrew, Abigail Joseph.
You must look for Alisa David in this one. She has been doing quite well over these last 2 days. She's in lane number 1 from St. Patrick.
She actually won the 100 meters yesterday in 13.32. So she's an obvious favorite going into this first preliminary. Let's see what she does. She's running out of lane 1. They're up and running here. Let's see what Alicia David is going to register. She already caught up with the athlete from St. David's, that's Hope Alexis. And Alicia David moving into the lead very early. She leans on the bend as well. And already heading into the home straight in the lead is Alicia David. And we have from St. John in second position as Shanique Murray. But Alicia David would have a very comfortable win into the finals. Shanique Murray from St. John will pick up the second position, and Abigail Joseph from St. Andrew to pick up the third spot as automatic qualifiers.
Well, true to form, it was expected and she delivered. That's David. And a good run by athlete there from St. John, Shanique Murray. She has been performing well all over these last 2 days also. Here we see here right at the bend, and already she's in the lead. Made up the stagger and made it quite easily too. Just a little bit of competition here from the athletes from St. John. That's Murray, but David had it too much, and in fact, she, in the end, she sort of coasted to the end. So that's Alice David St. Patrick, a time of 27.46. Murray in second position, 28.81 and 30.82. The time recorded for the athlete from St. Andrew, that's Abigail Joseph.
Certainly some good running from David. Again, I'm wondering if these athletes are aware of some of the times, because she just ran 27.46. The record stands at 27.16, and I mean, she was basically cruising on her own.
Well, there was an illegal wind speed reading, though, but nonetheless, coming into the final, she has an opportunity to go lower. The second place, which was Shanik Murray, she was also second in the 100 meters to Lisa David. So they're going to have another battle again later on this afternoon in the 200 meters finals.
No doubt they are the two top sprinters, that age group, under 15 girls. It's David and Murray.
So we're getting ready for Heat 2. We have 6 athletes lined up.
In case you're just tuning in, this is day 2, the NEXA GUT National Primary School Games. They are on the starters orders.
And so we have a false start. Athlete there from St. Patrick, just a bit eager to get going.
In lane number 1 is Jones from St. David. From St. Patrick is Zoe Sylvan. She's in lane number 2. The athletes from St. George in lane number 3, that's Ariane Francis. Kylie Modeste from Carriacou and Petit Martinique, she's in lane number 4. Lynelle St. John, she's in lane number 5 from St. John. And Kate Dyer Sylvester from St. Andrew, she's running out of lane number 6.
And so they're off. Second time of asking. Let's see. Early running coming from St. George. The middle of the field. That's Ariane Francis from St. George. But look at St. Andrew. Out front in lane 6 is Kedaya Sylvester. Sylvester. Here comes Keziah Jones of St. David's, giving her a run. But Sylvester will hold on. She's crossing the line just about now. Winning this one, securing her place, 28.35 seconds for Sylvester from St. Andrew. Keziah Jones from St. David, 29.41. She's in second position.
It's a good run there for the winner, that's Sylvester. And running out of lane 7, good control at the curve. She was already in the lead with a slight bit of a competition from the athlete in lane number 1 from St. David, but with about 20, 25, 30 meters to go.
Congratulations, Ariane Francis, Keziah Jones, St. David,
through the line,
and Kedaya Sylvester, St. Andrew.
Winning there.
All booking their spots automatically into the final. Lynelle St. John of St. John, 31.26. She's on the inside of the bubble, and she'll join them in the final. The under 15 boys, they're next up on the track.
So again, there are going to be 2 hits in the boys 200-meter dash on the 15. And we're going to see some of the top athletes here again.
Your lane assignment for event number 46, boys 200 meters dash under 15. Lane 1, St. Andrew, Kate Nelson. Lane 2, St. George, Clyde Alexander. Lane 3, St. John, Kimoni Charles. Lane 4, St. Mark, Tishon Wildman. Lane 5, St. David, Rayon Marine. Lane 6, St. Patrick, Renal Richardson. Lane 7, Carrick and Peter Martinick, and Rico Rollins.
Well, there you have it. The starting lineup for the boys 200 meters. So the favorite here would be Cade Nelson. Cade Nelson was third in the 100 meters, and there they go. Let's see who wants it more. Making up the stag already in lane 1 nicely is Nelson from St. Andrew. But on the other side, Carrico is also looking good, but it is Cade Nelson from St. Andrew in the lead here. And he's going to qualify easily. St. Mark is giving a good account of himself as Tishon Wildman. Wildman will pick up the second automatic position and a close one for third and fourth.
Yeah, rather good run there from the 20 meters into the race. Nelson was already in front. Good, strong run, never let up really. And in the end, it was an easy win. There you go, right at the corner here, by the curve. He already in the lead, make up the stag and just about everybody. And in the end, never let up. Good, calm, composed run. He knew he had it in the bag, and there he is crossing the finishing line now. Seems to have quite a lot of spear in second position. The athlete there from St. Mark in second position, and that's to Sean Wildman, 27.89. Nelson did it and did it quite easily, 26.73. The legal win too. The record in this event is 25.47, which was established in 2017 by Johnny Williams.
So we're getting ready for Heat 2.
The Heat. And there we have the lane assignments there. I repeat them for you. It's Jonathan Cruikshank in lane number 1, the athlete from St. Mark. Jonathan Blackman from St. David. It's in lane number 2. Lane number 3, that's Tyrone Alexander from St. George. Jordan Joseph from Carrico and P.T. Matnick in lane 4. Christian Nelson, that's Christian Nelson from St. Andrew. He's in lane 5. Ethan Andrew, lane 6, and Caden Frederick. You'll be running out of lane 7. So that's St. Mark, St. David, St. George, Carrico and P.T. Matnick, St. Andrew, St. John, and in lane 7 out front is an athlete from St. Patrick.
Well, all parishes are accounted for. Now you'll see who will account for the first position in the second heat of qualifying for the 200-meter finals.
Yep, these are the big men in the primary schools.
And here we go. Let's see, early running should come from St. Patrick. Carrico and P.T. Matnick. St. George also going well. St. George on the inside. That's Alexander. He's coming off the curve with a slight lead, but here comes St. Andrew. Christian Nelson. Nelson surged into the lead and he's looking strong, finishing first in this one.
Well, Christian Nelson has a very unusual technique for 200 meters to start slow and power down the home straight. But he obviously looked the stronger of the two athletes, 25.86. He was actually the winner of the 100 meters in 12.33. And Caden Frederick, who was second, had to settle for third in this preliminary. Tyrone Alexander from St. George was second in 26.60 seconds. the top 3 finishers. But Christian Nelson looking good going into the finals.
Yes, in fact, the times in this second heat, the second place finisher better the top finisher in heat number 1 at 25.86, a good time. Very good time there for Nelson there.
So the girls are now on the track for the 200 meters in the under 15 category. And St. Patrick, a measure of concentration there. It's like Gabrielle Fortune. Tanya Dotting would be there as well. So too is Azoria Cornwall, Nadira Philbert, Xavier Peters. Tanaya Gibbs would also be in this heat. We've spoken so much about her already.
They are getting ready for the 200 meters under 11 for girls. Fortune, she's in lane 1 from St. Patrick. Dotting in lane 2, and they're off.
So here they go. It's a rerun of the under 11 girls 200. And Gibbs, of course, out early. And she's really motoring. She's going. She's looking good. Not much competition for her yet. Competition will be for second and third as Gibbs runs away. Clear daylight between her and the other competitors. So she crosses the line first, Gibbs.
But we do recall that there were some issues getting the times for this event, and suggested that's the reason for the rerun of this event. But 28.62 for Tanaya Gibbs. She books her way into the finals. Gabriella Fortune of St. Patrick was second in 30.26. And third was Azoria Cornwall of St. George in 30.47.
Well, with a wind reading of 1.5 meters per second, if this holds, this in fact will be a new record, 28.62 as compared to the old record from Talia Sampson that was established in 2017, 29.10. So 28.62, that will be ratified, verified. But as of now, it's certainly a better time than what we have here on the record books.
Well, the wind speed is legal. It's a positive 1.5. And so that should go down in the books as a new record for Tanaya Gibbs Latouche of St. Andrew.
Establishing a new record, St. Andrew, Tanya Gibbs.
The ratification of that record, 28.62. That's the new record for the girls on the 11 200 meters.
So we're going to go down to Sherry. We have an interview with Sherry Ann.
With me now is one of the coaches from the parish of St. George, Leon Hazard. Leon, can we just have a quick review of St. George's performance on day 1 and your expectations for day 2?
The performance on day 1 was very good. It was way better than we expected. You know, the athletes put in the work, they have been preparing, and we just wanted them to come out on the day and execute what they have practiced. And the athletes gave us that, and just by the results you can see we in second position. It was a well fought day, so I'm happy with the athletes' performance on day 1.
Who are some of your standout athletes from day 1?
From day 1 we have people like Jamie Smith, Kishan Cobb, we have our under 11s, Eva Davis, and so on, our under 7s. They stand out very well. You know, Jamie Smith, we're bringing home about 40 points for us yesterday, and she's in events today, so we expect a humongous amount of points from her today again.
Any particular athlete apart from Jamie Smith and Cobb that we should be putting our eyes out for?
Well, I can say you can put out your eyes for Noah Charles in the under 9 boys. We have a few others that I don't know by name, but I'm pretty sure the under 9s and under 7s are going to rock the tracks today.
Thank you very much. That was one of the coaches out of the parish of St. George, Leon Hazard, giving us an analysis as to what took place in day one and the expectations for day two. With me now is Nigel Ellis. Nigel is one of the coaches for Team St. Patrick. Can you give us a quick synopsis of the performances of St. Patrick in day one and the anticipation, or I should say the expectations, for the final day two?
Right, good afternoon. Well, I must say that on day one we came down high in spirit because we know the preparations that were made and everything like that. We know the work that was put in and everything like that. At the end of the day, our standings would have been about third position, not as we expected. We expected a, well, second even, but a closer second and everything like that. But what we noticed was that the individual performances could have been a lot better because, like I said, a lot of preparations went into like the weaknesses we observed from last year. So we really tried to address those issues. Nevertheless, we saw some of them still surfacing. So we had to go back to the drawing board and address these issues again for the second day. But we are fully committed, and we honestly believe that we can even contend for first place. Yeah, so I mean, today is just a matter of addressing those little negatives, those little discrepancies we saw yesterday, so we can at least chip off the lead from whoever is ahead of us and see if we can put ourselves back into contention, contention for the top position.
I want us to speak just for a brief moment on Zayden Hostin. He would have broken the record in the high jump. He's one of your field athletes out of St. Patrick. What can you say to us about him as an athlete?
Zayden is, wow, that Zayden is a natural talent, right? Because apart from the field events he normally sprints very well from us. He's very dedicated, he's very committed and everything. So it didn't come so much of a surprise that he broke the record in the high jump, right? He would have taken part in the javelin, he placed third. For the branch, he would have broken a number of records also. And like I said, he would have performed very good on the track as well. So overall, we consider him to be one of our
here on track with the 400 meters under 13 girls. We have Angel Adams, Jalissa Rollins, Kimia Scott, Kimaya Julian. They're up and running. Justinia Jacobs. Jamie Smith is back here. So too is Aliyah Francis. As they go through the first 100 meters, St. Mark's looking good in Kimaya Scott up front on the outside from St. John. Aliyah Francis in the lead at the moment. St. Andrew and St. Mark and St. George's also in contention, but way up front it's Aliyah Francis of St. John. As they go around the turn to head into the home straight, St. George's making a good run in Jamie Smith. She's one of the favorites. She's been doing so well throughout these games, but she has her work cut out for her because St. John has gone out in a flash. That's Amaya Francis, but here comes Jamie Smith, and also Carrico and Pitty-Matic looking good in Jalissa Rollins. But St. John, maybe a surprise here from St. John. That's Aliyah Francis. Aliyah Francis would qualify by winning this heat, and Jamie maybe a little bit tired now from all the events. Will pick up the second. Carrico and Pitty-Matic in Jalissa Williams picks up the third.
Good control run there by Francis. That's Aliyah Francis from St. John. Looks a little bit windy at the end, but it is a 400 meters. There we see here with just about 100 meters to go. Francis in the lead, nice and relaxed. A little bit of a challenge from the athlete there from St. George. That's Jamie Smith. But in the end, it was Aliyah Francis from St. John winning in 1 minute 05.76 seconds. Jamie Smith in second position. that didn't have enough to catch her. Heat number 2, that's up next.
So right now we're getting ready for heat number 2 in the girls 400-meter dash under 13. So we have in lane 1, Taraji Williams of St. George. Lane 2, Shamika Francois of Carrick-on Pitimatnik. Deshauna Charles of St. Mark was in lane 3. In lane 4, Tiana Franklin of St. John. In lane 5, Janaya Dixon, St. Patrick. Renaya Ranger of St. Andrew runs in lane 6. And in lane 7, Kimaya Joseph of St. David. That's your starters for the girls 400-meter dash under 13 right on the track.
Heat number 2 of 2. Looking for a place into the finals later. It's the top 3 and they are off.
And here we go. It's an even start there for the girls in the 400-meter dash under 13. St. John is making a strong run in the middle of your track. Also St. David on the outside. St. John. Tiana Franklin of St. John. She's making a run, a strong run now from St. George coming into contention. Taraji Williams is making a good run there. The top 3, St. David, St. John, St. George at the moment. Here we go, just around the turn with just about 115 meters to go. Coming now into the street, it's St. George. That's Taraji Williams of St. George. In the leader at present, some of the athletes seem to be feeding there. A strong run from St. Andrew on the outside there. That's Renaya Ranger making a go for it. She's going to get into second place, but your winner, Taraji Williams, now Renaya Ranger of St. Andrew crossing the finish line, and St. David Joseph, Kamaya Joseph of St. David, your third place finisher.
1 minute 05.68 seconds as the time recorded for the winner here. That's Taraji Williams from St. George. And in second position, the athlete here from St. Andrew, that's Ranger. And we see here, good, decent lead. Not much of by way of speed here, except a bit of acceleration from the athlete here from St. Andrew. That's Ranger to the end, but generally and overall, it's a cool, quiet run in the end there for Williams.
Well, there is no Viva Pancho, so the third spot might be up for grabs. We saw Jamie Williams been beaten in the first heat, and so almost anything could happen. But we look towards the second heat here, 400-meter dash under 13. These are the athletes on the track. That's the boys. And so we should see Kanavi Sylvester from St. Mark. He's in lane 2. Akim Kwamina, Carrick-on Pitimatnik in 3. Tyrone Alexis St. John in 4. Tion Charles of St. Patrick in 6. Shavon Warren from St. Andrew in 5. Kishan Cobb, St. George in 7. And Ronan Leslie from St. David. He's in lane 8. So some big names here, the Ronan Leslie, the Kishan Cobb, Shavon Warren. So lanes 5, 7, and 8 are some lanes definitely to look out for. Akim Kwamina from Karakou, we don't know too much about him, so he could spring a surprise here as well. But they're up and running. Heat 1 of 2 in the boys 400 meters under 13 category. St. Andrews, a very pedestrian pace here from St. Andrews, but up front on the outside. In lane 7 is Ronan Leslie from St. David. That's Leslie there for you, the leader of this 400-meter Heat 1 in the under 13 boys category. St. Patrick making a run for it as well in Tion Charles. St. John, Tyrone Alexis. He's in contention as well. Carrick-on Pitimatnik, Akim Kwamina. Well, we see a sprint here now from St. Patrick. That's Tion Charles moving in on the inside of St. David. That's Ronan Leslie. So they're going to sprint for the finish line here to qualify with a good time. It's Ronan Leslie and Kishan Cobb. Leslie in the lead here, but look at the run back here from St. John. Look at the run back here from Tian Alexis. Wow, it's very close, but Tian Alexis seems to be the winner here in this first qualifying heat.
Yes, a good run back here from the athlete from St. John. That's Tyrone Alexis, 1 minute 04.60 second. He seems to be out of it at the halfway mark, and run back, and he did. Caught the leaders, and in the end, just by a small margin, over Ronan Lessie from St. David, who finished in 1 minute 04.62 second. There they are, almost in a straight line, and there is Alexis here, just picking it up right to the end.
Well, Alexis might have been a virtual unknown to Ronan Lessie, because I'm looking back at the results here in the 200 meters, and there was absolutely no Tyrone Alexis in that event in the finals. But here he comes in the 400 meters, and maybe upsetting the favorite in that heat, Ronan Lessie of St. David.
So that was the completion of the first heat of the boys 400 meter dash under 13. A smart finish there by the St. John athlete. That was Tyrone Alexis. We're getting ready for the second heat, heat 2 of the boys 400 meter dash under 13. And in lane 1 we have Israel Purcell of St. David. In lane 2, Kai Kador of St. Mark. Lane 3, Rishon Buddy, St. Andrew. Lane 4, Javazi Lake of St. George. Lane 5, Junior Swan of St. Patrick. In lane 6, Yurick Warren of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And lane 7, Michael Richard of St. John. This is your start list for the boys 400 meter dash under 13.
Well, Kai Kado of St. Mark may just fancy himself in this one here. He was third in the 200 meters. And so the folks in St. Mark here may want to look out for Kai, who was supposed to be in lane 2, but lane 2 is scratched. So Kai is not here. And so that opens up opportunities for others in this heat to go through to the finals.
Choose for me. So we're getting ready for the start of the boys 400 meter dash under 13. On your screen is Rishon Buddy representing St. Andrew. Buddy with an outside chance here.
So there's Nukado in lane 2. Lanes 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7.
And they're off. It's a 400 meter dash for boys under 13. Quite a pedestrian pace at this moment. But we see some movements in the middle of the track from Buddy of St. Andrew. But on the outside is St. John. That's Michael Richard of St. John. He's in charge at the moment. But St. David and the St. Andrew are putting in some work in this event here as we go down the back stretch. We're getting ready to take that top turn. St. Andrew, that's Rishon Buddy, is now ascended into the lead. It's Buddy, St. David on his inside. That's Purcell, Israel Purcell. So it's Israel Purcell and Rishon Buddy challenging for the top spot here. It's Buddy as he presses the accelerator and moves down the home stretch. It's Rishon Buddy, St. Andrews in charge. He's going to win this one, but here we have St. John, St. George's, and St. David in contention. It's Buddy winning and a close second and third position. 400 meter dash for under 13 boys.
Yeah, in the end, it was rather easy for Buddy. 120 meters in, he took the lead and just cruised to a certain extent in the end. He didn't really give up in terms of slowing down. Good, nice control run. Look at those arms. It's just strong. Obviously, he's a very strong boy. And in second position, try as he may, they couldn't close the gap. And then the second, third, and fourth place finishers, very close in the end, but second place finisher, Lake, that's Javav Lake, St. George, 1 minute 04.55 second, and Richard, that's Michael Richard from St. John, in third position. But all the way it was Buddy, all the way, 1 minute 02.47 seconds, much faster heat than, well, much faster winning heat than heat number 1.
Well, even the second place winner in this heat was faster than the first place in the previous heat. And so these three would battle in the finals later on. What we're going to tell you is that at the end of this 400-meter dash, we may have a short break, an intermission before we resume with some of the final events. So the preliminaries on the track have been completed. We still have some field events that's going on. As we want to give you the current point standing, St. Mark's branch, they're on 58.5 points. Carriacou and Petit Martinic, 82. St. John's branch, 121. St. David's, 174.5 points. St. George's branch, 225. St. Patrick's branch, 228. And in the lead and about to make it, or to defend the champion, is St. Andrew on 296 points.
Well, seems to be battle there for second and third. But St. Andrew is not out of reach just yet. But there's a good battle for second and third position, as well as a battle there right at the bottom. St. Mark and Carriacou and Petit Martinic. Carriacou and Petit Martinic is doing quite well.
Well, we heard the interview from the coach from St. Patrick, and he has indicated that they will be challenging St. Andrew branch for the championship honors. But I think he needs to maybe concentrate a little bit more on St. George's branch, who are only 3 points behind them. And once he feels comfortable over St. George's, I think then he can focus on St. Andrew. St. Andrew with the kind of lead they have at the moment.
So here we are in terms of the point standing. It's pretty close for second and third place, as we see. St. Andrews seem to be opening up a slight gap from the rest of the chasing pack, but it's early days yet. Many final events to come, and it's all shaping up to be an exciting finale of this NEXA GUT National Primary School Games 2026.
So, gentlemen, we've seen some very good performances in the heats. We saw a record-breaking performance as well in one of the preliminaries by Tanaya Gibbs of St. Andrew in the 200 meters under 11 category. She established a new record there of 28.62 seconds, beating the old mark of 29.10 seconds that was established by Talia Sampson in 2017. And that may very well be the standard performance individually. But one cannot spare thought for Jamie Smith, who has been the quote-unquote Iron Lady of the game so far, winning almost everything that she has competed in, both in the track and in the field, and she's one of the standout athletes for sure. But there have been several others that have performed excellently today, and coming later on into the finals, we're going to see some more brilliant performances from these young athletes.
Well, yes, we also have Demary Paul. He is one of the outstanding under nines. He showcased himself well yesterday and came in today with a brilliant time in the preliminaries. And we're looking forward to see what happens in the final later on when the under 9 boys clash in the event.
So what we're going to do, we're going to take a short break and we're going to resume when the action continues on the track. So we ask you to stick and stay with us. We're going to continue with the broadcast, with the live track action as soon as it resumes. We're going to also have a medal presentation. We're going to be here to bring you the live coverage of that as well. But until we resume on the track with the track events, we say stick and stay with us.
Kick things up a gear with a NEXA Credit Union Cruise Control Vehicle Loan and begin your journey with your ideal ride. Go wherever and whenever you like with the extra space to carry everything you need. Arrive refreshed and ready for the day in comfort. Hit the road together on family adventures to make unforgettable memories. Feel the wind at your back Upgrade your lifestyle easily with a cruise control vehicle loan for new or used vehicles. Join NEXA Credit Union now and get your vehicle loan. Terms and conditions apply. Visit us today. Call 440-1354 or our website at www.nexacreditunion.com or email us at loans@nexacreditunion.com and hit the road with NEXA Credit Union. NEXA Credit Union, with you wherever your road leads.
Right here on the inside of the walls of the Grenada Athletic Stadium. You will see lots more action. Stay tuned. A public service announcement. The drivers of P1814, that's P1814, and PAB 852, PAB 852. We're asking you to please attend to your vehicles at this time. It's all about NEXA, it's all about GUT, it's all about the National Primary School Games 2026.
Hey.
Kick things up a gear with a NEXA Credit Union Cruise Control Vehicle Loan and begin your journey with your ideal ride. Go wherever and whenever you like with the extra space to carry everything you need. Arrive refreshed and ready for the day in comfort. Hit the road together on family adventures to make unforgettable memories. Feel the wind at your back. Upgrade your lifestyle easily with a cruise control vehicle loan for new or used vehicles. Join NEXA Credit Union now and get your vehicle loan. Terms and conditions apply. Visit us today. Call 440-1354 or our website at www.nexacreditunion.com or email us at loans@nexacreditunion.com and hit the road with NEXA Credit Union. NEXA Credit Union, with you wherever your road leads.
Did his birthday yesterday, and so we want to recognize him and tell him happy belated birthday as we get ready for the medal presentations. Medal presentation for event number 3, the girls long jump under 13. Our bronze medalist, Janelle Kanai, St. Patrick's branch, a distance of 4.30 meters. Your silver medalist, Latoya Williams of St. Patrick's branch, 4.31 meters. And your gold medalist from the St. George's branch, Jamie Smith, 4.54 meters. These are your medalists for event number 3, the girls long jump under 13. Medal presentation for event number 10, the girls high jump under 15. Your bronze medalist from the St. David's branch, Keziah Jones, a height of 1.20 meters. Your silver medalist, Ariane Francis from the St. George's branch, 1.20 meters. And bringing home the gold from the St. Patrick's branch, Alyssa David, 1.25 meters. Your medalists for event number 10, the girls high jump under 15. Medal presentation for event number 14, the boys shot put open. Taking home the bronze from the St. Mark's branch, we have Otis Fraser, a distance of 8.29 meters. Taking home the silver from the St. David's branch, let's hear it for Nixon Lawrence, 8.80 meters. And our winner of this event, bringing home the gold, Jamal Aberdeen from St. Andrew's branch, 9.04 meters. Your medalist for event number 14, the boys shot put open. Event number 26, the boys cricket ball throw under 11. In third and bringing home the bronze, Rondell Andrew from the St. Patrick's branch, 46.47 meters. Your silver medalist, Lionel Joseph from the St. David's branch, 47.18 meters. And taking the gold for this one, let's hear it from Crown City, Caden Francois, 47.56 meters, the St. Patrick's branch. Your medalists for event number 26, the boys cricket ball throw under 11. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank Brother Richardson for assisting us with the medal presentation. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you, Mr. DJ. We have a special moment that we would like to share with you today, ladies and gentlemen. The Grenada Union of Teachers proudly honors Sister Jacqueline Smith for her dedicated and faithful service to the union and, by extension, the teaching profession. Sister Smith gave committed service to the work of the union, particularly through her active involvement in sports at both the branch and national levels. Her passion for sports, discipline, and hard work made her a valued member of the union's committees and a strong supporter of all their initiatives. In addition to her own union service, Ms. Smith devoted 39 years to education, including 28 years as the principal of the St. Giles Anglican School, where she upheld high standards and championed the development of her students and teachers. Today, the Grenada Union of Teachers expresses its sincere gratitude to Sister Jacqueline Smith for her commitment, her leadership, and her long-lasting contribution to the union and the teaching profession. And it celebrates with her as she closes this distinguished chapter of her service and embarks on a well-deserved, well-earned retirement. Let's hear it for Sister Jacqueline Smith. Let's hear it one more time for Sister Jacqueline Smith. We would like to thank Sister Jacqueline Smith for her service, and again, and once again wish her a very happy retirement.
Now joined in the commentary room by Shakira Colimo, and she is the director of the GUT NEXA National Primary School Games. We're going to have a conversation with her to see where she's going, how does she feel about the 2 days activities up to now. So let's say hello to Miss Colimo, Shakira Colimo, hello. And
hi, good afternoon.
thank you for joining us. Now most of you out there would know her as Lati. She made sure she tell me that I should speak to her like that. So, you know, we're going to get comfortable. So, if you don't mind, I'll refer to you as Lottie because that's your comfortable spot. Yes. Lottie, this is day 2. We have gone through day 1 into now. In your opinion, how do you think that the event is going thus far?
I think we are going really well. In terms of time management, we were able to kind of finish, especially on day 1. Despite the hiccups at the start, we were still able to finish at a timely manner, and today is running even smoother than yesterday. We are on time for a timely start back of the evening session. So I think we are doing a good job. Hats off to the officials. Everybody's pulling their weight. So I think overall, behind the scenes, it's always hectic, but generally we are doing a really good job.
Now, Lottie, is this a seat that you are comfortable in? You have been here before. You've done this, so you're not. Are you new to this territory?
I am not new to directing. This is my second year actually directing the National Primary School Games. Prior to that, I am also involved in most of our national meets as a referee, a track referee. And for the past few years, I've been directing the St. Andrews branch games. And last year, I was invited to do the NEXA GUT National Primary School. I was a bit reluctant, but it came out really well. And I was invited this year again. So I was just trying to maintain that, you know, that high standard of the games. And I'm just happy with how it's going so far.
Now, I know you say that you're happy with how it's going so far, but there must be something that you would like to see us tweak a bit, as in to get it to a standard where, you know, you would want it to be. Is there anything that you would like to see us, you know, nudge left, nudge right, and build this game to a standard that you think is worth being?
I think generally it's a highly anticipated game. It's a primary school game. I think maybe the schools or the branches, I should say, if we realize all the branches have a certain color, like a yellow, a green. So from a branch level, probably the introduction of branch T-shirts where schools can purchase. So when they come to the stadium, you know, we're not only seeing the little ones coming to support their parish and not know where they are from, but we would have them, we see them in an orange, we know that's St. John. If we see them in navy blue, we know that's St. Andrew. If we see them in yellow and black, we know they are coming to cheer on St. David. So I think that's something the branches can look at, having like a staple T-shirt, a signature T-shirt every year. So when the kids come out to support in the stadium, we all, just like how you have SAS and some of the secondary schools having their branded merch, you have something that would say, hey, this is St. Andrew, or this is St. George, or this is St. Patrick. So this is something I would say could be done in terms of the general running of the games. Dealing with little kids is very tricky, and we don't see it from the TV end, but behind the scenes there's a lot of hiccups, a lot of kids getting sick, a lot of changes that have to be made on the spot. So sometimes in the wider world, or when you're looking from the viewing public, it looks like everything is going seamless, but behind in that engine room, it is utter chaos, you know.
You're doing a really, really good job at it. I like the idea of the branded merch for the little ones coming in. I think it would add a little spunk. It adds color to the stands as well, and it really makes you differentiate who spectators are, which team they're going towards, which team they're leaning towards. And I hope that's an idea that is adopted by schools as we go forward for this activity. And yes, I understand that behind the scenes a lot goes on. This is of course primary school, but I think you're doing a champion of a job, and I think that looking at what is turning out today and how the events are rolling out one after the other, I think you're doing a really good job at that. I want to talk about the discipline within the stands so far. As the meet coordinator, it must be heartening to see that we have all our spectators behaving well. We don't have no kind of, robbery. We have to go and look and see what's going on like that, and that speaks well of you, don't you think? It's good that we have people who are holding their own together today.
Definitely. I love the fact that it's friendly competition. Everybody's supporting who the branch that they're supporting, but it's nothing that turns into a negative. It's more like a positive, rivalry. So that is a plus. I think the energy is really good. The atmosphere is nice. As it relates to having everything under control, I cannot take full credit for that. I am just the person, the face of the ship, but the ship has a lot of moving pieces, and I must say the people that officiate and work along with me to ensure that it goes well, they do an awesome job. Sometimes at the spur of the moment, I ask for something to be changed, and without hesitation, they get it done, or they try their best to get it done at a timely manner. So I must applaud my officials. I would always give them high praise, even though, everybody would say, okay, I'm giving Miss Colimo the credit, at a games well done. But overall, it takes a lot of moving pieces to ensure that we have a good games at the end of the day.
And my final question to you, Ms. Colimo, as we sit in this very candid conversation, you're a sports person, We have heard your name calling many different disciplines. How does the evolution of sports in Grenada now, as someone who is not necessarily actively, well, you are actively involved still, but someone who is maybe in the coaching, you're taking that coaching line now. How does the evolution of sports in Grenada make you feel, as now that you're seeing younger ones coming up and you're able to maybe add a little 2 cents here? And so tell me about how you feel with the evolution of sports in Grenada now.
Sports has come a long way. Myself, I have been involved in sports basically all my life, from an athlete, national athlete, coach, national coach. The evolution, I know back then we didn't have as much opportunity that we have now. We didn't have as much media exposure, things going viral, the internet. So I think the evolution is really good. We get to market our athletes, and a lot of athletes get more opportunity. I know we have a long way to go. We are a third world country. We are still competing with a lot of the resources we wish we had, but I think we manage well with what we have. And if we look, if we speaking from a track and field aspect, you can see how many of our young athletes are now being able to go out there and excel in sports in track and field around the world. When you talk about not only Kirani James and the others who paved the way, but now we have like the Joshim and those who are out in Jamaica and in colleges in the US, they are paving the way for the other future stars from this said primary school games. So I think the evolution is going well. We still have a far way to go, but generally we are doing a good job.
I want to agree with you. I am not someone who's been really involved in sports. I mean, I played a little thing when I was in secondary school here or there, more so in the field events aspect, But from where I was when I started and where I'm seeing athletes going now, I think we are growing, and that is a good thing for our country.
Definitely.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that sitting with me was Shakira Colimo, and she is the manager of the meet for the last 2 days. And we want to thank her for sitting with us, and of course coming into your homes and telling you what she's dealing with here and how she's handling it very well as a champion today. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Shakira Colimo.
Thank you.
Your parish, is it St. John's, St. David, St. George, St. Patrick, St. Andrew, or are you from Carriacou and Potomac, or from? Do we have anybody from St. John?
Time to represent.
so far. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anybody from St. George? Represent, let me see the red. St. George. The red and white.
So viewers, welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We continue with the interviews during the intermission, and we have none other than the man himself, the President General of the Grenada Union of Teachers, the organizers of this sports meet here for the last 2 days, Mr. Jude Bartholomew himself. President General, welcome to TNR and for the live coverage of the events.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be here.
So, President General, this is another very successful NEXA GUT National Primary School game so far. It's not yet concluded, but so far we just heard from Letitia Collimo, the meet director, and she's so satisfied with how things are going, especially today with the scheduling. This must mean something for the GUT. How does this record in the calendar of events that the GUT has?
So I just want to say hats off to the director of the game, Sister Collimo. She has been working 24/7 every day, night and day. The tremendous sacrifice to pull off something like that with the magnitude of the national primary school games. It is not easy. And so many times people come on both days and such, and you just enjoy success and a finished product. But what you see is real planning and serious planning, because you have serious sponsorship behind the games. You have NEXA and the Credit Union, and you have the Grenada Union of Teachers. So you can't really come out here and you may say local language or parlance do foolishness. And so Ms. Collimo is a professional. She has been working execution, excellency, excellent. That is her game and such. And so I think hats off to the Grenada Union of Teachers and NEXA Credit Union. You can see the finished product. But yesterday it started, yes, and things started building up the momentum and everything. But today is the day. Today is the day. And we are pleased and we are happy with what we are seeing outside here. When you look at the crowd and you look at the excitement, and look at everything, you look at the athletes, you look at everything coming into play. So sports is not just one thing. I was just talking outside here and sharing. Everybody has their part to play, and every minute particle comes together to make it a success. And Ms. Collimo, big up also the logistic chair of the Grenada Union of Teachers. You have Sister Kenja Batiste, you have the sports committee, you have the national executive, you have branches, because that's where we started, coming together with the branches and everything and putting it together for the finished product.
And that's excellent. I want to segue now, because I want to do that very early in this interview, to recognize the contribution of your main sponsor, that's NEXA, and I'm sure you would agree to me that this is indeed a partnership and a labor of love between the GUT and NEXA. So take us back a little bit in terms of the contribution and the support that you've gotten from NEXA over the years, and how do you see that partnership developing as we move along with NEXA?
Well, remember, is in the sense, NEXA is like GUT family. NEXA is one of the child or children of the Grenada Union of Teachers. It was the Grenada Union of Teachers Credit Union. And it's just about 3 years now with rebranding and everything. You have NEXA. So there is always a relationship in terms of, and that was the brainchild of the Grenada Union of Teachers, looking for financial investment and everything for our members. And then now it grows now to the nation for national development. So you can see the wisdom of the Grenada Union of Teachers. So I just want the nation to know and the world to know that NEXA today started with the Grenada Union of Teachers, and still really and truly it is the Grenada Union of Teachers. So I just want to commend and say appreciation, or grateful appreciation and thanks to the NEXA Credit Union under the leadership of the management of Mrs. Boyd, who have already done an excellent job. So beyond the scene, you've seen a collaboration and cooperation with NEXA and GUT in quite a number of matters. But yes, so the record is there to put it straight that NEXA has invested for the nation's children, young people at the primary school level, which is very, very important. That's where you get, to blossom and to unlock talents and everything at that level. $110,000, not only for the national primary school games, which was yesterday and today, but all the branch games that you have seen from since February onwards.
And I was just about to make the point, it's not just about today, but all of the branch sports meet that were held throughout the season. So I want us to zero in on what these games means for these young athletes. I saw you on one of the promotional gigs that you were doing to promote these games, and you referenced some names, some big track and field names here in Grenada that have gone through this system. So summarize for us in terms of what does these games means for these primary school athletes in preparation for what is to come for them in the future.
So in doing that, even before I go there, I just want to say, just as how I big up NEXA, to big up the Grenada Union of Teachers. Because yes, remember, the Grenada Union of Teachers, even before official sponsorship, has been really and truly carrying the burden on the shoulder of these games, branch sports and everything for 60-something years, all right? Before he was going on that professional and that big level. But the Grenada Union of Teachers, our members, the GUT, not only in education and educating the nation's children, but all around development for national development. And sports is an integral part. So the sacrifice and commitment from the GUT, as you have been seeing, that teachers choose, that's really and truly what is sponsoring these games, bringing, because we are co-sponsorship with NEXA and the GUT. So the sacrifice, the human resources, the commitment, the training and such, to see young people at the primary school level blossom and grow. Because remember, sports now is not this ordinary simple thing that we used to see 50 and 60 years ago. Sports now could change minds, blossom, alleviate persons, young people, families, communities from poverty. All right, so it's the flagship of our nation, from government to government. The mantra there is for sports, education, culture, national development. And you can see the record is there, what sports have done for a lot of our athletes in the past. And so it is there. And I think what is happening, the younger people at the primary school level are seeing it. The parents are more conscious about what sports can do for them, for the children, and they take pride in it. And what GUT is doing, NEXA is doing, is to harness those talents, to make it blossom and grow and such. And that's what we are doing from the primary school level. And so it is very, very, very important. We are proud of what we are seeing from our athletes. All they need is to just harness that talent now, because sometimes there is a gap from the primary school games, the secondary games and such. When students go to college, you're still seeing that the talents that they had before and such, unless you pick it and harness. So I think there is still a gap there from the national primary school games. When you pass and you go to secondary school, yes, you run. What happens when you go to college? So TAMCC, there should be a program there to continue and such, but we want to see it grow, because sports is an integral part and for national development, and it's for our nation, our parents, our community, our students, make everybody proud.
So let's zero in a little bit on the athletes, students, and their performances. I wouldn't ask you which branch you're supporting. I think the nation knows that. But I'm sure you would have seen some brilliant, some exceptional performances over the last day and a half that you've been here at the games that you may want to focus on. We agree that everybody's giving of their best, but we have seen some bright prospects. Any of them that you can identify at this point in time?
I don't want to go probably calling individual names, and just to say, to clean it up a little bit, as the president of the Grenada Union of Teachers, I didn't come here with halo today, although I'm from St. David's, and yes, one would have the personal, bias in a sense, but I represent and support every branch. So when I give a little clap for St. David's, I have to do it equally for St. Andrews and St. Mark's and St. John's. And you also look probably not only of the parishes or the branches that might be winning, in every races and such and doing well, but to support, everybody know to support probably the smaller branches, the St. Mark's, Max and St. John's and other branches, Carriacou and Pretty Matic, and you see all those branches really and truly are holding the end, making some points, and you can see athletes from all the various branches running well. I'd say hats off to St. Patrick's branch. If you see execution and
St.
such.
Max?
Yes, so I'm coming from St. Patrick's now to go down to St. Max. But you can see some smooth execution and such. Some of these athletes is, like I say, gone of the days where people just running and forcing themselves. They have their coaches, they have trainers, and all those things from very, very early. So St. Andrew's branch, St. Max, St. John's, you have St. George's, St. David's, Carriacou, and Petit Matnik, all the various branches. The athletes are really and truly, some of them are shining and doing well, both in track and field.
Well, it's highly competitive if you look at what's happening now for the second and third position. So St. Andrews is up front on 325, and then you have St. Patrick's on 262 and St. George's on 249. But I want to zero in on the smaller parishes, like a St. Mark, a St. John, where there are a number of schools that are significantly less than a St. Andrew and a St. George. But we know for a fact St. Mark's would have won this championship sometime before. Is there anything that the GUT is looking at doing in the format of the games that might encourage these smaller parishes or smaller branches to be a lot more competitive?
Well, we really and truly have to dig deep because it's a major concern and such. And I could understand, situation for motivation purposes and all those things. Year after year, you're taking part, but you're not really, even individual races you may win, but every year you come in probably 5th, 6th, 7th. It could be a demotivating factor. Nevertheless, I don't want to stretch my mind here and probably just say something off the bat that might be on the record for, but it's something that we really and truly have to think deep, dig deep to see what we can do to assist, because many of the times or most of the times it's not necessary. Also, you might be small, but as they say, small ox would cut down big trees. Well, I think probably the harnessing of resources, talents, and digging deep and such, discipline, all those factors have to come into play, because yes, right now St. Andrew's branch might be unbeatable, untouchable, but if I show that some of the other branches really and truly dig deep with introspection and all the different things and have a real serious plan, they could rub St. Andrew's shoulder and make the sports even more exciting and everything like that. So, and they are indeed doing it.
So we're looking forward to something like that, because you don't want to come to the sports with the anticipation and expectation of a foregone conclusion. So at least to tighten it up to make it more competitive, and these are some of the things that can happen maybe from the coach's standpoint with their programs and their organization and so on. But this is indeed, a great launch pad for these youngsters. And we're happy that the GUT, together with NEXA, is really pushing this and coordinating this very well. Anything else you want to share from the GUT with regards to the games or other activities undertaken by the GUT?
I just want to go back to say hats off to the Grenada Union of Teachers, and I really want the nation, Carriacou and Petit Matnik, the diaspora, and the world over to know that this union, the Grenada Union of Teachers, is a really great union. Is a union, most of the times people think trade union organization or the GUT, you hear about industrial action and you hear about those things and you hear about fighting for monies and those things. But what happened, people sometimes fail to see all the invaluable sacrifices and contributions and those things that the GUT put out. Sometimes we put out more than even what we get from the government. Because this sports is, to run these games is approximately $250,000. A lot of money is coming out from union dues all of the years. Even when we have sponsorship, money comes out from the coffers of the Grenada Union of Teachers union dues. So we want the nation, we want the students, we want government, the Ministry of Education to really and truly appreciate the sacrifices and the commitment from the Grenada Union of Teachers, from our members, not only to education but to sports, to culture, almost everything that the Grenada Union of Teachers, some of the things that you do in public, some is private in a sense, but we keep pushing our members, pushing our athletes, pushing our students. So the contribution from our members towards national development is really and truly sacrificial and invaluable, and we want the nation to appreciate that and to love, to respect and to support our teachers and to love the Grenada Union of Teachers and
Absolutely.
to support NEXA Credit Union.
Absolutely. So there's one final demographic of persons I want you to address, and they play a very great role in this as well. They're sitting right below us here, and they're listening and viewing online. So we have thousands of online viewers, and hundreds in the stands here that come religiously every year to look and to log in. Say something to them for me, please.
Yes, the spectators, the parents, in Grenada and around the world, all diaspora. Sports is in our DNA, is in the bloodstream of the Grenadian society. And you can see it here in almost every sporting activity. But look at the passion, the enthusiasm, the everything here today. Nothing is missing. It's just on this National Primary School Games is like a complete diet. A balanced diet in everything. The support, parents are passionate. You have teachers, you have communities, and you can see how they are supporting the athletes. Even if somebody is running a race, an athlete, and you see they're quite behind, you can see what is happening. That the spectators, the parents, they are standing up and urging you on. Whether you finish on time or you're right behind, make sure you finish. So I think it's something that we really appreciate. Whether you're online, we want a virtual support to give you a virtual round of applause and to continue supporting. And thank you so very much for the
Well, thank you very much indeed, President General, but you wouldn't get away just like that.
Before I leave here though, permit me, because I spoke about NEXA and I spoke about the Grenada Union of Teachers, I want to put on record here our deepest thanks and appreciation to the government of Grenada Ministry of Sports. They contributed $50,000 towards the National Primary School Games, and I cannot leave here without expressing our deepest thanks and appreciation to the Ministry of Sports and to the government of Grenada for doing so.
Absolutely.
And I also want to say, permit me to say, which is so special, in other units, trade union organization, teachers trade union organization, even throughout the Caribbean, most of them with their primary school games and even intercalls and such, is the government of Grenada or the Ministry of Education that run it on their own. It's not the responsibility of teachers or trade union organization. So one should appreciate what the Grenada Union of Teachers is something special in Grenada, where for years upon years, whether or not we had no sponsorship, that the Grenada Union of Teachers as a branch level, because this branch is still the Grenada Union of Teachers, and at the national level, the GUT run the sport because it's so important for national development and to harness the sporting talents of our students and our athletes throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique.
Absolutely, and kudos must be extended to the Grenada Union of Teachers. You guys have been doing a fantastic job consistently over the years. But you wouldn't get away, President General. On a much lighter note now,
yes,
we've seen the jackets, we've seen the shirts, we've seen the ties, and today we've seen the shoes. We've seen the shoes today. What comes to mind when you go to your wardrobe and you look for clothes to come to these things? How do you put the matches together?
To be honest with you, most times I have to be careful because sometimes I could reach in an activity very late, because I prepare probably about 4 or 5 suits and then it is very difficult now when I'm ready to dress to choose one. But I like unique stuff and everything like that, so to enhance. And so today, I think a lot of persons, we want you to watch the sports more than the president's shoes and attire.
So viewers out there, you may not have seen it. You may have seen it when he went up to do the medal presentation. But he's wearing today a shiny gold and black shoes.
Is there any way the camera could pick it up?
So, President General, thank you so much for stopping by and for enlightening us on this partnership and the successes of the GUT, and for acknowledging and appreciating the support you get from your members and the corporate community.
Thank you very much, and thanks once again to all the persons behind the scene whose name have not been mentioned, with the invaluable sacrifice, time and commitment for making the national and brand sports a success in 2026. May God continue to bless us all.
Thank you so much. So viewers, we'll be right back when the live track and field action resumes in a moment. We've just been speaking here with President General of the Grenada Union of Teachers, none other than Mr. Jude Bartholomew himself. And so as soon as we resume on the track, we'll be here to bring all of the live coverage to you. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Kick things up a gear with a NEXA Credit Union Cruise Control Vehicle Loan and begin your journey with your ideal ride. Go wherever and whenever you like with the extra space to carry everything you need. Arrive refreshed and ready for the day in comfort. Hit the road together on family adventures to make unforgettable memories. Feel the wind at your back. Upgrade your lifestyle easily with a cruise control vehicle loan for new or used vehicles. Join NEXA Credit Union now and get your vehicle loan. Terms and conditions apply. Visit us today. Call 440-1354 or our website at www.nexacreditunion.com or email us at loans@nexacreditunion.com. And hit the road with NEXA Credit Union. NEXA Credit Union. With you wherever your road leads.
So viewers, we welcome you back here. There's nothing, absolutely nothing happening on the track or on the field at the moment. We're still in the intermission. And so we're taking the opportunity to speak to some of the most important persons who are responsible for these games. A moment ago, you heard the President General of the Grenada Union of Teachers indicate the invaluable support and contribution from the Ministry of Sport. And so we have with us now Mr. Cullen Peters, who is the Director of Sports within the Ministry of Youth and Sports. And he's going to give a perspective on the support that is provided by the Ministry of Sport, as well as maybe look at some of the talent on show here today. But before that, I want to say to you that Cullen, who is here, has been an avid sportsman as well, Carifta gold medalist in the javelin for more than one occasion. He was a sprinter as well, a footballer as well in the defense, as I remember from yesterday. A coach, a former coach of SAS, former coach of GBSS, and also some individual athletes as well, especially in the throws. And so, Cullen, welcome, and maybe you can add to that illustrious career that you've had in terms of your track and field pursuits.
Thank you, Mr. Lester. I must say thank you for the opportunity to be here and to witness such a wonderful occasion. You know, I look at the talent outside there, if I want to start there, and I see that it look bright. You know, the sports is really up. You know, if you look at it after the COVID, we have seen a little drop, but now we are picking up prior to that, where we was up, you know. So the day is wonderful. The athletes are enjoying the competition. You will see the friendliness, you know, happening, you know. We are the Ministry of Sports. I know you speak about me and character and athlete, you know. I think one of my biggest individual coaching success in character is with Selwyn Smith, where we won 5 character gold medal, one after the other. We also look at Josh Botang and many others that, you know, so I think, you know, I feel very, you know, satisfied with that now. Looking at the athletes now and the new coaches, I feel pleased that they continue. It shows that we have demonstrated a positive likeness to the sport, and we had persons that are willing to continue with the coaching after we have left out. We have seen SAS today with the performance in the javelin, and we still see that they hold that, you know, that stands in the field events. We have seen, you know, the rest of schools, the McDonald College, definitely coming back up to St. Patrick's, you know, in that area, both in sports and other things. Well, we at the ministry are very pleased to, and I must say for the last 3 years, we had up our support in all aspects to the growth of sports in Grenada. I know the president prior to spoke about the support that he got from the ministry for this meet.
So, Cullen, we're going to touch a little bit on it, but if you notice, the final events are about to begin with the 1,200 meters open for the girls, so we're going to take that as well, but we're going to continue the chat. The Ministry of Sport has a very vital role to play in the development of sports. And give us an idea as to the level of support that the ministry provides, not only for this game here today, but all of the track and field events that happen, or sports in general that happens in Grenada.
Well, basically, we want to start with the, you look at the human resource capacity building, where we implement the project, where we have physical education, coaches in all schools, primary, pre-primary schools. We have transit, some persons from Imani, 40 persons to schools, to full employment, and we have sent 13 new persons to the rest of schools, including pre-primary school, that doesn't have a coach. So we look at a human resource capacity building, and what we are doing, training with them to help them to fulfill that role. We also look at the infrastructure improvement. We look at the lighting of the playing field. So we get coaches, we get infrastructure, We look at the surface of the playing area all developed. The lighting help them to extend the training hours. So the coaches feel a little more comfortable. Now we have regularized all our outreach officers within the ministry. All this help that work in all the sports and supporting all the coaches program with a better grade salary, so that also help. So we don't only look at the infrastructure development that happening, but we also look at the human resource capacity building for individual, and then we also look at clubs and affiliation and association, where we have given this support here to all the sporting organization. It may be to help in training, to help in being able to attend the national and international events. So we are definitely making sure that the holistic approach of sport and sports growth is being approached from both from the grassroots development program right up to the assisting clubs and association in organizing national team to go to international event. So it's a whole approach we are looking at, a whole plan and a strategic plan to help these sports to grow.
Well, that is so refreshing to hear. So just for the benefit of you viewers, the athletes have been called off the track for the 1200 meter run open for girls. And that is because the heavens have opened up. It's raining here now at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And as soon as the athletes return to the track, we're going to obviously bring you the live coverage of the 1200 meter run open. In the meantime, we will continue our conversation with Mr. Cullen Peters, the Director of Sports in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. And Cullen, we saw the national champs on the weekend. We saw a number of the secondary and primary school meets. And there is obviously a lot of talent that has been unearthed and has been identified. What role does the ministry play now in providing direct support to these talents that have been identified towards taking them towards the next step in developing these young athletes into much better athletes?
Right, okay, so I have spoken some of the steps that taken before in the form of coaches and other aspect. We look now where we have an elite program where we identify talent and give them support, the pathway to success. Where we identify 60 athletes and we give them the support that are required now to help them to go beyond the normal performance. You know, if they need nutritional support, they need spites equipment, they need school support. So we are on that support. We give to the sports council now, we give more direct support to the association. All the associations submit the annual budget, and within the budget it come international competitions where the ministry will look at it together with the association and decide how much events they will attend this year or next year in a holistic approach. So we show a bill that if you train and you make a national team and the national team have to go out, that you will get the support to go out and compete at that level. We also have the incentive program that you will hear about a little later on. But you have seen from the incentive that Afi Fletcher got when she accomplished the 100 women game last week as we host Sri Lanka right here at the Grenada National Stadium. We have seen the incentive that our Olympic athletes got when they have returned for. So we'll have a holistic approach to that incentive package where athletes that represent us at an international level will be able to achieve some level of financial reward based on what. So it's something that will be published that we'll know from character, maybe from Commonwealth Games, from Olympic Games, from World Cup football to maybe Caribbean Netball Association. So the complete incentive package will be put out very soon. So we are working on the whole approach to make our athletes, give them the opportunity that they are live through sports, their revenue that could be owned through sports, and we are here to make sure that we approach it in a strategic manner with the lightings of all the fields. As we say that the fields lights will be on from 6 to 9 so that you can train. If there are competition, we go on longer. We have the program where through the Sports Council where we'll have outreach officers and community development officers, and where we're going to have a grassroots development program which will be supported to help take you from primary school to international pathway.
Right, so I want to segue now to a big event that's coming up here in Grenada, which is the Carifta Games. And I'm sure the ministry and by extension the government has a major stake in that as well in terms of providing support and some organizational assistance as well. How involved is the Ministry of Sport with the preparation for Carifta Games, and what can we expect from a ministry or from a government standpoint with regards to Carifta?
The Carifta Games, the ministry and government are very involved. The government through cabinet appointed a national NOC, which is run by Mr. Aaron Moses. The local LOC is by Ms. Victor. The government have contributed almost $1 million+ to make sure that the games will be a success, to assist, and so far to make sure that is not sufficient. But we know that the local organizing committee is going out there getting sponsors to make sure that we can host one of the greatest Carifta games ever. We know the hosting of the games help promote our athletes. It help promote younger athletes by giving them the opportunity to see other athletes in the region perform at levels that they dream about. So the government are very involved. If you look right now, the contractor that did the track from Bino surfacing, Jeff and his team, which sure the persons are here today, right here in the stadium. The work will commence from tomorrow, where they'll do some repairs on the damaged track, with the start of the 100 meters down there with the starting block of damage. And we'll do some repainting in some of the finish lines and make sure that we are ready to host our Carifta. So that work will be done over the weekend. So it's a holistic approach we have done. We have preparing now to clear the new equipment for all the field events and all what is needed to make sure that there's nothing and that the committee requests from government have not been achieved. So we are working very closely, and I know that the local organizing committee have a history of producing good games as in the past, and the government, as we just make sure that we are there to see that the investment have been done and used properly in this sense.
Right, so I'm happy that you mentioning the upgrades to the facility, the track, the painting, etc. But there's one concern that we all have, we've seen it throughout the season, and that is of the scoreboard, with some of the missing
okay, so
LEDs.
that this is here, it's here, the spare parts, the parts are actually on the island. I spoke to the manager of the stadium. A matter of fact, when I walked in yesterday, someone approached me and that, and I told him and I could make the call one time, and by next week that should be up for him to call, and we shouldn't have any problem with it.
Wonderful.
So the parts are here for that.
That's great news indeed. So again, we value the contribution of the ministry and the government of Grenada in the development of all of these events. Kirani James may have been our last real Olympic potential. From what we've seen throughout the season, have we been able to identify somebody who can give us the hope of being the next Kirani, the next Anderson Peters, or the next Olympian who can be on the podium?
But basically, you see that's the hope. I think it's a long-term process, and you have to identify the athletes here. I saw an athlete yesterday from, I think it's St. George's at the 400 meters. And I look at him and I see he have that capacity to be a good athlete. There are many good athletes here at out on scholarship. I think what is needed is the support, and this is what we are trying to give them. It takes time, and it take hard work, and but we definitely have persons there that will come up very shortly in numbers. Yeah.
So what we're going to do, we're going to take a break because we really want to recognize and appreciate the winners. We're going to go to the stadium announcer for the medal presentation that is happening now.
And bringing home the bronze, Alyssa David, St. Patrick's branch, 8.34 meters. In second, Jamie Smith from St. George's branch, 8.63 meters. And your gold medalist for this event from the St. Patrick's branch, let's hear it for Latoya Williams, 8.94 meters. Your medalist for event number 13, the girls' shot put open. Medal presentation for event number 18, the girls' javelin throw under 15. Your bronze medalist from the St. John's branch, Isabella Britton, 18.43 meters. Your silver medalist in second, Sanaya Tika from the St. George's branch, 22.73 meters. And let's hear it for your gold medalist from Crown City, St. Patrick's Branch, Alyssa David, 24.70 meters. Your medalist for event number 18, the girls' javelin throw under 15. We want to congratulate all athletes for stellar performances. And of course, we would like to thank Ms. Retisha Boyd. We'd like to thank Ms. Retisha Smith-Boyd for assisting us with the presentation of the medals.
So we welcome you back, viewers, to the short chit-chat we're having here with Mr. Cullen Peters, the Director of Sports in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. And Cullen, we're in the height of the track and field season. I don't think we have reached the peak yet, the pinnacle, so to speak. But quite a lot of outstanding things have happened. National champs on the weekend was real good. The developmental meets that the GAA has put on, and the relay meets as well. And we still have the big one coming up, which we call Intercall. And so just give me an overall perspective of all of these meets that have happened from the school level all the way up to where we are today, and a perspective on Intercall 2026.
I must say that, I'm smiling because, we must say congratulations and say good work of all the organizers. All the meets have been a success so far, and the level of organization and management have been brilliant. Make sure that we have a standard that we are following up with, very, wonderfully. Here, I think the director here is Kalimo, and Kalimo come to that ranks also to direct a national and primary school champion. So we are very pleased, and is a ministry worker. So we are very pleased of what we are seeing. As you say, to the build-up, there are a lot of athletes. You got to continue working. I say in track and field, it's not a fun and game. You don't have fun in track and field. You compete to win, and you go back and you work hard at it if you perform well. So I want to wish all the schools all the best for the upcoming events. I know, as you mentioned them before, to lead up to CAFTA, so you're going to be wonderful. You are good for the sport, and we'll continue with the support to the ministry to make sure all the sport is success. So thank you for having me, and people come out and support in all the sports, and let's have a positive influence in the growth of our nation through sports and nation building. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Cullen Peters, Director of Sports, and we say kudos to you and your team from the ministry for all the great work, the development of the facilities, helping organize and arrange events, and for contributing financially as well to some of these track and field events. And so we wish you and the ministry well for the rest of the season.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we're going back to trackside for the resumption, and we're going to start with the 1200 meters open for girls. We have here 14 athletes registered: Retisha Julian, Andel Bud, Amaya Joseph, Azaria Simon, one to look out for, Isabella Britton, Gabrielle Davis, Jalissa Rollins, Andera Harris, Kimia Scott, Carisha Phillip, Kaylee George, Kadaya Bernard, and Kaylee Bernard. Zenel McMeo is also there. They call to start now, and they're up and running finally. The 1200 meter run open for girls. And Samantha Worm joined me here to bring you the live coverage. We see the likes here of Azaria Simon, who was brilliant on the weekend in the 3000 meter run open for girls. And it's a much shorter distance for here now today, which is the 1200 meters. But Azaria would fancy her chances here. She's currently in the third position, running for St. Andrew. And up front is an athlete from Carrico and P.T. Martinic. Samantha, I'm sure the entire stands here looking forward to see what Azaria Simon is going to deliver today.
And I believe you, they are looking forward to seeing what she's doing here today. We saw her yesterday in the 800 event. She came second. Of course, we could agree that the 800 event is much shorter than what Ms. Simon is accustomed to. She's usually accustomed to longer events, but she still was able to hold her own and place second. She's a strong runner, very young lady, but she's determined to gets to the finish line in front, especially this time. I think maybe she wants to redeem herself. What do you think from yesterday's second place?
Well, 800 meters is not her main event. She's better at the longer distances, only 10 years old. But she has a lot of pedigree. She has it in the genes. Her father, Kendall Simon, would have represented Grenada several times, even at the primary school level at the Carifta Games, and has earned himself a bronze medal at the 3,000 meters when it was an open event. And now he's the coach of his daughter, Azaria. And just like how Kendall was always leading from the front, here she is leading this race from the front and has maybe a 7-meter lead over the competitor from St. David's.
She has a very unique style. She's focused on just running her own race, which is what she does all the time. She runs for Team St. Andrew, and she is setting her pace. Her pace is well set, and she knows what she has to do to accomplish this, a win in this event. She's not, she's at the front of the race, but at this point, it's not really a runaway for her as yet. We know eventually how strong she is, and she may take it, but the athlete from St. David and, of course, St. Patrick, they are trying to keep up with her. I want to believe that that young lady in second place from St. David is the one who took the first place in the 800 yesterday. And she's trying to hold on to see if she can repeat. No, we are going to watch to the very end to see if she can do that.
Well, that's Zanel McMeo of St. David. And in third is the athlete from St. Patrick. So too is the fourth position. And then St. David again in the fifth position. So Azaria Simon continues to extend the lead over the rest of the field. This event is a 3-lap event. And now she's on her final lap here, going down the back straight for the final time and beginning to accelerate even more than she was in the previous 2 laps. Lengthening the lead over the rest of the field. Azaria Simon running a race by herself, just leaving the dust and the rubber in her trails. Azaria Simon continues to impress, not easing up at all, and I'm sure she still has a little bit more kick for the finish line. Azaria with 150 meters to go. St. Andrew it is. Very comfortably at the lead here. St. Patrick with the hands on the hips, maintaining a second position. 100 meters to go, or maybe it's just 90 now. And she begins to pump the arms a little more. Azaria Simon it is. She continues to impress. She continues to look well. Maybe one of our brightest prospects in the middle and long distances. Azaria Simon of St. Andrew powering away to the finish line after completing 1,200 meters. And St. Patrick, I believe, will take up the second position. It is St. David's, as a matter of fact, and a battle for third and fourth. But again, another strong run from Azaria Simon.
This is the type of event that she runs. She's a long distance athlete. You saw in the 800 she didn't win, but it's because she is an endurance runner. Stamina is her thing, and you can see the longer distances, that's where she's comfortable. And you saw the level of comfort that she showed in winning, and winning comprehensively in the 1,200 meter open female.
John, she showed no sign of exhaustion, and then she continues again with her spirit of sportsmanship. She's going to go to each athlete and make sure she shares the love. And why not? At the end, 3 laps around the track is not an easy feat, and some of them are, stretching out because they would have had to put in the effort. But young Azaria Simon, showing absolutely no bit of tiredness, completed this race in 4 minutes, 17 seconds. Zanel McMayo fought her way back to hold on to the second place position in this race. Quite a beautiful race. Quite a beautiful young lady to watch racing.
Not many athletes after completing a race can really be there to support the other athletes, not just to give them a handshake or congratulations, but to provide that level of support. And she receives a lusty round of applause she's playing with the spectators as well, waving for them and having a good time. And that's the kind of sportsmanship we really like to see and enjoy.
I think the spectators love her. It didn't matter if you were supporting the yellow team or the royal blue team or the green team. Just young Azaria Simon being who she is, the entire stadium was on their feet just supporting her. They absolutely love her. You know, it would be nice to see her grow up and she become maybe one of our first female Olympian. And we, sitting here, have the opportunity to say that we saw it in the making.
Yes, certainly one for the future, young Simon. She might be small in stature, but she's really determined. She's really good at the longer distances, and so that's her comfort zone. And once she can continue here, I think, as you rightly said, we may just have the first Olympian in terms of distance running coming in the likes of Simon.
That'll be interesting. I think we are getting ready to see the 1200 boys. Of course, it's an open event, and they're going to make their 3 laps around the stadium. They are getting ready to take their positions. You should see some 14 participants in this event. Each team I feel will field 2 participants, and they're going to go make their 3 laps around the national stadium.
Yeah, all teams seem to be accounted for, and so they will receive their final instructions before we see the start of that event.
But these are points events. They are not what you would call prelims or heats or anything. So winners get to take the points and the medals of these races. So it's not you're not going in and giving a bit of. You're going in and giving all of yourself so that you can go home with the medal.
Hey, have to give it your all. That's what it's called for. Let's see. St. John taking front lead here, followed by St. Andrew. It's a pretty brisk start from St. Andrew. The young man gone out there looking to lead from the front. We have 3 laps to complete this 1200. St. Andrew, St. John, Carrickwind is in the mix. Also St. Andrew, St. Patrick, St. David, neatly bunched right behind. But St. Andrew is leading. It's the trailing group of just about 5, maybe just about 8-10 meters behind. And they will be plotting, hoping that the youngster from St. Andrews will run out of steam.
I think that's young Kishon Julian, that's in front there from St. Andrew.
So they're just about completing their first lap. They have 2 more laps to go. See a bit of jostling there. The pace just picked up slightly. Can he sustain that lead? Can the athlete there from St. David's, that's Anton Alexander, he's moved into 2nd position.
Well, Anton Alexander was actually the winner of the 800 meters, so he's nicely positioned here to complete a double, but he has good competition from either side, from St. Andrew and St. Patrick.
Yeah, the top 3 just jostling for position there, but still St. Andrew with the lead. St. John coming into that leading pack now. He's looking to make a move. It's going to be a tight one here. St. Andrew still holding on. St. David looking to get to the front. Alexander. I like this race. They're moving neatly. They're not giving up. There's an air of determination between these boys.
Well, there have been several lead exchanges. It's going to be a real battle between the duo at the top here. That's St. Andrew and the winner of the 800 from St. David. But he moves away now, and I think St. Andrew may have run maybe not the most tactical race, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, being pushed, and really St. David's looking and Jocelyn trying to get to the lead. St. John now looking to make a move, so it's going to be a tight finish here.
So Aquan Henry from St. John, he was second in the 800 meters, so these are the top two athletes from the 800 meters really battling here.
And the battle is on, and let's see what will happen. St. John now getting the upper hand. He has taken the lead. Athlete from St. David's may have just dropped back slightly. He's looking around. St. Patrick also looking well. And here comes St. Patrick.
But it's Aquan Henry from St. John. He was second in the 800 meters. Henry, a run back here by the winner of the 800 meters. Is he going to catch him? What is going to happen here? Alexander trying to track down Henry, but Henry is holding on. He's holding on, but look at the battle for third and fourth going on as well between St. Andrews and St. Patrick. Aquan wins it for St. John. What a battle towards the finish line for second, third, and fourth.
Oh my goodness, this race gave me goosebumps. I do not, I'm at the edge of my seat. Apart from the winner, I don't know who came second. We all have to wait. This race was one to stay. You didn't know it. They changed over all throughout. This is what you call competition, stiff competition. What we do know is that Aquan Henry from St. John fought his way to the front and held on as his life depended on it, finishing the race in 3 minutes 59 seconds. And we are waiting to see who's going to take that second place. We don't know. Just as you are waiting to holding on to see, we are looking to see who would be awarded the second place. But we must agree that this race was the definition of competition.
Well, they laid it out on the track. Literally, they spread out all over the track. Now, these athletes really gave off all, and that's a nice way for the boys to start the afternoon session.
Certainly a good way to start the afternoon session. You saw determination, you saw fight, you saw tenacity, you saw everything coming in. They battled for position throughout this race. No one wanting to give up.
And we're just going to ask the producers to give us that in slow motion again, one more time, to see who came in second, third, and fourth. But what we know for sure, Aquan Henry, 3:59.97, our winner here in this 1200 meters open for boys.
Yeah, this is one for the history books. As we look at it here, let's see if we can figure something out here. Henry, clear winner. Let's look and see St. David.
It looks like St. David would have taken the second. I do not know.
I call it St. Patrick with the torso. Let's see. The results are in Kendon McIntosh. St. David came in second. And Devon Charles of St. Mark. Sorry, yeah, that's what we have here as the official result. St. Patrick taking the second position by just the torso. And St. Andrew taking the third. Anton had to settle for fourth.
After such a spirited run, he must be disappointed to take that fourth position. But like we said, this race, I believe this was probably one of the most exciting races of the day. We couldn't tell. But what we do know is the winner had to fight for it. It wasn't just laid out on the track for him. He gave it his all, and in the end, he got it.
Well, I feel a little bit for Anton Alexander. With about 200 meters to go, he had a little tie-up there with Aquan, and he actually was bumped off the track in the process. And when you lose that momentum, it takes a lot out of you. But he still was able to run back. But then he was outwinded towards the tape again. But so I feel a little bit for him as the winner of the 800 and coming with a lot of confidence and expectation into the 1200.
And he
But
ran a good race. He ran a good race. I think, you know, maybe he just wasn't aware of what was going on behind him, the battle that was going on behind him. But we could say, you know, that St. David, that St. Andrew athlete just had the fight. And his fight probably is what pushed the St. Patrick athlete to give his all. So Alexander was unaware of what was brewing behind him and he got caught off guard. It's unfortunate, but...
And then he slowed down towards the tip and did not lean into the tip. So his legs would have crossed first. But of course, we know what is used for judging.
Exactly. It doesn't take away, though, from the winner who fought his way to the front, Aquan Henry of St. John.
We go back to the straight track now, which we will see the girls for the 80-meter dash in the under 9 category. And we will see there Maya Joseph of St. David and Maya Thomas of St. John, Acacia George, St. George, Kalanda Charles, St. Andrew. So too is Avery Cape of St. Andrew. Kaylee Abraham, St. George is in 6. Renel Gilbert, St. Patrick in 7. And our teammate Janaya Mark is in 8. Can tell you the best time coming into the finals here was by Avery Cape of St. Andrew, 12.12. And the next best time was Kaylee Abraham of St. George, 12.37. And then we have to the inside of Cape, Kalanda Charles of St. Andrew, 12.58. Acacia George of St. George, 12.41.
Cape ran a very good preliminary race. Let's see if she can maintain that kind of command that she had on her race this morning. And of course, the young lady from St. George also ran a very good race this morning as well. She has 12.37. So it's a toss-up. I guess it's how you feel after at this point of the day. Let's see who's going to take the gold medal and the points, who's going to take all the 3 medals, that's first, second, and third, and also which teams are going to bag very important points this afternoon. Now remember, to take part in this race, you had to qualify from your preliminary. So you would notice that there isn't a representative from St. John. No, we have from St. John, but we don't have from St. Mark, and I believe Leslie Carriacou. So we had the top 3 finishers, and the other 2 fastest had to qualify on time.
So Kaylee Patrick, she went on to win the 150 meters, and Azura Charles was in 2nd. Avery Cape actually came 3rd in the 150 meters, but she comes into the finals here with the fastest time. So let's see if we can get the double here by Kaylee Abraham. And information just coming to us indicates that there may have been a disqualification for obstruction by St. Patrick in the 1200 meter run. So that means that St. Andrew will be elevated to the 2nd position and St. David to the 3rd position. Not good news for the folks from St. Patrick.
But it might
as
just
we look
be
back
good
here,
news.
it may have been right there, yes, it may have been right there, bumping into the athlete from St. Andrew. And so there's a disqualification for St. Patrick. So unfortunate.
It may be good news for the St. David athlete who gets himself on the podium.
So here we go. And we will not go as yet. We have a false start. So you're going to keep your eyes on the middle of the track. Lane 4, keep. Lane 5, keep. And lane 4 also, Charles. Had some good running. athlete there keep just clarifying everything. Now they're onto their mark. And here we go, they're off. Let's see, early running seems to be coming from St. David. St. George is there. Here comes Cape. She's motoring now into her full running. It's every Cape. St. Andrew followed there by St. George. But certainly a good run from Cape. She knew just when to turn it on.
Well, 12.37 Avery Cape. Kaylee Abraham, who won the 150, had to settle for second with 12.46. And Acacia George of St. George in third at 12.61.
You've got to love the spirit. That's their moment as she's sending kisses to the crowd. She's achieved what she wanted to achieve. Let's look at her again. As she begins to motor, she took a while to get there, but certainly she backed herself. She knew what she had, and she crosses the line. Avery Cape winning the gold medal here. Kelly Abraham in second, and third, Acacia George, St. George.
Well, she came in with the fastest time, and winning is when it matters most. She lived up to expectation, not as quick as she was in the preliminary. She did 12.12 and returned at 12.37, very close indeed. But maybe avenging a situation for the 150 meters where she placed third, but a very strong run from Avery Cape.
Indeed, we cannot deny that. She ran a good race as always. She showed her potential from since preliminary stages. In fact, we've been looking at Miss Cape since yesterday, and she continues to dominate in her category on the tracks here today.
So the boys for the 80-meter dash are currently on the track. We will see Caden York from Carriacou and P.T. Matnick in 1, Kenroy John of St. Patrick in 2, Jermaine Alexander of St. George in 3, Tyler Bain of St. David in 4, Alfonso Douglas, St. David in 5, Damari Paul, one to look out for. He is in record-breaking form. He's from St. Andrew. Noah Charles of St. George is also there in 7, and Amiel Paul of St. Andrew out there in 8. Again, all eyes must be on lane 6, where pushed nicely is Damari Paul.
Well, Paul is certainly the favorite. He needs to be cognizant of Bain in lane 4, who had a decent run also in the preliminaries. And so we know the quality of Paul, but certainly Bain will be looking to challenge him.
Well, Bain actually comes into the final with the fastest time of 11.70 seconds, as against Damari Paul, 11.84. The record is 11.78, so we'll keep our eyes on the wind reading as well, just in case one of these athletes returns a time better than 11.78.
It is certainly shaping up to be an exciting evening or afternoon at the Karani James National Stadium. The young men are just awaiting their final instruction before they take their position in their quest to achieve the gold medal and much needed points for their parish.
Well, look at the athlete there from St. George. You know, he's trying to keep himself warm. Look, St. David's now, they all, you know, with their own little antics and pre-race rituals, if you want to call that. And
but Damari Paul is very composed. He's just waiting to be told what to do. There's no anxiety on him. He is just, you know, mindset. He seems as if he knows what he has to do. Maybe his coach gave him a little bump to say, come on, Paul, you know, we're rooting for you. We know what you have inside. He's not flexing anything. He's just waiting to be told where to go. And then, of course, look at the young man, St. Andrews, again in lane number 8. Well, he's relaxed. He's just...
What I like about these youngsters, you know, they come with all of the flair and fashion, the headbands and everything, you know. We see a lot of headbands today. St. Patrick here in young Kenroy John flashing the headband as well. We see it with the senior athletes as well, the Antoine Blackett and Kyle Ned and the likes, you know.
Emilio Blanco, I think, always wore a white one.
There was a young lady, a young man this morning as well from St. John.
Massimo.
Massimo.
Yes.
You know, with his name etched across the forehead. Yeah. So good to see them, you know.
Well, Kenny Benerick is famous for his headband at the international level. And so maybe they're being inspired looking at the gentlemen at the higher level.
It's a cool day. The rain, you know, threaten every now and then. They're being ushered off. We await a reason as to why they're being ushered off. It's not raining per se. It's not raining actually. So we have to get a little clarification as to what's going on, what would have held up that race.
Well, I want to say a special good afternoon to Miss Nalin Joseph over there in St. Andrew, grandmother of the Mary Paul, and I know she's glued to the set, looking on in anticipation of what Damari is going to do. And to all the parents and supporters and the people online who are glued on and cheering their cousins and their nephews and nieces, whoever they are, you know, we want to salute you as well. You've been doing an excellent job in nurturing them and getting them ready for today. And all the support that is provided to these youngsters is so invaluable to them.
And we cannot underscore the importance of support, because when, you know, nothing is better than when you know you're running a race and you know you have a cheering squad in the stands for you, and you can run and you're hearing them. In some cases you're seeing them. It motivates you to go even further. So a cheering squad is very important when it comes to events like this. John, what do you think about the turnout of the patrons today?
Well, certainly it has improved from yesterday. Most persons tend to come on the final day where the crowning of the champion happens. And so definitely persons are here in full support. And I'm looking at the various cross sections, and I know some of them are eagerly anticipating some of the younger races, the under 7s, and especially seeing Andrew from St. Andrew is something that I think most persons are here and happy about. So they certainly filled in the stadium. And this is just maybe half of the cross section that we will find come the next few weeks at the Intercall games. I know it's going to be packed out. We still have some standing room as we look through the crowd here, but come next week after, you would not find that standing room. It's going to be filled to capacity.
Oh, I remember coming to Intercall and having to stand, pay my money, pay all the entrance money, and still having to stand in the secondary stand.
Well, in all fairness, I don't think seats are relevant for Intercall. So you'll have had a seat assigned to you, and I'm sure you'll have been standing still. So.
Probably you're correct.
But the boys are on the track and are ready to go one more time. York, John, Alexander, Bain, Douglas, Paul, Charles, and Paul. Seems as though there's a false start coming out of lane 3. Let's see what happens here. But Jermaine Alexander of St. George's out in a flash. And I'll just show what is the false start rule for these youngsters on the 9.
Well, they have a second opportunity, Leslie. They will get the yellow card, and then maybe after that we may see something happening.
It's quite obvious from the replay that lane 3 would have been out first, ahead of the gun. So they're going to go one more time. York, John, Alexander, Bain, Douglas, Paul, Charles, and Paul. It's a good start this time. A fault today by the athlete in lane 3, but there they go. The Mary Paul of St. Andrew is pulling away. It's going to be an easy victory in the end for the Mary Paul. What a good run again from the Mary Paul. He continues to win here at the National Stadium. 11.62, the win reading negative 0.1. It's a new record again by the Mary Paul.
That's it. This is what we were talking about. We spoke about it. The early morning, the winds were really high, but the evening session, is gotten a lot calmer. And Damari Paul, he is not calm at all. He has just smashed that record, 11.62.
John, we spoke about this morning. We saw this in the making this morning. We knew it was happening. It could have happened. I remember one of us prayed for good win this morning, and I guess the good Lord has delivered. So Damari Paul took this event with a time of 11.62 seconds, demolishing the record. And of course, Tyler Bain from St. David, 11.94 seconds, and Noah Charles from St. George, 11.97 seconds. All of them
the top four
under record time. All of them are under record time.
Well, what an impressive performance by the top 4 finishers in the 100 meters under 9 boys. Damari Paul living up to the expectations and returning a record-breaking performance. His name would only be the name accredited to the record, but the other 3 would feel comfortable indeed knowing that they too have smashed the record in the under 9 boys 100 meters. And so we're going to bring it to you one more time. The record-breaking performance of Damari Paul of St. Andrew. He also belongs to the club sprinters and returning an impressive 11.62 in the boys under 9 80 meters.
Yeah, this is really exhibition running. I mean, if you paid to enter here, you certainly got your money's worth. 4 of these under 9 boys. These are only under 9 boys running under record pace. I mean, this is impressive.
And
remember that someone else wants a seat as well. Thank you so much for your understanding. It's all about NEXA GUT.
So Damari Paul, after winning the 150 meters, coming back to win the 80 meters in fine style. Bernard, you just witnessed another record-breaking performance from Damari Paul. 11.62 in the 80 meters on the 9 boys.
What a race it was, and in fact, Paul has been doing this for the entire 2 days, over these 2 days. Anything
Well,
he touched turned to gold.
You can add 2 days on the weekend as well.
On the weekend, he performed quite credibly also at the Nationals. And I tell you something, Smitty, that's a name you should put an asterisk by. I think this young man is going to go far.
Well, his father, I know, was never a track and field guy, Mark Paul, but his mother certainly for St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, would have been an athlete in her day, and I'm sure the genes would have been transferred from the mother, not the father.
Well, I'm not sure.
Mark, my apologies for that, but
I'm not sure about his genes thing. The young man is blessed.
So we're going to resume momentarily with some more track and field events. It's still a bit cloudy, a lot cooler than it was earlier on in the day, although we had some showers. But quite an appreciable number of spectators who are here, and they come to support their parishes, they come to support their sons and daughters, their nieces and nephews, their cousins, their godchildren. They're here in their numbers, and it's good to see a lot of the schools that are lesser known, if you want to call them that. We see St. Mark's doing well. We see St. John's doing well, winning the 1,200 meters moments ago. And so the focus has always been on the St. Andrew, the St. George, the St. Patrick, the St. David. But it's always good to see Caricon, P.T. Martinic on the podium, St. John, and St. Mark. And I was speaking with the President General to see what can be done. First of all, to encourage and to keep these smaller schools from to come in, and to see how the program can be looked at to see what can be done to assist these schools. I mean, there's only one school that I know of in Grenada that has a working model for a small school that wins championship, and that is the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. If something of the sort, the organization, the structure, the program that they have there can be passed on to some of these smaller parishes, it may see some more competitive results from them as well.
Yes, there was some real discussion a couple of years ago for these smaller parishes, if you want to call it that. It was certainly the smaller branches, like St. Mark's, in that it takes one or two schools from St. Patrick, for example, do something quite similar to the school in Crowshoe, who don't run for St. Andrew, but run for St. David. So take one or two of the schools that are close and have them run for St. Mark. And that in itself, in terms of the numbers, that would boost the numbers. What we have next on the track was the 80 meters for girls under 7. 80 meters for girls under 7. That's up next.
Bernard, in this race, we would see young Calissa Phillip. She already cracked a record yesterday. In the preliminaries, she also showed determination to do the same for this race. And we're going to see if she's going to be able to do that again today. Track is still quiet. We're just waiting on the athletes to come across. The record for this is 13.52 seconds. It was established in 2017 by Janiyah Welsh. And we're going to see if that record is going to hold up today.
Well, the weather has been cooperating somewhat. In fact, it lends for good running. And in lane number 1, Shani Thomas, she's from St. David. Jador Matthew from St. John. Elena Joseph, St. Andrew. Javia Telesford, she's in lane 4, and she's from St. Patrick's. She represents St. Patrick's. Kalisa Phillip, representing St. David. Jordella David, St. Andrew. Jenny Mitchell, St. George, and Brielle Gilbert, also from St. George.
So as we see, they are removing the athletes from the track at this moment. The weather seemed to have held up a bit, but some adjustments have been made to the activity on the field. However, we're looking forward to the competition in this 80-meter dash for under 7 girls. Kalissa Phillip, the one to really look out for. She has already won the 60-meter dash for the under 7s. And we're looking at Alina Joseph and Jodel David of St. Andrew, who were 2nd and 3rd place respectively in the 60-meter dash.
Yes, in fact, Phillip won the 60 meters quite convincingly. She had some distance to spare, and so we expect the real competition in the silver and bronze medalist competition. If she live up to her billing here.
If we're talking Phillip, one could say she won it twice yesterday.
Well, that's true. That's true. She did a repeat run, and the top of the chart was the same result.
As a matter of fact, the 3 athletes that featured in the first runoff were the same 3. But what happened is that there was a switch between the 2nd and 3rd place finishers in the runoff in the 2nd runoff that they had.
Well, the teams didn't mind because the teams got the same points. But of course, there was a switch of the medal personally. But the same teams got the points from the first race.
So we're down to the final events for today, the final events for the NEXA GUT National Primary School Games 2026. And what's your take on what we've seen so far?
Oh, I thought the competition was rather keen. especially in the middle and longer distances. Really, really key. The standout athlete for me at these games, it's the 1200. Is it Simon?
Yes, that's Aria Simon.
That was a standout athlete for me. She remains a standout athlete for me right throughout these 2 days. It's not just winning, it's the manner in which she won. And on top of that, the grace and the sportsmanship that she exhibited to get some water at the end of the race, to bring it to one of her competitors. And look, these are things that only bodes well for the future.
You speak a book, Bernard. You speak a very good book, and we're hoping that others are seeing and taking a page from it. You know, she's young, and it's not too late to learn from the younger ones. You know, so she continues to do something that is admirable, and we must commend her for this. We must not be afraid to speak of it. And she's looking out for her other competitors in the race, and you never know. One of them might remember, look, I remember I ran this race with her, and look how nice she was. Look how she came. Maybe when I'm running, I shall do the same. So Bernard, yes, she stands out not only for her performance on the track, but for the sportsmanship she shows after the fact.
Absolutely. There were also some really, really, really commendable performances right throughout these 2 days. And I'm telling you something, what's going to happen if they keep up with this? We are going to see some repeat names from these junior ranks into the secondary schools and beyond, because we saw some real promise here over these last 2 days.
Oh yes, of course, we've seen a lot of interesting performances, and especially the under 13s. This is the feeding ground for the secondary schools. This is a feeder for the secondary school. The coaches are watching, and I knew that certain coaches would already made some advances to some of those athletes or their parents to get them to consider that school being their choice to further their athletics career as they move into the secondary schools.
Well, you know, in St. George, it may be more of a tussle as to where you want to go, but I don't know if it's that much of a tussle up the northern side. It seems as if all the athletes just want to gravitate towards one school. So and they're out. You know, I honestly believe that they already know who's coming to them, because I think they are aware of the quality of students, not just from looking at these games, but I think they track them from since their way down. Of course, I know there are some that just developed maybe last year, or maybe this might be their first year and they're doing very well, so they're looking out for them as well. But what I do know is that schools kind of have an eye for top performers from way below grade 6. They spot them from as low as sometimes KG, grade 1, grade 2, and if they are consistent, they know what's coming to them, and they have an eye on them from that low down in the system.
So this really is an important part of the whole track and field developmental program. All that one has to do is to take a look at a record, the persons who record breakers and the person who holds record right throughout these games, and the name have become synonymous with track and field in Grenada. From the Shanty Augustine, and there are a whole bunch of names that you will see there, and this is where they would have started. This is where they would have local language buzz their teeth.
You know, I think it was yesterday, Basil, we recognized that Ethan Sam still holds records from these games, you know.
That is a point.
Yeah, and Ethan Sam name, you know, after a while I thought, I keep hearing Ethan's name. He's been around for so long, you know, and that is because we were able to track his progress from as early down all the way up to now.
And something that we're seeing happening is that many of the younger children are getting into clubs, getting into the club structure, and that is, you know, helping them so much in their development.
It shows that parents are realizing that sports is also an option. You know, I don't just have to send my child to school to do quote-unquote academics, but sports is also an option. And I said this yesterday, getting involved in sporting activities helps with discipline, and we are seeing that with the involvement of so much of these children into these sporting activities, it may help with the discipline of the students around, and this is good for us. This is really, really good for us. We're waiting some information as to what's going on the track. We were supposed to see the boys on the 9 dash, I believe. No, the girls on the 9 dash. And so they were ushered off the field. Oh, they're back on.
So we see some action shortly.
Yes, that's the 80-meter dash for girls on the 7. The athletes are now back on the track as we get ready for that event.
Shanae Thomas, she's in lane number 1. Jado Matthew from St. John in lane number 2. Alina Joseph from St. Andrew in lane 3. In lane 4, Javier Telesford, she's from St. Patrick, representing St. David, and there's another athlete here from St. David, Kelisa Phillip, she's in lane 5. She's a seeded athlete here. We expect a lot of run to come from lane 5. In lane 6 is John L. David, representing St. Andrew. In lane 7, representing St. George. In lane 7 and 8, St. George athlete Jenny Mitchell and Brielle Gilbert. They are on the starters orders. This should be very competitive.
And they're off. And off like a bullet is Kalisa Phillip. She's off like a bullet and in control of this one. But she has some competition from St. Andrews. That's Alina Joseph. But it's Phillip edging Joseph. Gold for St. David. Kalisa Phillip winning it here in a time of 12.84 seconds. Alina Joseph 13.05 in second. And Jodel David, also of St. Andrew, in 13.85.
And there she is there from very early. She took the lead. Bit of a challenge from St. Andrew in lane number 4. But in the end, it was Phillip. She came in here as a seeded athlete with the best time of 13.03. She lowered this quite considerably, speaking 12.84, and that would have eclipsed the existing record from Welsh that go back to 2017. So we have a new record of 12.84 seconds. 12.84 seconds, a new record. This is a record-breaking day. Is Kalisa Phillip from St. David. That's your new record holder.
Well, Bernard, and we expected this, right, Basil?
Yes, we did.
We predicted this. I must indeed say, though, that she got good competition from the athlete in St. Andrew. In all her preliminaries, in all her races, she has been way ahead of the pack. But Alina Joseph of St. Andrew decided, you're not going to go away with this easily, and she did put up a fight. But young Kalisa Phillip from St. David decided, not today. I am going to take this. You cannot rain on my parade today. I'm going to take this. And she took it. She took it nicely. And with it, she took the record.
So congratulations to Kalisa Phillip. One more time, her coaches, her family will be proud of her. Her school will be proud of her. And we look forward to great things from her as she continues her athletic career.
It seems to be having some showers just now, and so we will have a hiatus for sure. Well, it's more than a little drizzle. It looks to be getting real rain, as you would say.
Yes, this is the heaviest of all the downpours that we've had for the day. We've had some slight drizzles, but nothing to compare with what we're seeing now.
But what we can say is that our patrons seem to have walked prepared. So the umbrellas are out.
And some seem just braving the weather.
Some are not bothered with the weather. It's not going to stop them from seeing what they have to see, and they're not giving up their seats.
Yeah, I think it might be needing some callaloo leaves. Get some shelter in here. But as soon as we resume, to be the 80 meters boys on the 7. We were talking with some of the record holders in the past, and this event or this sport meet being a sort of an incubator, as it were, and we would have had some really, really storied names that would have passed through the system. Christopher Caliste came in here the record holder in the long jump under 9 boys, and he has distinguished himself in the senior and junior ranks. Carifta athlete he is. That's Christophe Caliste. Then we have Tyrone Charles at long jump. There's Anthony Phillip. It's another name that we have seen going through the ranks and into the secondary school ranks. Gonna break for an interview. So let's go to
This International Women's Day, we rise together, we pray together, and we act together. On Friday, March 6, 2026 at 4 p.m., join the National March. Pray and worship to action commitment. We march from Progress Park to Grenville Car Park, standing united for healing, for hope, and for justice. This is more than a march. It is a call to conscience, a declaration of zero tolerance to violence, a promise to protect, uplift, and empower women and girls everywhere. Stand united, speak out, act now, end GBV now. Be present, be counted, be the change. This International Women's Day. March with us.
Kick things up a gear with a NEXA Credit Union Cruise Control Vehicle Loan and begin your journey with your ideal ride. Go wherever and whenever you like with the extra space to carry everything you need. Arrive refreshed and ready for the day in comfort. Hit the road together on family adventures to make unforgettable memories. Feel the wind at your back. Upgrade your lifestyle easily with a Cruise Control Vehicle Loan for new or used vehicles. Join NEXA Credit Union now and get your vehicle loan. Terms and conditions apply. Visit us today. Call 440-1354 or our website at www.nexacreditunion.com or email us at loans@nexacreditunion.com and hit the road with NEXA Credit Union. NEXA Credit Union, with you wherever your road leads.
So viewers, we welcome you back to the Kiriani James Athletic Stadium, and we're going to continue the conversation while we await the resumption of the games on the track. And earlier today we heard from the organizers, that's the Grenada Union of Teachers. We've also heard from the Ministry of Sport, who are also contributors. And now we're going to hear from the title sponsors, the representatives from NEXA. And with me here now are Ms. Amira Branch, who is the Marketing and Communications Manager. And of course, we have Ms. Vivian Telesford from the Loans Department. She's a loan supervisor, as a matter of fact. So, ladies, welcome and good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us.
Well, first of all, I want us to zero in on NEXA's contribution towards these National Primary School Games. But I know it would have started way before today with the branch sports. And my understanding is that the contributions are in the 6 digits. So, Ms. Branch, I want to hear from you to give us a perspective in terms of NEXA's contribution towards these games. How long have you been doing it? And how satisfied are you with the outcome or the level of organization and the impact that these games have been creating?
Oh, okay. So we have been in partnership with the Grenada Union of Teachers for 3 years. This is our 3rd year as co-title sponsor with the Grenada Union of Teachers. I think Mr. Bartholomew proudly exclaims how much money we have contributed to the Grenada Union of Teachers
I just said
to put
digits.
this on, to put on these games, and we are happy that they came to us to partner with us, because of course we were formerly Grenada Union of Teachers. We have recently rebranded and we are now NEXA Credit Union. But of course our foundation members, we started as teachers, so it's very good for us to actually continue this partnership with the Grenada Union of Teachers. As you rightly said, we are not just the title sponsor for the national games, but we are also the title sponsor for all the branch level games, and I can say that I have attended every game except for Carriacou and PT Martinique. That's the only one I have not been to, but I have attended every branch level game straight up to the nationals for all 3 years. Sometimes it might be a little challenging for us to lend the exact support in Carriacou and PT Martinique, but we are looking to see how we can provide even more support there. This year was a little bit challenging because the official schedule, we had 2 games that were supposed to happen around that same time, so it was not feasible for us initially to head there. So we had our Carriacou branch manager and representatives assisting along that line. I think the games have been really good. Of course, there's always room for improvement, but we continue the dialogue. We've been doing this for 3 years to see how we can improve it. It's great to see the students, the athletes, and everybody come out, the supporters, the parents, the teachers, the other volunteers. It takes a village, right? And it has been a great experience. Sometimes some very late nights, right back again with an early start, because apart from just being there, we have to be early enough to brand the games, to represent and assist where necessary. But overall, it's been a great experience.
Well, thank you so much. I hope the people from Carriacou will be very forgiving to you for not being there in person, but nonetheless, you had good representation.
Yes.
So, Mr. Telesford, I want to come over to you now. Financial contribution towards this game, but I'm sure the credit union have other objectives that they want to achieve from the support that they're giving to these games. What are some of the things that the credit union is looking to achieve, or what are some of the outcomes that you're expecting from your contribution and support for these games?
Well, we continue to thank each and every person who contributes to the games, but we also look forward to our members and persons who may not be members of the credit union to be able to come on board, to see NEXA in the bright light, let's put it that way, and to be able to come on board and enjoy our products and services, because we do have lots of different things that can help each and every person. So right now we actually have our Land First promotion going on, and it is geared towards really owning that piece of land that you have dreamt about, right? And we say land ownership starts early. It's an asset that will accumulate value over time. We know in Grenada, rarely values actually decline, it increases. So it's a great asset that you can invest in, even if it's not something that you're looking to maybe build on anytime soon. But it is something that this is a prime moment to take advantage of the low rates and the great opportunity to actually earn and own your own land.
So we're going to come back to you, Ms. Telesoto. We want to go trackside as we see the boys in the 80-meter dash on the 7. They're lined up here. So we have Timani Hippolyte of St. David in 1, Kyron Lane of Caracon, P.T. Martinic in 2, Massimo, he's there with the headband, Massimo Langain of St. John in 3, Hayden Fortune of St. David in 4, Akel Romain of St. Andrew in 5, Aidan John of St. Patrick in 6, Joshua Redhead of St. George in 7, and Tyrrell Thompson of Caracon, P.T. Martinic out there in lane 8. They're on their marks. The fastest time coming into the final is Akel Romain of St. Andrew, and he's running out of lane 5. Aidan John is in 6, and then in 3 we have another one with the headband, Massimo Langain. That's Massimo there right for you, raring to go. He has his eyes on the finish line. Seems to be a false start coming out of lane 6, Aidan John of St. Patrick. And for this age category, they're going to be given a second opportunity. So Aidan, very anxious to get things going. Aidan John of St. Patrick. You can clearly see here he was out first, out before the gun. But they'd all be given, there are no, the false start rule is not applied for these youngsters. I would love to see Aidan John and Massimo Langain next to each other, battling with the headbands. But lane 5, Akel Romain is one to definitely look out for. Now they're up and going, finally, and we can see from St. Patrick, Aidan John with an early lead. St. Andrew is struggling. Massimo and Aidan, Massimo and Aidan, Massimo. Aidan from St. Patrick wins eventually in lane 6. Aidan John, St. Patrick, the overall winner, and it looks as though it was Massimo Langain of St. John who picked up the silver medal. He came in with the attitude, the headband, both athletes with the headband. It was actually Joshua Redhead of St. George who came in second. Massimo had to settle for third, and Akel Romain in 4th position. There they go. We see Aidan John here with some clear distance between himself and the rest. And Joshua Redhead picking up the silver medal. Massimo Langain, the bronze, the top 3 finishers. So we come back to Miss Telesford, and you were outlining some of the fantastic products that you have for people wanting to purchase land. But I'm sure you also have great deals for the students and the athletes who are here today.
Certainly, and of course we have one of our flagship accounts, right, the Smart Saver, for the athletes, the students to start saving early. We know a lot of the schools have the savings unions, but you can also have your child as an early start with that Smart Start account.
And back to you, Ms. Branch. This, as we understand, is maybe a breeding ground or a launch pad for these athletes. And so the support that they get from an early age, be it financial, technical, and otherwise, is crucial for the development. How much does the credit union value that contribution?
Well, the credit union values that significantly. I think that's backed by our contribution to games like this. But apart from that, we readily contribute to various schools and religious organizations through various donations, sponsorships. Apart from that, we also make it part of our mission to do outreach. So we do financial outreach. We go to schools, we go to different organizations to share the information about the credit union, about setting great savings, spending habits early at a young age, because we know that is the best time to start. The earlier, the better. We also try to share that with parents or adults alike so they can also impart that knowledge. And when we do speak to the adults, we tell them, like, okay, of course, you know, we're talking about your kids, we're telling your kids to do this, but we also want you to walk the walk. Don't just talk it and tell them they need to save. We want to see you saving too. We want to see you making investments. We want to see you weighing the cost benefit of things.
Great. We're going to come back to that contribution from the credit union, but just to give you the lane assignments for the girls 100-meter dash under 13. Isaiah James, she's from St. Mark, she's in lane 1. Kalia Lendo of Carrico and P.T. Martinic in 2. Jadel Kanai from St. Patrick, a favorite here, she's in lane 3. Carissa St. Clair of St. George in 4. Ariana Cornwall of St. Andrew in 5. Jamie Smith, who has been all over today, she is in 6 from St. George. And Kimaya Joseph of St. David is in 7. And Aliyah Francis of St. John in lane 8. Coming in with the fastest time was Janelle Kanai from St. Patrick. She has been here several times before. We didn't see her for national champs on the weekend. We saw her pulling up slightly yesterday, but she's back and she's ready to go in the 100 meters dash for under 13 girls. So we have James Lendo, Kanai in 3, St. Clair, Cornwall, Smith, Joseph, and Francis. They're up and running. There they go. 100 meters under 13 girls. Kanai already establishing a lead over the rest of the field from St. Patrick. It's Janelle Kanai. Janelle Kanai for the victory. She wins the gold medal. What a good run indeed from Janelle Kanai. She came in with some reputation and some pedigree and lived up to expectation, winning by a clear margin in 13.33 seconds, just outside of the record on 13.06. Carissa St. Clair of St. George was second, and her teammate Jamie Smith of St. George was in third, the top 3 finishers. Good run indeed by Janelle Kanai. And so we want to continue with the conversation with NEXA Credit Union, and corporate contribution is so vital for almost any of the events that are put on by the various organizers, and so your contribution is truly treasured. Now, what can we see moving forward? Are there going to be any additions? So let me give you a case in point. A lot of people enjoy the broadcast that we are providing, and so they're not coming to the National Stadium. What it is that you think that the credit union can do, and speak with the organizers, the GUT, to encourage people who are living in River Road, Dabo, just around the stadium, who are looking on from home to come to the stadium next year? Okay. From the marketing standpoint, yes, I'm sure that you are thinking already of some marketing initiatives that you can undertake to bring people to the stadium.
Okay, so we definitely are always thinking of ways to get persons here. It has been a bit challenging because the truth is, when we really assess the environment that we live in right about now, it's all about convenience, right? Sometimes you don't even want to go into the credit union itself if you can actually do your transactions online via the mobile app or website or so forth. So it's a bit challenging and difficult. I think even when it comes to, given that we went through COVID, I think that really got us into this way that thinking that everything, I guess, challenging the way we thought about things, you know, that we needed to be physically present and no longer we are here. I think it's just a clarion call that we have to make to persons to really come out here and support the athletes and support the students and support the organizations, because it takes a lot of money to actually put these games on. And essentially they would like to make something back on these games, because then they can improve the games, they can improve the lives of the students, the athletes, and so forth.
Okay, we're going to come back with a final wrap from the credit union, but to remind you, the boys 100-meter dash under 13 is about to go down. We have Lyons, Lake, Cobb, Macmillan, Andrew, Jadel Andrew it is, Ronan Leslie, Kai Kador, and Akim Kwamina. They're up and running here. Jadel Andrew is a favorite here from St. Andrew. He's in the middle of the track. Leslie to his right and St. George's to his left. But Jadel Rennie runs away with the victory here. We're going to let you know what the time is, because he was that impressive throughout the meet. And so Jadel Andrew continues to do well here. Does not show him much emotions at the end of his victories, but the fans from St. Andrew are doing it for him. As we look back at 12.63, the winning time, the record 12.49, just outside of the record, but nonetheless a very strong run by Jadiel Andrew of St. Andrew. Second was Ronan Leslie of St. David, and Kishan Cobb of St. George was third. So ladies, as we put a wrap to this interview, any final words or comments that you want to share before you leave? I'll ask Mr. Lesford first.
Certainly. I just want to encourage everyone to come in to any of our convenient branches or visit our website and social media pages for any updates, and also just to come in to have a chat. We do lots of financial planning sessions, so even if you don't know what you want yet, you can come in and we can have a chat with you and kind of set you on a path. Right?
Well, the call has been sounded, viewers. NEXA Credit Union, your option for your savings and investments. And Ms. Branch?
Okay, I would just like to echo what Ms. Telesford has said. We do a lot of financial planning. Actually, recently we collaborated with the Inland Revenue Division to do a tax preparation session, and these are free entirely. They are not only open to our members, they are open to the public because a credit union is invested in the communities we operate within, right? So we want to ensure that people have the information that they need to make the best financial decisions, because we think education is one of the greatest ways to have a lasting impact. Finances is something that we don't generally talk about and we shy away from, and we really just want to encourage persons to do that.
Well, the event on the track now is the 100-meter dash special ed, and we will see Amish Kalis, Zayden Benjamin, Jason Mark, Jaden Emery, Philon Joseph, Tyrone Williams, Camilo Alexander, and Cody Scott. The 100-meter dash special ed race. So let's see who of these boys here are the fastest from the School for Special Education. Well, Cody Scott is not there. He was supposed to be in lane 6. But we have Amish Kalis, Zayden Benjamin, Jason Mark, Jaden Emery, Philon Joseph, Tyrone Williams, and Camilo Alexander. So 100-meter dash. And again, we want to say a special thank you to the representatives from NEXA Credit Union for your 6-digit contribution, and all of the other support that you're providing, the nicely adorned branding that we have here. And so they're up and running this time. The 100 meters for special education. And looking like in lane 4 is Jaden Emery. Emery it is indeed from lane 4. Jaden Emery is going to win. On the outside of him is Philon Joseph, but Jaden Emery wins over Philon Joseph. The athletes are quick indeed from the School for Special Education. Well represented here and giving a good account of themselves. So thank you again, ladies, for chatting with us from TNR Communications.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The action continues to heat up here at the National Stadium. And when we resume, we're going to resume with the 200-meter events, I think it is. Indeed, it is the 200-meter events. We're going to start with the under-11s, then the under-15s, and then the under-13s. So I want to welcome back Clyde John, and joining him would be Bernard Antoine and Basil Kelly's, but they're somewhere in the stands at the moment enjoying the games. So Clyde, we've seen some great performances in these 80 meters and 100-meter events. Record-breaking performances too.
Well, the records continue to tumble. Here at the National Primary School Games, the NEXA GUT Primary School Games. It's a record-breaking season for them. You look at the youngsters, the young ones, the under-7s, the under-9s. They're certainly doing a good job in terms of establishing new marks here at the National Stadium. And so it's really, a wonderful day. The kids have prepared well, and so it means that they are, able to display the potential that they have, and it says a lot for track and field here in Grenada when these youngsters can put on such a show, and not just put on a show, but break records while doing so. So again, congratulations to all the record-breaking athletes, and we certainly do hope that they continue to work hard, continue to prepare, as the years go by, they're pretty young, many of them. As we said, this is just the budding ground. And so we have a lot to look forward to from some of them. So the javelin throw is still on. And that will be the javelin throw for under 13 boys. I'm not certain who's leading this event. But as soon as we get the information, we will have it for you. So we should have a medal presentation coming up shortly. And when that is completed, we will get into the 200 meters for under 11s. And the special ed girls and boys, they have the cricket ball through also. So quite a few events to come, but it's going to be a pretty entertaining final set of events. This is the final day, day 2 of the NEXA GUT Primary School Sports 2026.
Kick things up a gear with a NEXA Credit Union Cruise Control Vehicle Loan and begin your journey with your ideal ride. Go wherever and whenever you like with the extra space to carry everything you need. Arrive refreshed and ready for the day in comfort. Hit the road together on family adventures to make unforgettable memories. Feel the wind at your back. Upgrade your lifestyle easily with a Cruise Control Vehicle Loan for new or used vehicles. Join NEXA Credit Union now and get your vehicle loan. Terms and conditions apply. Visit us today. Call 440-1354 or our website at www.nexacreditunion.com or email us at loans@nexacreditunion.com and hit the road with NEXA Credit Union. NEXA Credit Union, with you wherever your road leads.
This International Women's Day, we rise together, we pray together, and we act together. On Friday, March 6, 2026 at 4 p.m., join the National March. Pray and worship to Action Commitment. We march from Progress Park to Grenada Car Park, standing united for healing, for hope, and for justice. This is more than a march. It is a call to conscience, a declaration of zero tolerance to violence, a promise to protect, uplift, and empower women and girls everywhere. Stand united, speak out, act now, end GBV now. Be
So we are back with you here at the National Stadium for the 200 meter under 11 girls. Bernard, you can tell us who we can look forward to?
Well, in lane 1 is Frank. That's Hadassah Frank. She represents St. George. In lane 2 from St. Mark.
All right,
and they're
so
off.
Here we go. The under 11 girls 200 meter. We're looking here at the middle of the track. In lane 3 is Tania Gibbs. She's running ahead of every other athlete here. She has a good little challenge there from the athlete from St. Patrick, but Gibbs showing her exceptional running abilities and running away with this one. She crosses the line, followed there by the athlete from St. Patrick. It's Abriel Fortune.
There are no real surprises here. Gibbs came into this event with the best time of 28.62 meters. She didn't lower it in these finals here, but still the top dog, if you want to call it that. And she had somewhat 7, 8, 10 meters at the end, and 10 meters in a sprint race. The gap with the second place runner, that's quite significant. Abriel Fortune from St. Patrick, she was second. And in third position, Cornwall, that's Azoria Cornwall from St. George.
Well, again, she's ran a really good race, 29:11.
And up next on the track will be the boys. Boys 200 meters under 11. In lane 1, that's Zidane Lewis from St. David. In lane 2 from St. Mark, Terrell Charles. Lane 3 from St. George, Kelly Howell. Kelly Howell, that's a name we have been repeating fairly often over these last 2 days. In lane number 4, Caleb Paulson, he's from Carrico and Petite Martinique. In lane 5, Winston Church, another name that has become quite popular here, J.C. Mitchell from St. Andrew. And J.C. Mitchell would be the odds-on favorite to take this one. And Wellington in lane 7 from St. Patrick, that's Rejani Mitchell and Joseph Alexander in lane number 8. He's from St. Andrew.
So we're getting ready for the boys 200 meter dash under 11. And this one is setting up to be quite an interesting race. We have Jace Mitchell, who looked pretty good in the prelims. Also Howell, who featured very much in the 100 meter dash yesterday. They're off. And we have a faulty start, and we're going to take it all over from the top.
So we can expect some keen competition in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. These are the athletes who are all on the 29, and they're all bunched together. So we should see some serious competition right in the middle of the track. That's Mitchell, Church, Paulson, and Howell, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
So after that little infraction, we're going to start again. The boys 200 meter dash under 11. Lewis, Charles, Howell, Paulson, Church, Mitchell, Wellington, and Alexander.
The field will be given a warning. The record in this event was set in 2017 by Tarek McSween. It's a name that has become quite popular in the local circles, yeah? And in 28.19. 28.19. Let's see if we can get close to this.
And they're off. It's the 200 meter dash for under 11 boys. Jace Mitchell already of St. Andrew making a move there on his inside is the athlete from Carriacou, that's Paulson. Also in the mix is Church. How well it is pounding down the home stretch. It's very close to call it. The two athletes from St. George moving to the forward here. It's Howell and Church. Gold for St. George's and the boys 200-meter dash under 11.
Well, we expected the race to be in the middle of the track, and it was. And in the end, it was Howell, a time of 28.60 seconds. 28.60 seconds. Howell came in here at 28.55 seconds. So he just about equal his semifinals, and a good, nice, stout run, as you would describe it, is St. George. Gold and silver, Howell and Church. And in third position, J.C. Mitchell, one of the odds-on favorite at the start of the race in 28.95.
I'll tell you what, Howell, he wanted this. He really wanted this. He was a bit uncomfortable at the start of the the prelims. He seemed a bit uncomfortable. He got through that round, and somehow he seemed to have refocused himself, and really a good strong showing from him. Congratulations also to Church, who took the 100. He's in second position.
And then right on the track, the girls 200 meters under 15. 200 meters girls under 15. McIntosh, that's Deandra McIntosh from St. George. She's in lane number 1. In lane 2 from St. John, Linnell St. John. In lane 3, also from St. John, Shanik Murray. Shanik Murray, we have spoken quite a bit of over these 2 days. From St. David, Keziah Jones. Keziah is in lane 4. In lane 5, Kay Dias Sylvester. She's from St. Andrew. And St. David's, St. Patrick, St. Andrew, and St. George make up the other lanes.
So here we go, they're off. And let's see, Murray with some early running. She goes past St. David on the heels of the athlete from St. Andrews. She's already covered so much ground. Has Murray, Shanik Murray. She's moving, she's motoring, is Shanik Murray. Here comes in lane number 5, that's Sylvester. But she cannot catch Murray. Murray, she's poised to take this one. And just about now, she clinches it.
Oh, what a remarkable run there by Shanik Murray from St. John. She didn't come into these finals with the best times, but she certainly turned it on at the end. And in the end, this can be described as an easy win. Not much competition there. In the end, there was a bit of catching up from the athlete there from St. Andrew. That's Joseph. But a good run. Good run by Murray here.
It's a good run from Shanik Murray of St. John. She seemed to be the strongest of the athletes coming across. She's a powerful young lady. And I think that her power gave her the extra edge, just what pushed her onto the finish line there. As she comes home, you could see her pushing, and gold for Shanik Murray, St. John.
Yeah, she's a powerful young lady. Shanik Murray, your winner there, 28.88 seconds. Next event on the track is the boys, 200 meters under 15. 200 meters under 15 for boys. The record in this event was set in 2017, 25.47 seconds. In lane number 1, Enrico Rollins. He's from Carriacou and PT Martinique, as is his compatriot. In lane number 2, Jordan Joseph, 27.95. That's what he came into these events, this finals with. Tushon Wildman from St. Mark is in lane number 3. In lane number 4, Christian Nelson from St. Andrew. Tyrone Alexander from St. George, he's in 5. And in lane number 6, Cade Nelson from St. Andrew. Lane number 7, Renel Richardson from St. Patrick. And in lane number 8, also from St. Patrick, Caden Frederick. Well, coming into this event with the best times of 25.86 seconds. In lane 4, that's Christian Nelson. But you can expect the running to be lanes 4, 5,
So next up is the final of the boys 200-meter dash under 15. And they're off. A strong run already. We can see some movements from St. George. That's Tyrone Alexander. He's edging, but here comes from St. Andrew, Nelson. It's Nelson, Kristen Nelson it is. St. Andrew with that leaning back, that strong lean back motion that he carries there. He is distancing himself from the rest of the field. Gold for Kristen Nelson, St. Andrew.
Somebody said Michael Johnson. Michael Johnson next.
Michael Johnson-esque.
Michael Johnson next. Have a look at it. Have a look here at Nelson. Nice, lean, yet the momentum does not slow down, and he winning in the end fairly easily. 26.08 is his time. That's Nelson, Christian Nelson. I think this is a name we are going to hear quite a bit about in later days to come. Good, strong run. And Tyrone Alexander in second position. Not a bad showing either. Both under 27 seconds. Under 27 seconds or under 15, 200. These are not bad times.
Yeah, that's really good running. You look at Nelson and you can see within the next few years, if we can get him to use less energy in terms of the head movements and so on, and get him to really stand straight up tall, certainly we will have an athlete that is able to maybe make some big waves. He's tall, he's strong, powerful.
Well, I think it all depends on the center of gravity. Many a coach would have tried to do corrections with Michael Johnson, and still end up being one of the better, if not the best, 200 runner in history. Yes, so much depend on your center of gravity. It really does. And up next, it's the 400 meters, where we are going to have a medals presentation now. So we're going to go down to the medal presentation.
This segment, we are honored to have P.S. Ned from the Ministry of Education, who's responsible for education administration. And of course, Mr. Randy Frank, Deputy General Manager of NEXA Credit Union. Medal presentation for event number 55, the girls 1200 meter run open. Your bronze medalist from St. David's branch, Amaya Joseph, a time of 4 minutes, 27.50 seconds. Your silver medalist, also from St. David's branch, Zanel McMeo, 4 minutes, 27.02 seconds. And your gold medalist comes from the blue color. Give it up for St. Andrew's branches, Azaria Simon, 4 minutes, 17.42 seconds. Your medalist for event number 55, the girls 1200 meter run open. Medal presentation for event number 56, the boys 1200 meter run open. In third and bringing home the wins, Anton Alexander from St. David's branch, 4 minutes, 0.92 seconds. Your silver medalist from St. Andrew's branch, Kejon Julian, 4 minutes, 18.89 seconds, 89 seconds. And bringing home the gold, Aquan Henry from St. John's branch, 3 minutes, 59.97 seconds. Let's hear it one more time for your medalists for event number 56, the boys 1200 meter run open. Medal presentation for event number 29, the girls 80 meter dash under 9. In third, bringing home the bronze from St. George's branch, let's hear it for Acacia George. 12.61 seconds. Your silver medalist from St. George's Branch, Kaylee Abraham, 12.46 seconds. And winning this event from St. Andrew's Branch, let's hear it for Avery Cape, 12.37 seconds. Your medalist for event number 29, the girls 80-meter dash under 9. Medal presentation for event number 30, the boys 80-meter dash under 9. Your bronze medalist from St. George's Branch, Noah Charles, 11.97 seconds. Your silver medalist hails from St. David's Branch, Tyler Bain, 11.94 seconds. And bringing home the gold from St. Andrew's Branch, Damari Paul, 11.62 seconds. Let's hear it one more time for your medalists for event number 30, the boys 80-meter dash under 9. Medal presentation for event number 37, the girls 80-meter dash under 7. Your bronze medalist from St. Andrew's Branch, Jodel David, 13.85 seconds. Your silver medalist hails from St. Andrew's Branch as well, Alina Joseph, 13.05 seconds. And your gold medalist for this one, Lisa Phillip from St. David's Branch, 12.84 seconds. We would like to thank PS Ned from the Ministry of Education for assisting us with the distribution of this segment of the medals. We now call on Mr. Randy Frank, Deputy General Manager of NEXA Credit Union, to assist with the continuation of the distribution. Medal presentation for event number 38, the boys 80-meter dash under 7. In third and bringing home the bronze from the St. John's Branch, Massimo Langine, 13.82 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. George's Branch, Joshua Redhead, 13.79 seconds. And let's hear it for Crown City St. Patrick's Branch, Aiden John, our gold medalist, 13.40 seconds. Your medalists for event number 38, the boys 80-meter dash under 7. Medal presentation for event number 5, the boys long jump are 9. Your bronze medalist from the St. John's Branch, Amiel Roberts, 3.40 meters. Your silver medalist from St. Andrew's Branch, Caleb Caliste, 3.61 meters. And let's hear it for Dimitri Paul from St. Andrew's Branch, first place, gold 23.71 meters. Your medalists for event number 5, the boys long jump under 9. Event number 23, the girls cricket ball throw under 11. Your bronze medalists from the St. Patrick's branch, Asher Alexander, 31.59 meters. Your silver medalist from St. Andrew's branch, Sarah Modeste, 34.19 meters. And let's hear some noise for Zara Matthew of St. George's branch. She brings home the gold, 34.39 meters. Your medalists for event number 23, the girls cricket ball throw under 11. Medal presentation for event number 33, the girls 100-meter dash under 13. Your bronze medalists hailing from St. George's branch, Jamie Smith, 13.72 seconds. Your silver medalist from St. George's branch, Carissa St. Clair, 13.68 seconds. And bringing home the goal from St. Patrick's branch, Janelle Kanai, 13.33 seconds. The for event number 33, the girls 100-meter dash under 13. Medal presentation for event number 34, the boys 100-meter dash under 13. In third and bringing home the bronze, Keyshawn Cobb from St. George's branch, 13.12 seconds. He gets to bring home the silver this year from St. David's branch. Let's hear it for Ronan Lessie, 12.97 seconds. And our gold medalist for this event, make some noise for Jadil Andrew, hailing from St. Andrew's branch, 12.63 seconds. Let's hear it for one more time for our medalists for event number 34, the boys 100-meter dash under 13. We congratulate all athletes for their stellar performances here today, and we look forward to even more action right here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. We would like to also thank Randy Frank and P.S. Ned for assisting with the distribution of the medals.
So we're back here with live action at the National Stadium. It's the NEXA GUT National Primary School Games 2026. And we're down to crunch time with just about the 400 meters to go. And then we're going to have the all-exciting relays. So next up will be the 400-meter dash for girls under 13. If you look on your screen, you'll notice that the athletes are already on the track. We'll get the lane assignments shortly, and we'll take you through that event.
So in lane number 1 to be Adamson St. Patrick. Lane 2, Kamaya Julian, she represents St. Andrew. In lane 3, Renaya Ranger, also from St. Andrew. Tarishi Williams, representing St. George. Representing St. John is Alea Francis. She's in lane 5. Jamie Smith, representing St. George, in lane number 6. In lane number 7, Kamaya Joseph, representing St. David, and from Carriacou and Petite Martinique, or representing Carriacou and Petite Martinique, Julissa Rawlins. Well, coming into this event, the athlete with the best time on paper here, 1 minute 05.68 seconds, is Taraji Williams from St. George. She's in lane number 4.
Girls 400-meter dash under 13 final. And they're off. It's the 400-meter dash for under 13 girls. It's the final. Already we're seeing some movements from the athlete from St. John. That's Aliyah Francis. She has made up the stagger on St. John and Carriacou. A strong run from St. George. On the inside, Taraji Williams is also in the mix. She is establishing herself and taking full control of this race as we go down the back stretch. It's Williams, Taraji Williams of St. George. There, St. John's showing some attitude, showing that she's not giving up. She is pushing it. St. John, that's Francis, pushing it right to the curb. We're getting ready to head into the straightaway with some 100 meters to go. It's St. John, it's Francis, it's Alia Francis of St. John. She is hanging on there, she's holding on. It's Francis of St. John. St. George has no answer. Williams will have to settle for second place. The gold medal goes to Alia Francis of St. John.
A very good run there from Francis. Controlled race. She ran her own race, not bothered when Williams up onto her. She continued running her race, and in the end, she won it with some relative ease. A good 10 meters.
So there we had it, the completion of the 400-meter dash for girls under 13, and that was the final.
1 minute 04.85. That's the winning time. Tajari Williams in second position with 1 minute 06.81 seconds, and the bronze medalist Renaya Ranger from St. Andrew, 1 minute 07.67 seconds.
So we're moving on as the patrons lap up all the excitement here at the National Stadium, at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The athletes are doing their best, and the spectators are enjoying the spectacle that was presented to them by the boys and girls of the primary schools.
Well, up next is the boys 400 meters on the 13. We would see Trayvon, that's Trayvon Telesor from Carriacou and Petite Martinique. He would be in lane number 1. In lane number 2, Isran Purcell, representing St. David. In St. Andrew, Rayshawn Buddy is in lane 3. In lane number 4, Ronan Lessie. Ronan Lessie, he's in lane number 4, representing St. David. Javazi Lake, lane number 5, representing St. George. Tyrone Alexis, representing St. John. He's in lane 6. In lane 7, Tion Charles, representing St. Patrick. Another athlete representing St. John. In lane number 8, Michael Richard. The record in this event is a name that has become synonymous with certainly in times past. Not too long ago, Teja Peterkin is the record holder in this event, 57.89 seconds, which he established in 2017. And the common theme today, speaking to records, 2017 seems to have been a record-breaking year. A number of records that we have in our books here was established in 2017. So with a time of 1 minute 02.47 seconds, the best time in this event from lane number 3, Rayshon Buddy from St. Andrews. So we can expect a lot of the running to come from lane 3. That's Buddy. Buddy from St. Andrew. The final instructions. So stay tuned after this 400 meters. We're going to go into the relays. That's on the track.
National Primary School Games.
If you're just joining, you are in the last quarter, so to speak, the two-day affair, the GUT National Primary School Games 2026. A wonderful day yesterday, day 1, and day 2. The rivalry and the competition remain quite intense as we get down to the relays, and we know in the relays anything can happen.
Definitely. Certainly anything can happen. And the points are increased significantly. 18 points will go towards a win in the relays as compared to 11 points for the individual events.
Then the starters orders now.
So here we go, 400 meter under 13 boys. Early in the running, St. Andrew is picking up the pace. St. David following, St. John on the outside. St. John, St. Andrew, St. David, that's your top 3. St. David in 4th. Let's see how they go as they approach just about 200 meters. St. Andrew looking to turn it on. Significantly, the speed has increased as Buddy takes charge of this one. Lessie is chasing hard. He goes past St. John Lessie, but Buddy has gone into another gear. He's really powering his way through. Here comes Buddy from St. Andrew. He's going to take this one. Leslie from St. David's will come in 2nd, and St. John in 3rd. That's a good strong run there from...
A rather controlled race there, unsurprising. No mystery, he came in here with the best time, far superior time actually, 1 minute 02.47, and his winning time 1 minute 02.25, so reduced or improved on his winning time here from the semi-finals. That's Rayshon Buddy. He had a race won, I would think, at 120 meters to go, and in the end it's a rather easy win.
Yeah, quite an impressive run there by Rayshon Buddy. He didn't have much other events to do. He was just centered on this 400-meter event. And what a run from Rayshon Buddy of St. Andrew.
Well, next up on the track will be the relays. It's a series of relays, 4x100. And as per usual, we'll end with the 4x4 relays.
And for our viewers who may need to know the point standing, we have a point standing. It will change any moment, but just something for you to just keep yourselves occupied and continue the conversation. St. Mark is on 62.50 points. They're in 7th position. In 6th position is Carriacou and Pidimatnik on 94 points. In 5th position, St. John's Branch, 159 points. St. David's on 224.5 points. St. Patrick's on 299 points. St. George Branch, 306 points. And the St. Andrew Branch, 417. We would have another point standing for you shortly. So stay tuned. So there has been an updated point standing, and we will share that with you shortly. I don't think that any of the positions in terms of the teams, the parishes, have changed. So stay tuned to that. But there is some keen competition developing between the St. George branch and the St. Patrick branch. So keep your eyes on that.
Well, Gonstein, we're into
Go ahead.
We're into the last segment, and that's the segment that a lot of people are looking forward to, the relay segment. And just before we begin that, we just want to share with you maybe a message from the Drug Control Secretariat, and they're encouraging everyone to choose health, choose life, live drug-free. A message from the Drug Control Secretariat of the Ministry of Education. So we're in for the final set of events, the exciting relays, and we have quite a number of them. We have the 4x1 meters under 9. There's 2 relays there. We have the under 11s, and of course we have the 4x400 meters open. We are expecting to have sponsors relay as well, a 4x100 meter relay, and that would kick off the relay events. So the battle continues between St. George and St. Patrick for the 2nd and 3rd positions. St. George is establishing a little more comfortable lead over St. Patrick now, but we can conclude maybe by now with how the points are allocated that St. Andrew may be the runaway winner at this stage. To give you the allocation of points for the relay events, 1st position gets 18 points, 2nd gets 14, 3rd gets 12, 4th gets 10, 5th gets 8, 6th gets 4, 6th gets 6 points, and the other position gets 4 points. So that's how the points are allocated for the relay. So 18 points, for victory in the relay, 14 for 2nd, 12 for 3rd.
I think for teams St. George and St. Patrick, they would want to bag as many points as possible, because the relays really can disrupt the positioning of the final results. So for these teams, and even St. David, bagging as much points as possible in the relay event is very important. At this point, we can almost say that St. Andrew is smiling happy, although of course they're going to want to extend their lead, so they're going to do all they can to take that top position, or at least be in the top 3 positions at the end of each relay. But the fight really is between St. George branch and St. Patrick. Well, I keep saying branch, but parish.
So just before we start the relays, just let me run through the point standings. It's St. Mark's 66.5, Carriacou 102, St. John's 187, St. David's 240.5, St. Patrick 320, St. George 347, and St. Andrew branch 485.
So the athletes on the track are the athletes competing in the 4x100 meter relay under 15. And Bunsen, I just did a rough calculation there. If St. George's, who is in second position at the moment, if they win all the relays, they will get an additional 144 points. But it means that St. Andrew would not have to be in any of the relays to be overcome.
So
and
it's a
that's
foregone
an
conclusion.
unlikely proposition here, because St. Andrews here, it means that they have to be either disqualified or just don't take part. But once they gather points in the relays, it will make it difficult for St. George's to catch them.
Well, I think it has already been decided that St. Andrews, being so dominant on the track, there is no way that they wouldn't get any points in the relays. And that said and done, we can safely say that St. Andrews is going to bring home that beacon to Big Parish one more time.
As they say, 30 in 2026. As we get set for the relay, St. Patrick in 2, St. John in 6, St. Andrew in 7, St. George in 8. They're up and running. 4 parishes competing in this one. The 4x100 meters under 15. Looking good and making up the stagger is St. Andrew over St. George. The first handover. St. Andrew and St. George battling down the home straight. St. Andrew with a slight lead and moving away from St. George. But running good on the inside is St. John as well. But it is St. Andrew to make the handover first. St. Andrew moves out, then St. George, then St. John. St. Andrew in the lead here over St. George's and St. John. Coming up to make the final handover in the 4x100 meters for under 15 girls. St. Andrew in the lead here. St. George afterwards. And then we have on the inside St. Patrick. St. Patrick moves into second position now, but it is still St. Andrew in the lead. St. Patrick closing in very quickly. St. Patrick and St. Andrew, but it's going to be St. Andrew in the end over St. Patrick. But a very close finish between those two parishes.
And St. Andrew bags another set of points as they strengthen their lead on the second day of the second and final day of the GUT NEXA National Primary School Games. A good event, a good run, a good fight by St. Patrick as she tried to overcome St. Andrew, but I believe Team St. Andrew wanted this more than she did, and of course Team St. Andrew took it in a time of 56.41 seconds, with St. Patrick coming in second with 56.54, St. John 59.73, and St. George taking the 4th position. Only 4 parishes participated in this event, and in an event like this, all parishes would want to field a team, but of course we understand it's under 15, probably one of the smallest categories in primary schools at this level, so not all parishes were able to field a team.
Well, what I was more concerned about here was the narrowing of the gap between St. Patrick and St. George, because St. Patrick came ahead of St. George on that one, but St. Patrick had a very, very good third leg to bring them back in contention for the gold medal.
I agree, and the 4th leg really put in the work to fight her way to get there. So it was a good team effort, and that is what a relay is. A relay is a team effort, and we saw teams putting their work together. A little fumble from some teams, and that is something that we have to work on as we go further into athletics and into development of our relay teams.
So on track, it's the sponsors relay.
So the NEXA staff is on the track. They're going to have part of the excitement as well. They're going to share in the fun. I'm sure they have employees there who would have been track blazers in their time in school, and here's an opportunity for a good race post-school, post-university.
I see some of them flexing their muscles.
Let's hope they don't overextend and we have situations where they can't complete, but there are 2 teams here from the NEXA Credit Union, and it's going to be a mixed relay, so they are both male and female in the quartet of employees from the NEXA Credit Union.
I think I heard on the house that it's NEXA versus GUT.
Well, that makes it even more interesting. NEXA versus GUT.
Well, that's not a good position to put me in. Who do I back?
Maybe you should be on the track for whichever one you choose to run for.
Oh no, I'm not a track star. I'm more of a field events kind of person.
Well, they're about to be started. They're about to start the 4x100 meter relay sponsors race. NEXA versus GUT. GUT on the inside, NEXA on the outside. It's a very close one here between GUT and NEXA. They hand over just about the same time. GUT on the inside, NEXA on the outside, but GUT is pulling away from NEXA. The money is left behind here. With the second handover, it's GUT ahead of NEXA. There they go. NEXA gaining some ground on GUT. Wow, what a good run here by NEXA. Catching up with GUT nicely. NEXA and GUT, but it's GUT in the lead, followed by NEXA. The final handover, let's see how they battle towards the finish line. GUT is off in a flash. Here comes NEXA down the home straight. NEXA is gaining a little ground on GUT. GUT is looking back for the money, but there is no catching enough. GUT will win this one. NEXA picks up the silver position. And a good run between the NEXA Credit Union and the Grenada Union of Teachers.
And there you have it. Teachers can run. We don't only coach them to take part in this event, in this big event, but we can put when I say put your money where your mouth is.
Well, the money was really left behind on this occasion.
Oh yes, it was. I noticed on leg number 2, I believe, for the teachers, we saw the father of Kalissa Phillip.
Wow.
Yes,
So
Kalissa Phillip's father. He gave that bomb leg for teachers on that second leg. So, you know, as they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree at all. And there it was on display today. So congratulations, Grenada Union of Teachers, for showing your talent on the track today.
And if I told you that was my son on the teacher's final leg.
Oh, look at that.
I got some laughing to do when I get home tonight.
And then we see the fans who have come out here to enjoy the games. They came out in the numbers today. Yesterday we didn't have that many of them. But the final day when the champion is crowned, that's when everybody wants to be at the National Stadium. And they've been thoroughly entertained and been given a good level of performance from the athletes here today.
So we're getting ready for the boys 4x100 meter relay under 15. St. Mark in lane 1, St. George 2, St. John 3, Carriacou, St. Patrick, St. Andrew, St. David. And here they go. It's already the first leg. St. Andrew making up the stagger on St. David. St. Patrick with a spirited run as we get to the first handover. It's St. Andrew. St. Patrick's is challenging on his inside. But it's St. Andrew going down the back stretch, very much in control of this one. St. Andrew, St. David is in the mix. St. Patrick is also featured in this frame. St. Andrew with another handover. Here comes St. David. St. George is making a strong run on the inside. It's St. Andrew getting ready to head to the anchor leg. And this is Christian Nelson. He's going to take them home. He's the fastest of the under 15 guys. And no one is going to catch Nelson. St. George's is looking good on this inside, but Nelson, with that lean back Michael Johnston finish, takes it home for St. Andrew. Gold for St. Andrew, St. George's in second, and St. Patrick in third.
And the points keep stacking in St. Andrew's favor. And of course, this team understood the assignment from the shot of the gun all the way around the track to the handover of the final baton. And of course, Team St. Andrew brought it home. Team St. George gave a spirited fight, but it was not enough to hold Team St. Andrew back. And of course, Team St. Patrick would have also put their method in to try to see if they could take this title, but it was not happening. Team St. Andrew ran away with it, Team St. George, a good fight, but had to settle for second in this race. The 4x100 meter under 15 boys.
Well, an unforgiving performance from St. Andrew. They already crowned champions and they still continue to pile on the points, maybe wanting to establish a record for maximum points ever. But it's 30-26 for St. Andrew as they continue to dominate at the NEXA GUT primary school games.
But there's a battle developing between St. Patrick and St. George. The positions are changing, but it seems as though it's just one position down or one position up. So the competition is close. We'd like to know what's happening in terms of the points, but we'll have to wait for that.
I like when sports meet come down to the final race. I don't know about you, but to me, that is when the excitement really drives. When it takes the final race to determine, well, in this case, not first, but in this case, it's either second or third. And that's when you cannot miss a beat, and every spectator is on their feet.
Well, we have St. John, they're in 1, there's no one in 2, in 3 we have St. David, St. Andrew in 4, St. Patrick in 5, St. George in 6, Carrico in 7, and St. Mark is not there. So there they go on the first leg here. That's the 4x100 meters in progress here. The young ladies are looking really good. St. George is in the lead here, St. Andrew in 2nd, St. Patrick in 3rd. St. Patrick would really want to catch up on St. George. They make the second handover. St. Andrew, St. George in the lead. St. Patrick giving good chase, but it is St. George's. St. George in the lead. St. Andrew and the St. Patrick's coming around the bend to make the final handover. St. Patrick is making good ground on St. Andrew. They're just about making the handover around the same time. St. George is in the lead. Here comes St. Andrew. Here comes St. Patrick. St. Andrew and St. John on the inside. It's going to be a close one between St. George and St. Andrew. But St. George is going to run away with it. St. George indeed runs away with it. St. Andrew for 2nd and St. Patrick for 3rd. Some more points here to separate St. George over St. Patrick. And you don't want to see what's happening in the commentary position here between some of the commentators. Albanstein, a very strong run indeed by St. George.
Yes, they were able to hold off the charge from St. Andrew. But more important is that they're able to pile on some points from St. Patrick. A strong run there, quite competitive in the end. Avery Cabe giving chase, but couldn't catch her rival from St. George. So congratulations to St. George, taking the gold medal here and advancing on some points from St. Patrick.
Well, if I had a bet, if I used to throw a bet, I would have won this one. Right, Basil?
I would have to say so.
Congratulations, Team St. George, for holding off the mighty St. Andrew in this race and bagging some much-needed points. Of course, more importantly for Team St. George, they needed to hold St. Patrick off, and that is what they did. They were able to push St. Patrick into a lower position and hold on to the first place position in this race. Quite an exciting race. And like Leslie said, the action in the commentary room, we had to figure out how to be quiet and not share our excitement too much. But this was quite an entertaining race, I must admit.
It would be nice if we can get a point standing somewhere in the middle of the relays.
I don't think I can take it.
Well, there's going to be a medal presentation before the final 2 events. So I know at that stage we would get a points update and we'll be able to do some calculations for the last 2 events. But just in case you didn't believe us, a while ago we saw a beautiful shot of a cross-section of the spectators, and they're here in the thousands today, maybe almost 3,000 I would think from my estimation, and that's an appreciable crowd here. There we see them one more time. All the colors on display here representing the various parishes and branches of the GUT.
This has turned out to be quite a family event. You see parents coming with their little ones, and nobody's left at home. You know, they're all out here today. The vendors are also having a nice day, going from stand to stand, and it's turned out to be quite a beautiful day. It started off a tad bit rainy, threatening a bit, but it has subsided and it's gone. And we're going to have today end in quite a beautiful manner. It's not hot, it's not sweltering, it's not humid. It's a nice day.
Yes, it has been quite spectacular performances from the athletes, and the spectators have been there encouraging them, and all at the same time enjoying themselves. It shows Grenada is strong. So we're getting ready for the 4x100 meters for boys under 9. St. John, in lane 1, St. David lane 2, lane 3, St. George, St. Mark in lane 4, lane 5, St. Patrick, St. Andrews in 6, and it looks like Carriacou in the lane 7. Just the official just checking. And the gun sends them off. One of the teams has stayed back, so I'm so happy that it has been registered as a false start.
Yes. They're going to get another go at it.
I think he realized that he was the one in error there. That's the lane 1. And he stood up.
Just going to give you how the points are allocated for the relays one more time. 18 points for the first position, 14 for the second, 12 for the third, 10 for the fourth, 8 for the sixth, 6 for the seventh, and 4 for the 8th finisher.
So we're getting ready for a restart of the boys 4x100 meter relay under 9. It's the final.
I'm sure teams have their points, their point books, and as they get their positions, they are doing all the tabulating before we can even tabulate, or before anyone else can tabulate. They're really holding stiff record of these positions now, because they don't want any mistake to be made. They want to make sure they know where they stand. So I'm certain that coaches and schools are holding their numbers. They know exactly how much points and how much would be added and all of these things. They're doing some good mathematics at this time.
I can tell you the calculators are out. So we're getting ready. 4x100 meter relay for boys under 9. And there we go. It's the first leg in the 4x100 meter relay. And we see St. Andrew right up on Carriacou already. St. George making up the stagger there on St. Mark and St. David as we come to the first standover. It's St. Andrew. St. Patrick is in the mix. St. George is on the inside. He's making a strong run. It's Carriacou chasing St. Andrew. Carrick, and here comes St. George on the inside, making that handover first. Now here we go. It's St. George on the inside, eating up the stagger there. St. George, the crowd rose because it's St. George, hometown favorite, coming to make the final handover. The anchor there, St. George. And here comes Damari Paul. Can he in any way catch any of the athletes ahead of him? But it's St. George with a brisk run there. Here comes Damari on the outside. He may have to settle for third place because St. George is taking it home. Gold medal for St. George. St. David in second, and third place for St. Andrew.
And that is what you want. You want, when you step into a relay event, that you know which position you're going to go for, because the points matter and you know what you have to do. Team St. George understood the assignment from the get-go. They knew that points need to be collected. They know they need to hold off Team St. Patrick. They know that they may not be able to catch St. Andrew, but they are going to run for their lives. And that is what this team did. Team St. George bagging the goal. Team St. David taking the second position. And in this race, Team St. Andrew had to settle for third place.
Well, maybe not the best of finishes for the year for Damari Paul. He has won so many gold medals in the individual races and his team had to settle for the bronze in the final, but nothing takes away from a good run from St. George. St. David giving good chase, and maybe St. Patrick could feel a little disappointed here not having maybe gotten a better position in an effort to close the gap that St. George's has over them at the moment.
Most certainly. St. George maybe enjoying a slender lead at this point in time.
Well, I think except for one relay, they've had better positions than St. Patrick, and so the expectation is that they would have extended the lead over St. Patrick. But we still have quite a few relays to go, and we're not sure what's going to happen. Anything can happen, and we just have to wait and see this one out. So for the upcoming relay, which is the 4x100 meters on the 11 girls, we will see St. George in lane 1, St. Andrew in lane 2, St. Patrick in 3, in 4 is St. David, St. Marcus is in lane 5, St. John in lane 7, and we have Carrico and P.T. Martinique out there in lane 8. Lane 6 is scratched at the moment, so there is no... Right, so these are the 7 teams competing. Valuable points are needed here, especially for St. Patrick and St. George. There's a real battle going on between these two branches. They're on their mark. 4x100 meters on the 11 girls. They're up and running here. Nice, clean start. Let's see who makes up the early stagger. St. Patrick is looking good, making up the stagger on St. David. Carrico out front, St. John as well. St. Andrew and St. George struggling at the back. St. Patrick looking good. So too is St. John. St. David is in the mix as well. Carrico and P.T. Martinique on the outside. For St. Patrick, here comes St. Andrew with a good run. St. George is at the back at the moment with the second handover now. It is St. Andrews who handles over first. St. David is also looking good. St. Patrick is also up there in second position. St. George's is somewhere behind still. Let's see how this one goes. St. Patrick moves into the lead here. Valuable points is needed. Here comes St. Patrick. That looks like St. Patrick in lead. St. Andrew making a good run back here. That looks like Latouche for St. Andrew, but you'll have our work cut out for St. Patrick is holding strong, and they're going to hold out for the victory. St. Andrew second, St. David's third, and St. George in fourth position. A good win for St. Patrick.
Very much so. They needed this win. Every first place counts, and they would have bagged another one. The young lady, very serious. She knew that she had to get this for her team, and she did just that. The team started off very well, and they ran each leg, passing and going on to the next, and staying on target, staying focused. It was a good relay. Each team were able to successfully pass the baton, everybody holding on, nothing falling off, and they were all able to get to the finish line. But in this race, Team St. Patrick knew just what they needed to do, and they were able to hold up Team St. George, who unfortunately took the well, I don't know if it's unfortunate, they would have grabbed a couple points, but they had to settle for the fourth position. St. David, of course, taking the third place in this race.
So it's 18 points for St. Patrick in this relay, and so they would have gained a few points on St. George, because that's where the battle is currently for second and third position. We await that points update that will really give clarity to this whole situation. I look forward to this point standing, because it's going to settle a lot of scores.
Well, St. George only were able to get 10 points for their fourth position. So 8 points would have been eroded from the lead that St. George would have over St. Patrick. 8 valuable points that want to qualify, as these relays continue to determine the second and third positions.
We can agree that the under 11 category is quite competitive. Over both days we saw keen competition in this was one of the categories where the competition was very, very stiff in the under 11, both with the males and the females.
So it's 4x100 meters really for boys under 11, the final, and we can see in lane 1 St. Andrew, lane 2 St. Patrick, St. John is in lane 3, lane 4 is empty, lane 5 Carrico and P.T. Martinique, lane 6, St. David. St. Mark is in lane 7, and the St. George is in lane 8. And we're getting ready for another exciting relay. St. George and St. Patrick would like to ensure that they can put some distance between each other. St. Andrew, being the winner that they are, would want to ensure that they're in the medals. And they're off. On the inside, a spirited run from St. Andrew, making up the stagger on St. Patrick. But out front, St. George's. St. David on the inside. First handover. St. George and St. David in the mix. St. Andrew in lane 1. Not in your picture, but it's St. George at the top of the screen there. St. David right there in second position. Here comes St. George. St. Andrew is having something to say. They're putting in some work on this third leg as we get to the anchor. It's St. George, St. David, but St. Andrew seem to have made the first handover. It's Jace Mitchell who is going to anchor for St. Andrew. St. Patrick is making a run for it. St. George is there. St. Andrew is going to take it. And we need to decide who gets the silver and bronze. St. Patrick and St. George battling it out again.
Nail biting.
St. Patrick had a blistering third leg. I think they might feel a little bit disappointed in the athlete on the anchor, but look at St. Patrick here on the third leg. So too was St. Andrew. St. George was struggling a little bit here, and the batter was exchanged just about the same time, except St. Patrick got it a little bit late. He ran all his worth here. He really wanted to get ahead of St. Patrick, and we will have to wait for the official result. It's going to be a photo finish between St. Patrick and St. George, but St. Andrew's a clear runaway winner here.
We have to highlight in that final leg, the St. George athlete had to work really hard to come back. I mean, St. Patrick was ahead of him, clearly, and he had to work to get to that second position, grabbing it by a slim margin in order to get there, and he did. So
well, 14 points for the second, 12 for the third. So another 2 points advantage for St. George over St. Patrick.
It's going up and down, up and down. You don't know where you stand.
As we
with
say,
these
it's a
two teams.
ding-dong battle. That's what it is.
I'm sure many people at home are sitting biting their nails, especially since we can't give you a points upgrade as yet.
Well, I'm going to try and get this points update because we're going to have a medal presentation now to be followed by the final 2 events, which are the 4x4 100 relays. And once we get that points update, we can have a very good idea as to what will happen for the second and third positions.
In a battle with St. Patrick for the second position. And it's not over just yet. Somebody's going to do it today. Somebody's going to do the business today. Medal presentation is up next.
Was it? As we welcome you back here at the National Stadium, we do have an updated point standing. There we have it, St. Andrews branch up at the top on 581, St. George branch at 438, St. Patrick at 400. So it means that St. Patrick, even if they win the last two races and get the full 36 points, they won't be able to catch St. George, who is currently on 438 points. So as I make it, this is the most recent point standing before the final two events. Let's hope that's what it is. And so it means that St. George's now has an unassailable amount of points, 438, with two relays remaining. So we can safely conclude maybe the first three positions have been determined.
Yeah, I want to agree with you there, Leslie. It means that everybody is accounted for and nothing much will change. Nothing much could change from here on in. And certainly St. Andrews, for yet another year, have taken the NEXA GUT Primary School Sports, and they will be the champions. And certainly in a while they will be crowned champions.
Well, I'm sure there will be a lot of competition still for the last two events. Bragging rights always seems to go with the schools or the houses or the clubs or the branches that win the 4x400 meter relays. A lot of people sometimes don't remember who win the championship, but they remember who win the 4x400 meter relay. And so we have those two exciting relays coming up. The 4x400 meters open for the girls and also for the boys. Gentlemen, we've seen some very exciting relays, and we couldn't have asked for more. We couldn't have asked for it better. And what put it into real perspective is the ding-dong battle that was going on between St. Patrick and St. George.
Yeah, it really has been a ding-dong battle between these two parishes for the second and third. Eventually, St. George doing just enough to make sure that they have a clearance that even if they do not win the 4x4 male or female, they still will be able to hold on to that second position. It's really been tough for them, and I mean, the fact that they are in this position, it means that they knew exactly what they had to do, and they did it well.
Well, the relays always live up to the expectation, because people expect that relays will bring the excitement, bring the house down. And these relays did live up to expectations. We had relays where it was very close to call, but the competition between St. Patrick and St. George is what kept it going here today, because St. Andrew would have almost gotten home already in terms of getting to the promised land. St. George now have an opening. The gate has been kicked open, so there is a slight opening. It's left ajar so that St. George's can step in. But St. Patrick will still want to get as close as possible to St. George's, knowing well that they did the best that they could have done on the 2 days and feel satisfied with the end result. Second or third, it doesn't matter.
And so one may want to even take an even deeper introspection and look at a comparison between the two parishes, St. Patrick and St. George, by the sheer number of schools in those two respective parishes, you know. And I think St. Patrick must be commended for a brilliant performance, notwithstanding the number of schools they have there.
Yes, St. Patrick's has just about 7 schools, I think it is. Yeah, just about 7 schools. And St. George's has somewhere around 15 schools. So being able to compete with almost half the amount of schools that are in St. George is a great feat for St. Patrick.
Absolutely. So the folks in St. Patrick, you must be proud of your accomplishment. So what we're going to do now, we're going to segue to Sherry-Ann, who's on the field, and she has an interview, and we're going to come back with track action momentarily.
I'm here with Janelle Kanai, one of the athletes out of St. Patrick. She is the under 13 champ in the 100 meter, and you also placed third in the long jump under 13 girls. Speak to us about what's the feeling like and how hard did you train?
I feel good, and I train often from Monday and sometimes Friday.
And who do you train with?
SAS. And yeah, I feel good that I win the 100.
What exactly did the coach say to you that you should do if you have to win the race?
To push hard and don't look back.
Thank you. That was the winner of the under 13 girls 100 meter, Janelle Kanai out of St. Patrick. With me is Kanya Gibbs. Kanya, congratulations. You are the winner of the 200 meter on the 11 girls. And speak to us about the win. How happy are you? And who did you train with?
I trained with my coach and I'm very happy.
And what's your coach name?
Shotpree.
And how often do you train with Shotpree?
Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday.
And exactly what did Mr. Shotpree say to you that you need to do if you have to come here at the sports and win?
Work hard and finish hard.
So you worked hard and you finished hard, and today you're reaping the rewards?
Yes.
Congratulations to you again. Do you have any other events for today?
Really.
All right. So that was the young under 11 winner, Miss Gibbs, and she came out. She's representing the St. Andrew Parish, and she's a student of the St. Andrew's Methodist School.
And it's so good to hear from the youngsters. Janelle Kanai is one to definitely look forward to. She dominated the under 11 category last year. She dominated at the national champs last year. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see her at national champs last weekend, and she came here.
100 meters. I have Khalil Howell and Winston Church. These two athletes have been going head to head from day one. And this afternoon, they're going to speak to us about the training and what does it mean to be a winner. So tell us first, we're going to speak to Khalil. He came first. Tell me, how does it feel to win, and how hard have you trained for today?
It felt good, and I trained hard, and I never accomplished that moment of me celebrating and coming first.
So what is it coach told you that you need to do to come out here and win?
To eat well and train hard.
And you're happy today? So I'm going to speak now with Winston. Winston, you have been going head on with your colleague here. You placed second. Tell us about how do you feel overall to get a medal here today?
Well, I feel good. I've been training hard with Howell, and our custom coming second. And yesterday I beat him. He come back for revenge today.
So yesterday you came first in which of the races yesterday?
The 100 finals.
So you placed first in the 100 finals. He placed second, and today he placed first and you placed second. So what does that mean for you in terms of going back and train harder so next time you can give him a greater competition?
Next time I will do better. Might come close to the record again.
Thank you very much. These two guys are the first and second place positions in the under 11 boys 200 meters here at day 2 of the NEXA GUT National Primary School Games.
Thank you again, Sherry, for some brilliant interviews here with the youngsters. What we're going to do, there is a medal presentation that's happening now. We're going to go to the house microphone to give the recognition to the athletes and then come back with the live track and field action.
30.09 seconds. And your gold medalist from St. Andrew's branch, Tanya Gibbs, 29.11 seconds. Your medalist for event number 41, the girls 200 meter dash under 11. Event number 42, the boys 200 meter dash under 11. In third and taking home the bronze, Jace Mitchell of St. Andrews Branch, 28.95 seconds. Your silver medalist from St. George's Branch, Whiston Church, 28.65 seconds. And the one that gets to bring home the gold today from St. George's Branch, Khalil Howell, 28.60 seconds. Let's hear it for your medalists for event number 42, the boys 200-meter dash under 11. Event number 45, the girls 200-meter dash under 15. In third and bringing home the bronze from St. David's Branch, Keziah Jones, 30.89 seconds. Your silver medalist from St. Andrews Branch, your silver medalist from St. Andrews Branch, Kedayad Sylvester, 29.29 seconds. And your gold medalist from St. John's Branch, let's hear it for Shanique Murray, 28.88 seconds. Your medalist for event number 45, the girls 200-meter dash under 15. Number 46, the boys 200-meter dash under 15. In third and bringing home the bronze from St. Andrews Branch, Kay Nelson, 27.04 seconds. Running away with the silver from St. George's Branch, Tyrone Alexander, 26.95 seconds. And from St. Andrew Branch, he gets to bring home the gold, Kriston Nelson, 26.08 seconds. Let's for your medalist time. Event number 46, the boys 200-meter dash under 15. Event number 49, the girls 400-meter dash under 13. In third, taking the bronze, Renaya Ranger from St. Andrews Branch, 1 minute, 7.67 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. George's Branch, Taraji Williams, 1 minute, 6.81 seconds. And your gold medalist for this event, Aliyah Francis from St. John's Branch, 1 minute, 4.85 seconds. Your medalist for event number 49, the girls 400-meter dash under 13. Event number 40, the boys 400-meter dash under 13. Taking home the bronze from St. John's Branch, Tyrone Alexis, 1 minute, 4.35 seconds. Your silver medalist from St. David's Branch, Ronan Lessie, 1 minute, 3.08 seconds. Bring for this event from St. Andrews Branch, Rishon Buddy, 1 minute, 2.25 seconds. Let's hear it for your medalists one more time. Event 59, the girls 4x100-meter relay under 9. In third, we have St. Patrick's Branch bringing home the bronze. 1 minute, 5.52 seconds. In second, St. Andrew's branch. 1 minute, 4.45 seconds. And your gold medalist, St. George's branch. 1 minute, 3.87 seconds. These are your results from the relay, 4x100 meter, girls under 9. Event number 60, the boys 4x100 meter relay under 9. Taking home the bronze, St. Andrew's branch, 1 minute, 2.95 seconds. Silver goes to St. David's branch, 1 minute, 2.53 seconds. And Team Red, St. George branch, brings home the gold, 1 minute, 2.04 seconds. We congratulate the athletes for this event. As we get ready for event number 65, the girls 4x100 meter relay under 15. In third, St. John's branch, 59.73 seconds. Bronze. The silver medal goes to St. Patrick's branch, 56.54 seconds. And St. Andrew's branch brings home the gold, 56.41 seconds. Event 65, the girls 4x100 meter relay under 15. Medal presentation for event number 66, the boys 100 meters, 4x100 meter relay under 15. Your bronze medalist, St. Patrick's branch, 55.07 seconds. Your silver medalist, St. George's branch, 53.59 seconds. And your gold medalist from the Big Parish St. Andrew's branch, 52.11 seconds. Taking home the gold today. These are your medalists for event number 66, the boys 4x100 meter relay under 15. Event number 7, the boys long jump under 13. In third, from St. Patrick's branch, Zayden Holston, 4.41 meters. Bronze medal. The silver medal goes to Nathan Richards of St. George's branch, 4.56 meters. And your gold medalist from St. Mark's branch, give it up for Kai Kador, 4.79 meters. Your medalist for event number 7, the boys long jump under 13. Event number 20, the boys javelin throw under 15. In third, bringing home the bronze, Caden Frederick from St. Patrick's branch, 26.45 meters. In second, bringing home the silver, St. Patrick's branch again, Damian McLeod, 27.44 meters. And your gold medalist from St. Andrew's branch, give it up for Jamal Aberdeen, 31.65 meters. Event number 61, girls 100 meter relay, under 11. In third, medal, St. David's branch, 59.48 seconds. In second, silver medal goes to St. Andrew's branch, 58.37 seconds. St. Andrew branch takes the silver, 58.37 seconds. And Crown City brings home the gold today. For this event, let's hear it for St. Patrick's branch, 58.06 seconds. Let's congratulate the team one more time. Event number 61. The girls 4x100 meter relay, under 11. And our final event for this medal presentation, event number 62, the boys 4x100 meter relay, under 11. Your bronze medalist, St. Patrick's branch, 56.93 seconds. Your silver medalist, St. George's branch, 56.83 seconds. And Big Parish goes home with a gold. St. Andrew's branch, 56.14 seconds. Your medalists for event number 62, the boys 4x100 meter relay, under 11. We would like to congratulate all athletes for their stellar performances here today. And of course, we thank Ms. Kim Frederick, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Sports, for assisting with the medal presentation. With the final sets of events to go, I now turn it over to the announcers.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Congratulations to all of our medalists as they make their way off the field. We prepare to welcome the athletes representing our various branches in the penultimate event of the NEXA GUT National Primary School Athletic Championships 2026. Events number 68 and 67. The girls and boys 4x400 meter relay open. The girls are up first. Event number 67. The record for this event, 4 minutes, 30.82 seconds. That record set in 2025, last year's games. Team St. David took the top honors, smashed the record. They'll be ones to watch. Team St. Patrick.
So we're back.
Has Alyssa David.
We're back here at the Kirani James National Stadium for the final two events. This is the penultimate event. The 4x400 meters open for girls. And the branches will be competing really, really hard for bragging rights for these last two events. And so Bunstein, Clyde, the excitement continues with the 4x400 meter relays.
Yes, certainly the excitement continues. We've seen some good running from the athletes from St. Patrick in the 400s. St. David's have held their own. St. George also. St. Andrew, we cannot leave them out. St. Mark has done well. We saw a gold medal come into St. Mark in the 400 meters. So certainly all the teams there, Carriacou included, they have something to brag about in the 400, but it's going to come down to who can transition, which team can transition 400 meters faster.
Well, this is the final race of the day for the girls, and I think they'll want to leave it all on the track. St. Patrick will want to make this one a special race for them. Likewise, St. George, St. Andrew, and everyone will just want to make a mark in the final race because they're going to give it all they got. This is their last race. For some of them, it's their last time as a primary school student participating in this event. So it's going to be a good one.
An absolute moment to cherish for these youngsters. They've given their all over 2 days. And they're down to their final event. And they will want to leave an impressive and indelible mark on the track here this evening. NEXA GUT Primary School Games 2026. They're all eager to go. The fans are just as eager. I can tell you the main pavilion has been filled to capacity and the overflow has had to gone over to the secondary pavilion. Appreciable turnout here of spectators. And we just anticipate even more than that for Intercall 2026.
Yeah, I really like to see the support that the NEXA GUT Primary School Games have garnered over the years. It's really good to see that the young ones are getting, you know, the family to come out and to support them.
Yes, it's always a good thing when the support is there. Once the support system is there, the athletes will be motivated to perform at their best, give us some high quality athletics over the past few days, and we're very happy for that. We're satisfied, and we just want them to continue growing from strength to strength.
So 6 branches here. I don't see St. John. But St. George is here. Carriacou and P.T. Martinic, St. David, St. Andrew, St. Mark, and of course St. Patrick.
So again, set for a song with number 67 for 100 meter relay open. Team St. John now joins the lineup.
Here comes St. John. We were looking for them. And eventually they made their way onto the track. And so we have a full slate of branches. St. Patrick, St. John, St. Mark, St. Andrew, St. David, Carriacou and P.T. Martinic, and St. George. Final instructions been dished out to the athletes. It'd be nice to see St. John being the last branch to come onto the track, winning this one, right?
Well, they ran well in the 400 meters for the girls.
So they're up and running here. It's a false start. Not a very regular occurrence to see a false start in a 4x4. It's a very rare occurrence, but nonetheless, it does happen.
Yes, it does. They seemed hesitant at the start. I don't know what they heard, but it was not as if they heard a shot and they really took off to start the race.
Something that's equipment malfunction for me. Apparently the gun misfired, and very quickly the starters called him back.
Yeah, I want to agree with you there. Faulty start.
This time they got it wrong again. Again, the gun seems to have been misfired. No fault of the athletes.
And I can sense the spectators are getting restless.
Well, we hope that they can correct this situation, because we have some major meets coming up in short order, and we really wouldn't want these kinds of situations, especially when we go on the global stage. These are the starters with the electronic pistols. The 4x400 meters open for girls. The event about to be started. Starters are getting themselves organized. The athletes have been ready for quite some time. They're called to orders one more time. This time they have a good start. Leg one in the 4x400 meters open for girls. St. Patrick's leading from the front here, trailed by St. Mark, then St. Andrew, St. George in the red. Then we have Carrico and Petit Martinique, and then St. David. Bragging rights up for grabs here. St. Patrick, St. Mark, St. Andrew. Top three so far. Still early days, very early to call this one. St. Andrew now moves into second position. St. David making good grounds on the outside as well. But it's St. Patrick who leads this one with about 12 meters over St. Andrew. St. David making a good run here to move now into second position. But it is still St. Patrick. St. Patrick with 90 meters to go. St. David's giving good challenge. St. Andrew in third. St. George in fourth. Then it's St. Mark. Coming up to the first handover is going to be St. Patrick over St. David, and then St. Andrew.
St. Patrick with the lead, extending her lead to just about 25 meters and counting. And here we go. Can she sustain this lead? St. David in seconds, followed by St. Andrew. Out front, it is St. David. She's looking to conserve here, but St. David making a good run. St. Andrew following some 10 meters behind. And St. David closing the gap on St. Patrick. St. Patrick still with a lead as they enter 200-meter region. St. Patrick. Here comes St. David. St. David on her heels. She's picking up some speed. Here comes St. George. Here comes St. Andrew. St. David. St. Patrick. St. George just about going around St. Patrick. She's making a charge, St. George, on St. David. It's St. David, St. George. St. David holding on. St. George right there. Let's see the handover made now. Both teams, St. David, St. George.
So it's St. George in the ascendancy. St. George followed by St. David, St. Patrick, and St. Andrew. That's your top four. It's the final race for the girls. It's a 4x400 meters. Going down the back stretch. It's St. George's opening a slight gap from the rest of the field. St. George's holding her own there. St. David is trying to chase St. Patrick. It's like equal distance between them. St. George in the lead. Here comes St. David, St. Patrick. That's your top three. As we take that top turn and get ready with just about 100 meters to go. It's St. George, St. David making a spirited run there. Here comes St. Andrew. It's St. George, St. David, and St. Andrew. We're getting to the final handover. Who is going to anchor us home? It's St. George, St. David closing slightly. The final handover now being made.
Well, the final leg is going to determine the overall winner in the girls 4x400 meters open. But St. George with a comfortable lead at the moment. St. David in chase. And then there is St. Andrew. Let's see who wants it more. They're going down the back straight for the final time, and this is the 4x400 meters. St. George looking very comfortable indeed. He's going to take an effort of some sort to catch up with her. St. David giving good steady chase. St. Andrew some distance behind. But St. George looking good up front. Can she maintain? Can she hold on? The gap is narrowing slightly over St. David. But St. George with a comfortable lead here. She just needs to maintain form, maintain her composure and motor on with 120 to go. St. George still in the lead. Everybody looking back to see where the competition is coming from. 90 meters to go. St. George is still in the lead. St. David may be giving up by now. St. George is going to be the runaway winner of the 4x400 meters open for girls. If she does not get the challenge that she needed to win this one, and so St. George wins the 4x400 meters for girls open, St. David would take up the second position, and St. Andrew would come through for the third.
Yeah, what a run there by the anchor for St. George, Jamie Smith. A name that we've been hearing all over the 2 days. You can find her on the track, you can find her in the field. A phenomenal athlete is Jamie Smith, and she has just anchored St. George to bragging rights in the 4x400 meter relay.
As you watch St. Mark come home now.
So that was the completion of the girls 4x400 meter relay open. A strong run from St. George, winning in 4 minutes 30.72 seconds. St. David in second, 4 minutes 36.01 seconds. And St. Andrew in third, 4 minutes 42.49 seconds. St. George has something to brag about. They may not win the championship, but they've won the 4x400 meter relay for girls in a new record.
A new record been established by St. George in the 4x400. I mean, St. Patrick had the fastest athlete on the first leg, so St. George was not in the lead on the first leg, but then they had a spirited run in the second leg. The third leg was even more impressive, and then Jamie Smith took it home in fine style to establish a new record for her team in 4 minutes 30.72 seconds. The records continue to tumble even with the penultimate event, and just to solidify their second position, they've done it with a record as well.
Yeah, erasing the mark of 4 minutes 33.49 set in 2023. Actually, St. George are the record holders, and they have just come and put a new mark in the record books.
Well, they've actually smashed the record from 4:33 to 4:30. That's not just breaking a record, that's smashing it.
So certainly a lot for the St. George fans to cheer about. They've cemented their second position with a record-breaking win.
And smiles on the faces of the St. George's supporters.
Well, the boys are on the track now. Another exciting relay is in store for us.
So this is the big one, the 4x400 meter relay for boys, the final event on the track in the 2026 NEXA GUT National Primary School Games. Oh, what a game it has been. And we're expecting a thrilling final event. The 4x4 always live up to the billing of being an exciting, if not the most exciting of all the relays.
Well, the 7 parishes, the 7 branches are here. We have St. Patrick, St. John, St. Mark, St. David, St. Andrew, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and also St. George. Can St. George do the double? Is St. Andrew going to crown the 30th championship in style with a victory in the 4x4? Can St. David prove to be an upset? Can St. John be the spoiler in the party? Is St. Patrick want to go home to redeem themselves for a third position? Carriacou would want to go back up with some bragging rights as well. And Then there they are. We are going to know maybe in just about 4 minutes' time who would be the winner of the 4x400 meters at the NEXA Primary School Games 2026.
It's going to be a very interesting run, this one. Team will have a mixture of senior and junior athletes. Here they go.
Well, they're up and running here. Bragging rights for the 4x400 meters is on. St. Andrew, St. George, the two early front runners. St. Mark is also there, so too is St. John. St. Patrick and St. David trailing at the moment. But a lead-off run here by St. Andrew. And on his heels we have St. George. St. Mark in the conversation as well, so too is St. John. But it is St. Andrew with a 7-meter lead thereabout over St. George. He continues to motor on nicely, going around that turn to head into the straightaway before he makes the first handover. St. David's making a good comeback here, moves into second position now. St. David trailing St. Andrew. St. Andrew and St. David, then St. Mark. A good run indeed by the athlete from St. Mark. But St. Andrew in the lead here over St. David. St. George in fourth position. The handover is made now. St. Andrew in the lead.
St. Andrew with just about 10 meters or so lead over St. David as they round the first turn and head into the 200 straight away. It's St. Andrew. St. David with a hard run. He's closed the gap significantly. Can he hold on? Can he sustain that speed? St. George closing in also in third position, but out front it's still St. Andrew. He's looking good. He's looking strong. St. David looking around, assessing where he is. And here they come into the straightaway now as they approach for the final handover. It is St. Andrew, St. David. Here comes St. George. St. Andrew finding the strength to pull away from St. David. St. David's not giving up. Final handover.
And here they go. It's St. Andrew in the lead. This one is motoring. It looks like Buddy, the under 13 400 meter champion. He's running, and Ronan Leslie is giving some chase. Going down the backstretch, it's St. Andrew. That's Buddy for sure. The under 13 champion. He is not holding back, but Leslie is giving him some chase. It's the 4x400 meters, the final event for the boys today. As they take that top turn and get ready to head into the home stretch, we can see grimace on his face. He is determined to go to the finish. He is feeling it, but this is his final race, and he's going to give it all he got. St. David's, St. George making a run. They're all running, giving it all that they have. It's the final race. They're living it all on the track. St. Andrews getting ready to make the final handover.
Well, it's the final leg of the final event. St. Andrew with maybe a 30-meter lead over St. David. And then we have St. George. It's going to be a close one, if not for first and second, definitely for second and third. But St. Andrews off in a flash and extending the lead here is going to take a real effort here from the other two competitors in chase to catch up with St. Andrew as they extend the lead going down the back straight for the final time in 2026. St. George is closing in nicely on St. David. St. George moving on the inside. Not a good thing to do. He bumps him off the track as well. And it is St. Andrew comfortably up front. He's just relaxing here a little bit, but maybe he should not because the gap is really closing in on him as he enters the home straight now for the final time. A run back here by St. David and St. George. And St. Andrew is really cruising now. He's coasting. He does not have much more left in the tank. Can he hold on? Can he hold on? St. David is closing in. Can St. Andrew hold on? He's just been clipped easy. He clipped on the line here. St. David for the comeback win. What a run by St. David. A fitting way to end it with the excitement at its pinnacle.
Wow, that is determination. Sheer determination. You see your opponents in sight and you have to give all that you have. And what a job by Ronan Leslie to anchor his team to a gold medal finish to bring the curtains down on the NEXA GUT primary school games.
I guess he saw the River Jordan, but he wasn't able to enter in first place.
Well, you asked for an exciting finish. The athletes delivered. What a way to end. We couldn't have asked for a better finish here. A spirited run from the quartet from St. David. Ronan Leslie here ending in fine style and bringing the bragging rights up the eastern side to St. David.
So St. David's have something to hang on to for another 365 days. They're the champions of the 4x400 meters of the 2026 NEXA GUT National Primary School Games for 2026. Congratulations, St. David's. You got something to hold on to.
News coming to us is that St. David's has been disqualified from the 4x400 meters.
Oh, what an anticlimax. We did see a bumping incident between St. David and St. George going down the back straight, but we've just been informed that St. David has been disqualified, an anticlimax. Let's see if anything else happened when he was taking over St. Andrew, but the information reaching us is a disqualification. Let's see what happens here. Definitely not on this occasion. It doesn't seem there for me.
So I guess the fans haven't received the news as yet, but St. Andrews will be the champions of the 4x400 meters. When they get the result, they're suddenly going to celebrate, and celebrate they will, because they are the champions of this NEXA GUT National Primary School Games 2026. Congratulations to St. Andrew.
Well, the fans in the stands are not aware of the disqualification yet, but nonetheless, whatever the results are for the final event, they're going to have their moment, they're going to celebrate, and they deserve to do so as well. They've been thoroughly entertained. They've been given top-class performances. A number of records been smashed. I see a contingent here from St. Andrew. I see a contingent from St. George. St. David is always in the mix around that area. And the fans, they came out in the numbers. They filled up the main pavilion. They were there in the secondary pavilion as well. A good show for them, good representation. What a way to finish.
What a way to finish. The fans are on their feet. They lapped up every moment of this final race. It was quite an exciting race, and they'll be going home with a lot of stories to tell about the final race in today's event.
Well, I can tell you, irrespective to the disqualification or not, a lot of people remember one thing. St. David's gave a good performance in the final event.
They did. They did. And our St. David compatriot here deserves to have his time in the sun.
So for the benefit of you, we're going to try and see if we can capture the area where the disqualification was. We have a video referee who has been looking at every race, every event. I think that's where it happened. He actually ran on the inside of the lane. That is not allowed, and that's where the disqualification was. What a misfortune here for St. David.
Yeah, certainly unfortunate circumstances. But you are not allowed to run on the inside of the track. And so the officials ensuring that they give the due diligence.
And so now, Clyde, the official result have been posted. St. Andrew in 4 minutes 17.75. St. George in second, 4 minutes 18.62. As we look back again to the infringement, there we saw it, a number of steps on the inside of the track. That's definitely not allowed. And I just thought he misbalanced there for a bit. And what an unfortunate situation for St. David.
Unfortunate indeed. Hard luck, as we will say, to St. David, but they'll learn from it, and we expect to see them back again, giving it their all next year, same time, same place.
Yeah, it's certainly a learning moment for them. At this stage, you have to ensure that you understand the rules. And so they will feel the effects of this. But certainly a good way to end the 2026 NEXA GUT Primary School Sports. It was a games of sheer determination, record-breaking performances. And so you saw it at the end here, each team in the top three giving it their all and ensuring that they close off the games in memorable fashion?
Well, what a day it was for track and field. A truly memorable day for the primary schools. I'm sure NEXA and the GUT are extremely proud with the outcome. The level of competition, the excitement, and the competitiveness amongst the various branches. So the final scores are posted now. We have Carrico and Petit Martinique with 148 points. St. John's branch with 235. St. David's branch 310 and a half. And we're going to come back to that in a short while. Well, what we know for sure is that St. Andrew has been crowned champions for a 38th time in 2026.
Congratulations to St. Andrew, the champions retaining their championship. It has become like a norm at the NEXA GUT National Primary School Games. St. Andrew holding strong, maintaining their dominance in athletics, and once again making it a streak from 2011, which is unmatched, and which the other parishes will be going back to the drawing board to see how they can dethrone St. Andrews in future competitions. But to all the coaches of all the teams, we know that you worked hard, and we are grateful for what you've done. We've seen the athletes perform at their best, and we encourage the athletes to continue working hard and try to work on their craft to improve and to excel.
Yes, certainly the breeding ground for a lot of the secondary school to keep an eye on the up-and-coming athletes. And this is what NEXA and the GUT have provided. And so you can tell that the future of the intercall games is in good hands. Whenever you have this type of performance coming from the primary school, you can tell that the secondary school will have some strength.
So as they get ready for the final sets of presentations, the final set of winners in the 4x400 meters, as well as the divisional champs, we would also like to put a wrap on things and to maybe highlight and recognize some of the outstanding performances. And before we look at the record-breaking performances, I'm sure each one of us will have a favorite moment over the 2 days. And so I'm going to afford the opportunity to look at your favorite moment and moments in terms of the performances of the athletes. Clyde?
Well, I will definitely have to signal young Calissa Phillip. Repeatedly, she's ran fast. She's been there, you know, just focused for a young child at this age. She's really, really focused. And trust me, if she continues in this vein, she will make her parents and maybe this nation proud. Again, I must shout out Demari Paul. Again, another young child. But certainly what you're seeing from these young ones, it says that they understand at this age what it takes to be champions, what it takes to be record-breaking athletes, and they could only get better from here.
Onstein, your pick of the 2 days?
My pick is Tanya Gibbs. She won everything that came her way. The 100 meters, the 200 meters, the 300 meters. And in the process, she broke some records. So Tanya Gibbs, and she's a first year under 11. She'll be back next year. And what you can expect? She's going to dominate again. And she's going to put down some times that might be untouchable for a long time.
So I'm going to ask now Samantha, give us your top pick as well, or top picks.
Oh, I had a few top picks, but of course I want to echo the sentiments of John with Calissa Phillip. She would have done exceptionally well today, not just today, but also yesterday, and she bagged 2 records in the events that she took, she participated in. I thought the run by Team St. George and the 4x400 meter, and that's the girls team, they did well as they really captured that race well, and of course in the process bagging a record as well. It was a good 2 days, and we saw spirited competition among all the 7 parishes, and we have some athletes who just they did not just do flat track races, but we had athletes who competed in multiple disciplines. And Leslie, you would agree with me when we mentioned the name of young Jamie Smith. She has been an outstanding athlete for the day, performing well in the field events and also bringing her best on the track. That was a young lady that really stood out to me today. We also have some from the parish of St. Andrew that did well as well. Of course, in the male division, there was spirited competition, especially in the under 11 category and the under 9 category. So Leslie, I think it was a good 2 days. I think it was a day when we saw 2 days where we saw good, keen competition, clean competition. Of course, there was a little rivalry in and between, but what is sports without that, really? But the show of sportsmanship also really raised its head for these 2 days.
Well, thank you so much. I quite agree with all of you with the standard performances, but I want to maybe add maybe 1 or 2 more to that. So I agree that Paul was good. I agree with Philip was really good. My other 2 picks to add to those would be General Kanai. She continues to look very, very good. And of course, JDL from St. Andrew, who went on to win a number of events here, and I thought they were good. But my overall pick for sheer grit and performance and for doing exceptionally well, and not because it's namesake, but I thought Jamie Smith was the Iron Lady of the tournament, of the game, sorry. And she was impressive. She won everything that she took part in the field events. She even won the 100 meters and came back to anchor her branch in the finals of the 4x400 meters. But all in all, we would all agree that these have been some outstanding and competitive performances from most of the athletes, if not all, who competed over the 2 days. And track and field is in good hands. The GUT and the NEXA Credit Union must be really, really proud of the final outcome of the games, and the partnership should continue as long as these 2 have the same objective and the same future plan ahead. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go down to the house microphone for the final closing presentations, and then we're gonna come back to put a final wrap on things. Until then, we'll be.
Receiving the silver medal, Phelan Joseph. And receiving the gold medal, Jaden Emery. Ladies and put your hands together for the special ed students. All remaining students will receive medallions from the Minister Amish Callis. Zayden Benjamin. Jason Mark. Cody Scott. Camilo Alexander.
We are also pleased to award medals to those who participated in the cricket ball throw. The girls. Kishonan Mark. Next, Kada George. The boys, Jaden Emery. Amish Kalist. Filton Joseph. Jason Mark. Cody Scott. And Zaydon Benjamin. We congratulate all our special ed students, and in particular for the cricket ball throw, we have, and for the races. We want to thank our minister for assisting us with this part as we enter into the next. Medal presentation for event number 67, the girls 4x400 meter relay open. Your bronze medalist, St. Andrew's branch, 4 minutes, 42.49 seconds. Your gold medalist, St. David's branch, 4 minutes, 36.01 seconds. Silver medal. And your gold medalist, St. George's branch, 4 minutes, 30.72 seconds.
We move to the boys. 4x400 meter relay open. In third position, St. Patrick. Your silver medalist, Team St. George. And winning this event, your winners of the 4x400 meters open boys, Team St. Andrew.
We'd like to congratulate all athletes for stellar performances. And of course, we want to thank our Minister, Claudia Joseph, for assisting us with the distribution of the medals.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the closing ceremony. And we will introduce our presentation party, which include Ernest Richardson, second vice president of the Grenada Union of Teachers.
Mr. Kate Dikoto, vice president of NEXA Credit Union.
Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Minister for Education.
Mr. Tommy Duncan, first vice president of the Grenada Union of Teachers.
Mr. Rodney Julian, President of NEXA Credit Union.
Honorable Delma Thomas, Minister.
That is Honorable Delma Thomas, Minister of Sports.
Brother Jude Bartholomew, President General of the GUT.
Ms. Letitia Smith Boyd, General Manager of NEXA Credit Union. We move to the under-7 female individual champion. The under-7 female champion, scoring a total of 28 points. Kalisa Philip, Team St. David's.
So we just want to alert you viewers on Facebook that your stream would end shortly in about 15 minutes time, but a new link has been created for you. Or you can go over to TNR YouTube channel where you'd have a continuous link. And that is because we've reached the 8-hour limit on Facebook. And so a new link has been created. You can migrate to there or you can go over to the YouTube channel, TNR. Thank you so much.
We move to the under-7. Mr. Richardson. Mr. Richardson. We move to the under-7 male champion. Scoring a total of 22 points. Aiden John. St. Patrick.
We would like to thank Mr. Richardson for assisting us with this part of the presentation. We now invite Mr. Cade Dikoto, Vice President of NEXA. And he's going to be assisting us with the presentation of awards to the under-9 champs.
Your under-9 female champion, scoring a total of 26 points. Put your hands together for Avery Cape, Team St. Andrew. We move to the under-9 boys champion, scoring a total of 33 points. Put your hands together. Make some noise for Timothy Paul, Team St. Andrew.
We would like to thank Mr. Dikoto for assisting us with the presentation. We now call on Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Minister of Education, to assist with the presentations to the under-9 champs, under-11 champs.
Under-11 female champion. Scoring a total of 33 points. Tanya Gibbs, Team St. Andrew. We're going to move to the under-13. Scoring a total of 28 points. We have a tie. Christian Winston Church. Kelly Howard, also of Team St. George.
We would like to thank Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Minister of Education, for assisting us with the presentations. We now call on Mr. Tommy Duncan, first Vice President of the Grenada Union of Teachers, to assist with the presentations of awards to the Under 13 champs.
The Under 13 champion in girls division, scoring a total of 50 points. Jamie Smith, 50 points. The Under 13 boys champion, scoring a total of 22 points. JDL Andrew, Team St. Andrew. We move to the female under 15 champion, scoring a total of 44 points.
We want to thank Mr. Duncan for assisting us with the presentations as we invite Mr. Rodney Julian, President of NEXA Credit Union, to assist with the presentations for the Under 15 champs.
The Under 15 girl champion, Alicia David, St. Patrick. The Under 15 boys champion, Christian Nelson, Team St. Andrew.
We would like to thank Mr. Rodney Julian for assisting us with this segment of the presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, we now call on the Honorable Dulma Thomas, Minister of Sports, to assist with the presentations for the next segment.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we invite you to join us as we recognize a special moment here at the 2026 NEXA Duty National Primary School Sports Meet. Today, we proudly celebrate a meaningful partnership with Blue Bubbles Event Rental Service Inc., who, through the Gold Spikes Championship Partnership Initiative, are presenting 2 champions bags to the outstanding Victor and Victric Ludorum. Ladies and gentlemen, your Victric Ludorum, scoring a total of 50 points. 67 points. Jamie Smith, Team St. George. Together, Jamie. Stay close. Jamie, come back. Jamie will receive also from Blue Bubbles a special package. Jamie. Jamie. She have to come back again. Thank you. Your Victor Cluderum. Jamie Smith. We move to the Victor again. I know Honorable Delma Thomas, she would assist us. Your Victor Luderum. Scoring a total of 33 points. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Mary Paul Team St. Andrew. He would also receive a package from Blue Bubbles. Mr. Elvis Lewis, President of the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Authority. He presents.
We would like to call on Mr. Brother Jude Bartholomew, President General of the GUT, to make a presentation to the third place champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 days of competitive races and throwing and jumps, your team in third position scored a total of 422 points. Put your hands together for Team St. Patrick. They will receive
We'd like to thank Brother Jude Bartholomew, President General of the GUT, for his assistance. To present to the second place champion, we are pleased to have Mrs. Retisha Smith Boyd, General Manager of the NEXA Credit Union. And she would assist with these presentations.
the bronze blessing second in the NEXA GUT National Primary School Games 2026, scoring a total of 470 points. Team St. George.
Mrs. Boyd, we ask you to remain, and we once again invite Brother Jude Bartholomew, symbolic of the collaboration between NEXA Credit Union and the GUT for our primary school games 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 days of exciting competition, your champions, NEXA GUT National Primary School Games champion, scoring a total of 61 points. Put your hands together, make some noise for Team St. Andrew 30 in 2026. Team St. Andrew. So, Team St. Andrew, just wait a while, Team St. Andrew. Let the others can leave. So, Team St. Andrew would come and take a picture. We invite Team St. Andrew for a Kodak moment.
Well, what an evening it has been. What a 2 days it has been at the NEXA GUT National Primary School Games 2026. The curtains come down now on the final presentations, and the divisional champs have been awarded. So too is the champion branch, St. Andrew, for 30 years in 2026. It was 2 days when we saw a number of records tumble, gentlemen. We had Kalisa Phillip establishing records in the 60 meters on the 7, and she also established a new record in the 80 meters on the 7. Damari Paul, he also accounted for 2 of the records to be established, one in the 150 meters for the under 7 boys, and also in the 80 meters for the under 9. The both of them were awarded the champions in their categories. We also had other records. Tanya Gibbs-Latouche from St. Andrews, she broke the record in the 200 meters. And the Team St. George also broke the record in the 4x400 meter relay event. These are some of the events that tumbled. But all in all, we saw 2 days of very, very competitive track and field. And in the end, it was St. Andrew who reigned supreme, dominating the 2 days of championship honors.
Yeah, really, St. Andrews powerhouse in this area. And certainly they continue to roll on, bringing 15 consecutive wins to the NEXA GUT Primary School Games. You look at them, you can see the commitment. I know the coaching staff, they work really hard. They do exactly what they need to do to ensure that the kids are prepared. And it doesn't just start for St. Andrews. I know it doesn't just start just maybe a week or 2 or a month before. This is something that is ongoing. The coaches are always at the field looking for the talent, looking to work with some of these talents. And so they would always be where they are because of the amount of work that they put in. So it's just for the other branches to maybe take a page out of the books that have been written by St. Andrew and maybe get their page to be the front page or the front cover, and then we may have something different happening.
Bornstein? Well, the people of St. Andrews are celebrating with the team. This victory is for the people of St. Andrews. The people of St. Andrews breathe and live athletics. And what you're seeing happening here for St. Andrews is a cultural thing. What you're seeing here with the schools, all the schools are on board with athletics. Every school participates, the 13 schools, the coaches in the schools, they all work towards athletics because this is the biggest thing that you have happening in St. Andrews. So when you see that St. Andrews Parish keeps winning and you see SAS keeps winning, it's a cultural something that the people of St. Andrews breathe and live. And we have to celebrate with the people of St. Andrews because this is their victory.
Absolutely. There were some classy moments indeed. Young Avery Cape blowing kisses to the spectators. And of course, who can forget Azaria Simon, the winner of the 1200 meters, you know, being there on the finish line to help the others come through and to assist them, and then waving and interacting nicely with the crowd. I thought those were some classy moments indeed from some of the athletes on show. But all in all, it was a thrilling 2 days of exciting competition, and we continue to lament that the GUT and the NEXA Credit Union must be very proud of the outcome. In the end, St. Patrick placed 3rd, St. George placed 2nd, and as you mentioned, Clyde, for 15 consecutive years and 30 overall, St. Andrew remained supreme and dominated the games in 2026. So on behalf of the entire production crew, Richie Olivier, our executive producer, Blondell George, our producer, all of our cameramen, including Cullen Dragon and the entire crew, our replay analysts, and on behalf of all of the commentators, Sherry and Noel, Samantha Worm, Basil Bunstein Callis, Clyde John, and myself, Leslie Smith. Also, Mr. Bernard Antoine, who has left us already. We say thank you for being there and for receiving the broadcast that we brought to you wherever you are, Grenada, the region, the diaspora, throughout the world. And we say join us again next year for more live track and field action. But we remind you, next week Thursday, the private primary school sports will be right here, and the TNR communication will bring it to you. And of course, the big one, Intercall 2026. So until then, we say so long and have a great evening.
Kick things up a gear with a NEXA Credit Union Cruise Control Vehicle Loan and begin your journey with your ideal ride. Go wherever and whenever you like with the extra space to carry everything you need. Arrive refreshed and ready for the day in comfort. Hit the road together on family adventures to make unforgettable memories. Feel the wind at your back. Upgrade your lifestyle easily with a Cruise Control Vehicle Loan for new or used vehicles. Join NEXA Credit Union now and get your vehicle loan. Terms and conditions apply. Visit us today. Call 440-1354 or our website at www.nexacreditunion.com or email us at loans@nexacreditunion.com and hit the road with NEXA Credit Union. NEXA Credit Union, with you wherever your road leads.
This International Women's Day, we rise together, we pray together, and we act together. On Friday, March 6, 2026 at 4 p.m., join the National March. Pray and worship to action commitment. We march from Progress Park to Grenville Car Park, standing united for healing, for hope, and for justice. This is more than a march. It is a call to conscience, a declaration of zero tolerance to violence, a promise to protect, uplift, and empower women and girls everywhere. Stand united, speak out, act now, end GBV now. Be present, be counted, be the change. This International Women's Day. March with us.